Now let's start the first session of the day under the general title Cognitive Behavioral Approach for the Socio-Emotional Growth of Children. There will be two topics dealt in the session 1. The first one will be the need for emotional hygiene by Reverend Father Dr. Joe Kokandathil SDB, and the second one will be Cognitive Behavioral Approach by Reverend Father Dr. Binus Karia SDB. May I now request Reverend Father Dr. Joe Kokandathil and Reverend Father Dr. Binus Karia to be on the stage along with Reverend Father Martin Kurwan Makal, Principal of Don Bosco Angamali, and Reverend Father Paul Chalsheri, Principal of Don Bosco Oremao. Reverend Father Martin Kurwan Makal to introduce the speakers, and I welcome Reverend Father Paul Chalsheri to present the stall for the speakers after the words of welcome.
A very good morning to one and all present over here. I have the pleasure of welcoming the two dignitaries of today for this morning's session. First of all, I would like to introduce Father Dr. Joe Kokandathil SDB. He's a Catholic Syrian priest and a psychologist. He has a PhD from the Central University of Karnataka in positive psychology. He holds master's degree in English as well as a MSc psychology and an MBA besides undergraduate degrees. He has an experience of 7 years of teaching in various schools and 16 years of experience as principal and assistant professor at various colleges in India. Currently, he is working as the principal of Don Bosco Degree College, Chitradurga in Karnataka. He is an international trainer in emotional hygiene. Along with research, he involves himself in training the college students, teachers, faculty members, and religious groups and corporates in and outside the country. He has been training various groups of people, primarily young people, in emotional hygiene in countries of Europe, Africa, Pacific countries, as well as Gulf countries and in India. So far, he has trained approximately 10,000 plus teachers and faculty members globally. The therapeutic works, though are mainly based on CBT, mindfulness, hypnotic healing, EFT, and solution-focused approaches. Besides being a certified mindfulness practitioner, he is also a certified practitioner of solution-focused brief therapy. Apart from the clinical practice, he is also involved in teaching, training, and counseling. Currently, he is the national president of the International Human Rights Association, India. I am extremely happy and delighted to have Reverend Father Dr. Joe Kokandathil to this NECDBS 2022. A hearty welcome to Father Dr. Joe Kokandathil. The second resource person of this morning's session, Father Dr. Binus Karia, is a Salesian priest. He has a master's in English language and literature and a doctorate in sacred theology, major in spirituality and pastoral counseling. He is certified as a soft skills trainer, trainer of trainers, and corporate trainer. He is pursuing his postgraduate diploma in addiction counseling currently. He has served as the director of the Integrated Youth Development Center for a period of 6 years. He has rich experience in conducting hundreds of training programs for leaders, religious seminarians, priests, youth groups, parents, teachers, students, and even companies. Currently, he is the state director of DREAM Project, a project for rehabilitation, education, and mentoring for children with addictions. He teaches at the Center for Psychology and Spirituality at Trivandrum, and is a visiting faculty in many of the colleges and seminaries. On behalf of all of you present here, a hearty welcome to Father Dr. Binu Skaria to this NECDBS 2022.
Thank you, Father. Now I welcome Reverend Father Paul Chalisheri to present the stall for the speakers.
Good morning. Very Reverend Father Bau Manishiri, the convener of this program, other dignitaries, fathers, sisters, principals. Actually, I am thrilled about the topic that is given to me because I am passionate about this. I am also a little nervous about standing here because 3 eminent principals are from my own community and they know about my emotional hygiene. So I am a little nervous about it. So fathers, for the next 30 minutes or so, I'll be sharing my thoughts with you on emotional hygiene. They say there are 3 destructive thoughts. No, there are 3 destructive thoughts which can steal. There are 3 destructive thoughts which can steal our emotional hygiene. 3 thoughts. Number 1, or beliefs. Number 1, unhappy beliefs about oneself. Second, unhappy beliefs about others. Third, unhappy beliefs about the world. These are the 3 things, 3 beliefs that can actually take away our emotional hygiene. Friends, if I ask you to give me an honest answer, how many of you feel lonely? How many of you feel lonely? Can you lift your hands? How many of you feel lonely? Yeah, I see few hands. Those of you who have lifted your hands, you're saying the truth. Those who refuse to lift your hands, you're saying a black lie. Because they say a person will go through loneliness number of times during a single day. Feeling lonely. What is loneliness? Emotional disconnection. When I feel emotionally and socially disconnected from others, I begin to suffer from loneliness. Tell me, is loneliness good or bad? Am I clear? Is loneliness good or bad? Good? Good or bad? Loneliness is very bad. It is so very bad. If you feel lonely, I will ask you to go to the shop nearby here, buy a cigarette and smoke a cigarette. You know why? If you smoke a cigarette, your probability of dying an early death is only 20%. But if you feel lonely, your probability of dying an early death is 40%. Which means out of the 100 people who smoke, 40 will die of smoking. 40 will die of loneliness. Loneliness, you should not take it lightly. Loneliness will kill you. It will take away your immunity. It will increase your cholesterol. It will increase your blood pressure. And finally, you will give in to death. That is why I said loneliness is very bad. Today, behavior scientists, they say 90% of global population is suffering from one or other mental illness. You see, 90% of the global population. And they call it by a name, schizophrenia. Schizophrenia. I will define schizophrenia. Then you tell me how many of you have schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is the inability to differentiate between what is imagined and what is real. I'll repeat once again. Schizophrenia is the inability to differentiate between what is real and what is imagined. I believe my imaginations, irrespective of what the reality is. This is called schizophrenia. How many of you have it? Yeah, I see some hands here and there. I'm happy for that. In fact, emotional hygiene is all about awareness. Being aware of who you are, what you are going through. Not changing? Can you change the slide? Next slide. Okay. See, I am given just 30 minutes. I have 30 slides. Therefore, I will not go through all the slides. We will talk about that which is important to us. The rest of the slides I will skip. Okay. So, mental health and well-being is one of the most neglected areas globally, and particularly in India. We don't pay attention to our mental health. We don't pay attention to our emotional needs. We neglect. So much so, we value our body. We look after our body. But we don't look after our mind. We don't pay attention to our mind. Therefore, the mental health area is neglected in our country. In 2016, the mental health survey indicated that 150 million citizens of our country, they are in need of care and support to live a good life, happy life. Next. You know, India is the most depressed country today, and followed by China and US. Recent surveys has concluded that 50% of our working population is suffering from one or other mental illness. It could be depression, it could be stress and tension. 50% of the population, which means every other working population, is suffering from this illness or depression. Next. National Crime Records of India, released in 2021, revealed that 1,64,000 claimed their lives due to various reasons in 2021, which means in 2021, 450 people died of suicide on every single day. Next. 42.5% of corporate employees are suffering from depression. Next. According to the World Health Organization, by 2030, 36% of Indians will suffer from chronic depression, not simple depression. Chronic depression. 36% of Indians. Next. And this is the real problem. Nearly half of those who are affected, they don't admit that they are sick. You tell somebody who is close to you, you notice some symptoms of depression and so you tell him, shall we meet a doctor? What do you say? Me? You go to a doctor. I don't need a doctor. So most of us don't take help. We don't approach people for help. Next. So emotions are said to be good slaves and very bad masters. Next. The iceberg phenomenon. You know, our mind is like an iceberg. You know iceberg. If you've seen the movie Titanic, you know what is iceberg is. They say our mind is like an iceberg. What is accessible to you? What is available to you? The conscious mind is a very small portion of our mind. But the huge portion of our mind is unconscious. It is not available to us. We have no access to it. What does it contain? It contains all our repressed memories, all our painful events, all the humiliations that we have gone through, all the sufferings, pains we have gone through. So they are all stored in our subconscious mind. Next. Now, our behavior and our personality. Tell me, is it conscious or unconscious? Our behavior and our personality. Today, to a great extent, behavior scientists say that our behavior and our personality are unconscious. We are not conscious beings. You know who said that? Jesus said that. On the cross, what was his prayer? Father, forgive them. They don't know what they are doing. They are unconscious. They are unaware. This is what Jesus said on the cross. It is true. Our behavior, our personality is to a great extent unconscious. So how do we modify our behavior? By making those that are unconscious conscious to us. Awareness is healing. We need to make ourselves more aware. That is the only way we can heal ourselves. Next. See, today we have made tremendous development technology-wise. You take any field for that matter, computer, photography, internet, we have almost reached saturation. So much so, today scientists say a science called physics has reached saturation. There is nothing more to be invented. We only need to put things together. So we are making tremendous progress in every field. But in one area, we are regressing. Can you tell me which area of our life we are regressing? Health? Mental health? It's a symptom. That we are regressing in mental health is a symptom. We are all regressing. Look at your own life. We are regressing in relationship. In relationship. There is more killing today. There is more divorce today. There is more abortion today. Why is that? Why are we regressing in relationship? Next. Human relations, we are regressing. Next. Okay, this is the reason. Unresolved emotional pain is the greatest contagion of our time. When there are emotional pains which are unaddressed, they can interfere with your behavior. They will influence your relationships. I'll give you an example for you to understand. 1 month back, a young person, a software engineer from Bangalore, he came to meet me with his uncle. His name is Jordan. He is 28 years old. As he came in, I noticed the mark of a rope tied to his neck. There was a mark on his neck. I asked Jordan, what is that on your neck? He told me, I attempted suicide. I tied my neck to a rope and I used a fan, but I came down with the fan. Unfortunately, it was a failure. I did not die. He used the word unfortunately. So I asked him, have you done it before? He said, yes, twice I have done it. Both the times I failed. I asked him, will you do it again? He said, sure, I will do it again. So I asked him, Jordan, you sit down. Tell me, why do you want to commit suicide? Why do you want to end your life? So Jordan told me a very interesting story. He said, Father, my mother, she wants to kill me. My father, he wants to kill me. My uncle who has brought me here, he wants to kill me. You know, my manager in the company, I am a software engineer, the manager wants to kill me. My cousins, my friends, they all want to kill me. Why should they kill me? I will kill myself. I immediately knew what has gone wrong. This memory is coming from prenatal period. Somebody has attempted on his life. In other words, somebody has tried to abort him when he was in his mother's womb. So I asked Jordan, please give me your mother's number. I want to speak to your mother. So he dialed his mother's number and gave me. I asked this lady, so this boy is with me. Can you tell me, did you ever try to abort this child? She told me, Father, I did. You know, I was a nun. I was a apostolic Carmel nun. I left the convent. I didn't want to leave the convent. I was sent away from the convent before perpetual. So although I left the convent, I decided I will be a nun. I will not marry. Even if I marry, I will not be a mother. This is what she decided. But you know, the family found a boy, got him married. After some time, she conceived. When she conceived, it was a shock for her. She didn't want to be mother. Therefore, without anybody knowing, she attempted all the ways to abort the child. She took medicines. She did not go to a hospital, but she took their own herbal medicines. She tried to push the boy out. All that she could, she did. But nothing succeeded. He was born. Now you see what is suffering from? He is suffering from thoughts of rejection. Rejection in the womb. So therefore, unresolved emotional pain of rejection is there. It's not caused by him, caused by the parents. I took 5 minutes to heal him. Today we have scientifically proven methods for healing all this. He was healed in 5 minutes. I met him yesterday before I came from Bangalore. He's doing very well now. So, unresolved emotional pain is the greatest contagion of our time. That is why we have issues of relationship. You look at your own life. Why do you have issues of relationship? Because emotional pains are not resolved. When you are angry, you must express your anger. When you feel like crying, you must cry. We don't express our emotions. Therefore, they get trapped in your body. Next. This is said by Marshall Rosenberg. He is the founder of non-violent communication. Marshall Rosenberg said, all violence in this world is because people trick themselves into believing that the other is the cause of my pain. Therefore, they also should suffer. This is why we have violence in this world. Next, trapped emotions. When emotions are not addressed, painful emotions, negative emotions, as when they arise in your body, if you don't address them, they get trapped in your body. Many illnesses are because of this. Today, medical experts and behavior scientists say that 77% of your illnesses are not in the body, it is in the mind. That is why they call it psychosomatic. 77% of illnesses. Next, many of us suffer from poor emotional hygiene. Why? There are three reasons. We are prone to negativity. All of us. For a survival reason. We are all prone to negativity. There is a negativity bias in all of us. We remember the negative events more than the positive events. Suppose I ask you, tell me the most painful event in your life, you will come up with that immediately. But if I ask you, tell me the most pleasant experience of your life, you will take some time. Why? Because we keep good memory of our negative events. We are prone to negativity. We must challenge this habit. We must challenge this negativity bias within us. Secondly, we all keep comparing ourselves to somebody else. Even the best person, most talented person, will keep comparing himself with somebody else. And thirdly, we don't practice gratitude. Today, many behavior scientists say that people who practice gratitude, they live happier lives. What is gratitude? Gratitude is counting what you have. What do you count? We always count what we don't have. Nakeep counting what you have. And that is how you practice gratitude in your life. Next. All of us have gone through traumas in our life. And most of them are when we were children. Some of them are when you are in your mother's womb. They say even the birthing process is a trauma. Birthing to the birth canal can be a trauma for children. So many of us have gone through, or all of us have gone through various traumas. And those traumas will interfere with your behavior. So what is the problem with trauma? The event we may not recall. But the emotions, the feelings, and the trauma associated with that experience will remain with you till you die. Next. We have gone through lots of injuries. In fact, we have sustained more psychological injuries than physical injuries. Psychological injuries, we are not aware. But physical injuries, we take care of it. We look after our body. That doesn't happen with regard to psychological injuries. So what is the difference? Physical injuries, we are aware. We notice. I know that I am wounded. Therefore, I seek medical help. And I make sure that this is healed. But psychological injuries, they go unnoticed. I am not aware that I am wounded. Therefore, any unnoticed wound, whether it is physical or psychological, can get infected in your body if they are not taken care of. That is why many of us are psychologically wounded. Next. What are the wounds? Failure is a wound. Rejection, guilt, loneliness, brooding and rumination, low self-esteem, loss and trauma. There are so many injuries that we go through every day in our life. Next. I have a good news for you. Awareness is healing. The moment you become aware of your negative emotions, of your injuries, of your trauma, the healing begins. So, you don't need medication. You only need to be aware. So emotional hygiene is nothing but being aware of your own negative wounds and experiences. Next. So today, mental health conditions constitute a major burden of disease for adolescents globally. In 2019, 1 in 7 adolescents experience mental disorder globally. That means about 166 million adolescents went through or are going through mental diseases. They go through anxiety, depression, and 40% of mental disorders are anxiety and disorder and depression. Many of our children are going through that. Next. In India is the second most populous country in the world. India is also the youngest country in the world. 70% of the population in India is below the age of 24. At any given time, 50 million Indian children suffer from mental disorders. Next. It is estimated that 9.8 million of Indians children aged between 13 to 17 suffer from serious mental illness, which would be greater. Okay. According to Indian Journal of Psychiatry, even before pandemic, at least 50 million children in India were affected by mental health issues. Next. Post-pandemic, after pandemic what has happened? There was the mental well-being was negatively influenced by the pandemic and lockdown. Okay, next. In 2021 alone, an average of 31 children committed suicide every single day. 21 I am saying. Maybe because of pandemic, maybe because of lockdown, children were confined to home. Family problems, love affairs, and illness are said to be the major reasons for suicide. Next. Emotional hygiene. What is emotional hygiene? Social, emotional, psychological well-being is called emotional hygiene. There are many components of emotional hygiene. Why do we talk about emotional hygiene? Because we neglect taking care of our mind. We take care of our body. Next. This was a message sent to me by a first year MBBS medical student from Bangalore, one of the reputed colleges in Bangalore. She sent me this message one day. And I asked her to come and meet me. She told me a very, she's a first year student. She wrote the first semester examination and she wrote the second semester examination. Both the times before the examination, she consumed poison, rat poison. I said, where do you get rat poison from? She said, I brought from home. Before I came to the hostel, I brought from home. I asked her immediately, have you tried before killing yourself? She said, many times. You see, they are all going, even a small stress like examination, they find difficult to accept. They are afraid they may fail. She told me she was the first in the school. She is from Indore. I was first in the school, but when I came to the medical college, I am below average. There are many students who do extremely well or better than me. I can't bear that. Therefore, I won't kill myself. Many of our children are going through similar stress and tension. Next. Being a teenager, you go back to your own life. That was probably the most difficult times we went through. It's a very difficult time, not only because of the hormonal changes that happen in their body, because of very many reasons. That is a very difficult time. Next. So why are they going through such difficult times? You see, 3,000 teenagers in US are contemplating suicide every day. Why? Unrealistically high pressure to perform and social comparison. Second, too much time spent on screens, social media, and on screens and social media. And thirdly, lack of adequate sleep. Sleep is a good healer. Many of our youth, they don't sleep. Last night at 2:30, I was in Bangalore airport. I was watching many young people in the airport. They are all talking on the phone, which means on the other side somebody is awake. Many of our youngsters, many of our school-going children, teenagers, they don't sleep. So lack of sleep is one problem that they are facing. Next, what are the tips to handle teenagers? Number one. Next. Motivate teenagers through love and compassion. Secondly, take steps to mitigate negative impact of internet and social media. Next, practice good sleeping habits. Okay, next. Role of teachers. Next 2 slides I wind up. Role of teachers. Teachers should be first trained to identify mental disorders. Secondly, there should be facility for counseling and therapy. Third, the counseling program should be flexible enough. Next, if needed, student must be referred to a mental health professional. Reference should be available and it should be made known to the teachers that somebody is available like that. Okay, next. So, what I recommend you as principles, few things to maintain emotional hygiene. Number one, mindfulness and meditation. I have no time to talk in detail about it. Second, writing three blessings journal. The 3 good things that they have done that day. Every day keeping a journal, 3 blessings journal. It is found to be very effective. Ask them to write 3 blessings journal and many of them can overcome their difficulties in life. Number 3, emotions are a gift from above. There is a nice poetry written by Jalaluddin Rumi. The name of the poem is Guest House. Every human being is a guest house. Every morning a new arrival, a new emotion, a negative feeling, a malice. But he says, receive them all. Every emotion comes to you with a message. Therefore, no emotion is bad. Train them. Fourth, school-based mentoring program. Fifth, teach emotional hygiene. Organize workshops. Train teachers in emotional hygiene. Create healthy atmosphere. This is very important. We should in our own schools create atmosphere which can promote mental health. Check their thoughts and believe in themselves. Teach them to check their thoughts and pay attention to their breath and change their lives. You know, breath can change their lives. Breath is connected with our emotion. You see, when you are angry, your breath is sharp. When you are in fear, your breath is fast. When you are relaxed, your breath is slow. Use breath to change their emotion. I take 1-day session for this. Pay attention. Previous one? Okay. Pay attention to your brain. There are many brain exercises. If you teach them, they can also practice emotional hygiene. Next. To sum up, my last slide is, by taking action when you are lonely, by changing your response to failure, by protecting your self-esteem, by battling with negative thinking, I would say declare a war against negative thinking. We won't just heal psychologically. We will build emotional resilience and you will thrive and flourish in life. Today, psychologists don't speak of happiness, they speak of flourishing. Are you flourishing? Are you thrilled about your life? That is an indication that you are living a happy life. Our quality of life can change dramatically if we begin to practice emotional hygiene. And that is the world you and I want to live in. Thank you. God bless you. Do I need to take some questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father. Now, I would like to welcome Reverend Father Dr. Binus Karia, SDB, onto the stage to present the topic on cognitive behavioral approach.
God is good all the time, God is good. Dear fathers, sisters, brothers, and my dear friends, Father Joe was briefing us about the situation where we need to take care of our young people's emotional hygiene. So here I am to present to you two modules. One for a group type of mentoring as well as for individual mentoring based on our Salesian spirituality and cognitive behavior therapy. So that is what we will do. I would propose that our students during their lifetime in our school are taught to evaluate their thoughts, their beliefs, and their emotions. And that is what we are proposing to do through these two modules of both a group mentoring as well as person-to-person mentoring. Can we go to the next slide? So as I said, these are two modules. One is a person-to-person, the other is a person to a group, because we give so much of importance to family spirit and working together and helping and becoming aware that we know that our young people are also our own companions, our own friends are also going through similar experiences, will always strengthen them. And we always believe in growing up together as a family. The basis for this particular module that I would like to present is Aaron Beck's cognitive behavior therapy. There are some places where they teach this particular therapy in schools. This was founded in 1960s by Aaron Beck, and it is the current gold standard of psychotherapy. And 500 plus studies found it very effective. Why I would propose this to the schools is because it has been found effective in community settings. It has been taught in schools in Australia and also in UK. And it can be also effective in prevention. This is also a psychotherapeutic method used in psychiatric disorders, psychological problems, medical problems with psychological components. So it is found to be effective, but we cannot be doing therapy at school for every boy, every child, every time. Therefore, we can improvise the principles of this particular therapy and integrate it with our spirituality, taking into consideration the basic beliefs that we consider when we think about cognitive behavior therapy. The underlying principles for this pastoral cognitive mentoring, I will call it that way, would be that beliefs, thoughts and actions are connected. Identifying thoughts and beliefs is self-discovery, and modifying thoughts will also modify emotion and behavior. Let me ask you, can you see black dots in this picture? Can you see black dots in this picture? Next slide. Can you see black dots in this picture? Some are able to see black dots, but there are no black dots there. But you are seeing what is not there. That is why this picture is called an illusion. Can we go to the next slide? Is this a door or a window? Some of you said it is a door. Some others said it is a window. But if I say it is a door, how many people would agree with me? There are some very good, generous souls who would agree with me because they love me. Thank you for your love and for being with me. Because you believe, you said that it is a door because I told you it is a door. I believe it is a door. That means I am able to convince you. I am able to bring you to my side. Can we go to the next picture? Can you say the color first? Yellow, the top one. Now you ask children to say the color, but instead of saying the color, they will read the word. This is how our brain works. We want to say the color, but our brain insists on reading the word. Your right brain wants to say the color, but your left brain insists on reading the word. Some people are strong right side, they are very emotional, they say. Some people have strong left side, they are more intellectual, they say. This is the reality of life. This is what Father Joe also presented here. Because we perceive the world through our own personal filters. We perceive the world through our beliefs, our values, our experiences, and our memories. And they influence us very much in our life. And that is the basics behind, the next slide please, cognitive behavior therapy. Because we think one way, but the reality is different. And that thought pattern, that thought influences our emotion. And that affects our behavior. So it is not the situation that determines what one feels, but how they construe, perceive, interpret, or think about the situation. I remember there was a boy who committed suicide because his mother said, "Don't play with the mobile." Of course, the thought that was going on in that child's mind was, they don't give me a mobile because they don't love me. The boy thought, my mother does not want me to play with the mobile because she doesn't love me. Therefore, I am unlovable, and therefore there is no meaning in living in this world where nobody loves me. So the child ends his life. That is a connection of thought. The thought he had led to an emotion, and that emotion led to an action. And that is the basis behind cognitive behavior therapy. So therefore, in this cognitive model that I am presenting, what do we do? What do we intend? To help the students to understand their thoughts and their thought patterns. To tell them what reality is, what truth is. To understand their core beliefs in line with their potential. To understand their rules and assumptions about the world and about themselves. To change their negative core beliefs and strengthen the positive. To understand the relationship between their thoughts and emotions. To manage their emotions and behavior. To modify thoughts, beliefs and behavior. And to come up with a personal plan of life. This will be our objective. We go through fast. So in the group model, the pastoral mentoring that we give in groups, it will be like this. The structure of the group mentoring that we can give to our children, maybe we may have to train our teachers to do this. The total number of sessions will be 8. Duration will be 2 hours session with 15 minutes interval. Ideal number of participants will be 20. So you may have to, we have mentoring program in our schools where a teacher is entrusted with 20-30 boys or students. So we can do with them periodically this kind of group mentoring. So the structure of the mentoring process will be, we begin with a structured learning experience. It can be, in our terminology, in our Salesian way of doing it, an icebreaker. It can be a party game. But then everything done with a purpose, where we communicate a knowledge, a learning, and an attitude. So every game, every activity that we present in the beginning will have a learning, will have a attitude to be conveyed, as well as they will go through certain kind of experience. So that is why they are called structured learning experiences with a goal. Then we have 10 minutes of mindfulness meditation. We have a pattern for doing it. Then we give input sessions. Then there's an interval. Then there is group experience where there is deepening of what has been taught to them, where they share. So they know, they work on themselves, they reflect on their life, and they share it with their companions. And they see similarities in their life also. Then we have 5 minutes of happiness training. It could be by way of giving thanks. It could be by way of shaking hands. It could be by way of just clapping hands. It could be by way of cracking a joke. So every session will have 5 minutes of happiness training and then summary and prayer. This will be the structure of every session. And the sessions, these are the themes that we would like to cover during these 8 sessions. The first session will be to know your thoughts. What are your automatic thoughts? The types of automatic thoughts, the conclusions that you give to your automatic thoughts, possible disordered thoughts, and patterns of thoughts. Because this is where we teach them to look at what has been going on in your mind when some event took place. As to reflect about the thought that was going on in their mind. So we take up events by events. When this happened, what was the thought in your mind? And then we discover a pattern of thought in different events. And therefore the child is able to recognize, I have a pattern of thinking in everything that takes place. So he is able to discover himself, discover the way he thinks, discover the pattern of his thought. The second session will be about what you believe. That is about core beliefs. Core beliefs are belief that a person has cultivated in that person's life from childhood, from their experiences. From younger days onwards, they have formed a kind of a belief about themselves. There can be 3 negative core beliefs which are negative. They are like, I am not lovable, I am hopeless, or I am not competent. So one of these core beliefs could be deep-rooted in the person's mind. To discover, help them to discover that in this particular session, how they have been developed, consequences of core beliefs, what are the rules that they have formed about life, about themselves, and also about others and the world. Then the third session will be about managing emotions. Teach them what is emotion. Help them to name the emotion, the different types of emotions. Then different thoughts and ideas which are different from these emotions that they are going through. And we also teach them to quantify the degree of emotions, also gauge the intensity of emotions. Another session also can be supplemented where there is a need to work on emotions, where we can teach them any of these techniques, emotional freedom techniques, mindfulness, meditation, breathing exercises, laughter yoga, gestalt techniques, NLP techniques, or body work exercises. Any of these techniques can be used to manage their emotions. Then we come to the fourth session where we make a conceptualization of their cognitive processes. So therefore, we ask every child to discover 3 situations. Situation 1, situation 2, situation 3. And we ask them to look for the automatic thought when this happened. For example, the principal calls a child and the child is called by the principal. And the child does not talk for many days. 3-4 days she is absent in school. So for example, an event of that sort. What is the situation? Situation is the teacher scolding a student. The automatic thought is, it could be, the child may be thinking, they don't appreciate me. It could be different. So ask the child to find out what is the thought that was going on in that person's mind. So similarly, 3 events where what was the thought going on in the mind, what does that thought mean to you? It can mean that I am not lovable, I am not capable, I am hopeless, I am useless. That could be the meaning that the child is taking for himself. So therefore ask, what is the meaning for you? Then what is the emotion that is coming out of this particular thought? And then we look at the behavior, that you are remaining at home, you don't come to school. And then you ask the child, are there other experiences where you have felt the same? Similar kind of experiences you have gone through, where you have experienced the same emotion, similar event, the same emotion, same thought. And there we come together, we put them together and find out there is a common pattern of thinking which comes from a common belief that you have about yourself. Maybe some experiences in life, you have developed a kind of core belief that I am not lovable. So therefore, ask the person to discover that. Then what is the rule that you have made for life itself? I have to be always successful. All those who don't succeed are total failures. Some rules, assumptions, etc. people may have formed in their life about themselves. That is the intermediate beliefs. And then how do they cope with that? So you make a clear picture of their thought processes. And that will lead them to a kind of self-discovery about how usually they think, how usually they feel, and how they usually believe. Then the 5th session will be about evaluating their thoughts. Ask them whether the thought is true or false. Evaluate them and help them to dispute it empirically and pragmatically. Is there evidence for it? Or what is the usefulness of it? So there are 2 ways of disputing these thoughts. That will be also told in the 5th session. The 6th session will be about evaluating their beliefs. Whatever their belief they have formed, whether they are true. So see whether those beliefs are also evidence-based. Do they really believe in what they... next slide. Do they really believe in what they are doing is true? What they believe is true. So make them examine their belief, and then at the end of it, we pragmatically and empirically dispute this belief. At the end of it, ask them to formulate a new core belief. If the belief is right and good, strengthen the positive belief and work on the negative core belief if the person has. And the 7th session will be making a personal vision statement, a mission statement about one's life. What one wants to do and achieve professionally and personally. What about the direction that the person wants to take in life? Also, what choices they would like to make in their career, life, and as well as in the relationship with their family. So this is how it is done, preparing the personal plan of life. We combine both the journal as well as the conceptualization that we had done. So they are childhood data, core beliefs, automatic thoughts. Then as we said, the journal, the things that they enjoy, things that they like, important values. All these things you put together and then you make a personal plan of life. And we conclude the 8th session is about your love. So we give them a real value based on our salvation system, based on scriptural principles, based on right values that you are perfectly loved. Giving them exercises in self-esteem, tests in self-esteem, and also work to analyze their self-esteem. And then we give them also tips to grow in their self-esteem, and certainly that will lead them to a kind of a self-discovery and personal growth. That is the session that we do. These are the 8 sessions we do as a group. Now this can be also done. We can train our teachers also to do personal mentoring in a cognitive way. And that is also when a child comes to you. Every teacher sits with a child. So we have different groups. Every teacher is assigned a group of students. So they meet them periodically. And the child talks personally. As we went through, these processes are done individually, person to person. So how do we do that? Ask for an activating event, identify the emotion, identify the beliefs, identify other events, identify the pattern, identify the core belief, then dispute the beliefs and thoughts, and then formulate effective new beliefs and substantiate with the Christian beliefs. That is what we can do also personally, and this can be done. I have gone very fast because we have to do it in a few minutes, whatever we are intending to do in this particular session. But this will take days and days to train our young people as well as our teachers to get into a kind of group mentoring as well as a type of personal mentoring, which is a necessity today, as Father had mentioned in his first talk also. Dear fathers, brothers and sisters, it is a real need that our young people learn to evaluate their thoughts, their beliefs and their emotions. And we need to make it a part of our curriculum, where young people, our children, are taught to know their thoughts, evaluate them, know their beliefs, evaluate them, know their emotions, evaluate them, and modify them. I remember there was a teacher who shared with us one experience about how he was dealing with his father. This young boy was a son of a businessman who had many establishments. So one day this father called this young boy and told him, "You go to the different branches of our business establishment and take the account and come back." So the boy took the bike and he went to these particular places. But on the way he had an accident. And so he was taken to the hospital. The father rushed there. He looked at the boy. He said, "You fool, you are only causing loss to my business. If I had planted a papaya in your place, I would have made much profit." The father was yelling at him, and the boy was with his broken leg admitted in the hospital. The next day also, the father would come to the hospital. "You are an utter failure. You are a loss. You cannot do anything well. You are causing loss to my investment. With you, there is no profit." He would come the second day. Third day also, he would come to the hospital. He would say the same thing. So 1 week continuously, the father was coming to the hospital and yelling at the son who was wounded and lying in bed. And the boy asked the one who was standing by, "Why this man should come every day? Why this man should come and yell at me every day? I know that what he has said on the first day is what he is repeating every day." The person standing nearby told him, "My son, he is not coming to shout at you." The man told him, "Your father is coming to see you. He is coming to make sure that my son is okay. He is coming to make sure that everything is done well for my son. He is well looked after." And he said, "See, before he went, he put a bundle of notes in my pocket, bundle of currency notes in my pocket, and he said, 'Please see that my son is well taken care of.'" And the man showed him that. So the boy thought, the father does not love me. He is coming and shouting at me because he doesn't like me. And the anger grows within him. But if only he realized that the man only knew to shout. That was his method. That was his love language. That is the way he wanted to show his love for his son. Which may not be. We can debate on it. That is not the right way to show love. But then, the love of the father, the child is not able to recognize. So therefore, in cognitive behavior education, when we evaluate the thoughts, we give them an alternative explanation for the event. We give them another way of thinking. We transform negative thoughts into positive thoughts. We teach them to look at life in a positive light, whatever happens to us. Even if there is chaos, there is a ray of light that is emanating from it. Because a child can be trained to look at a dog, a puppy, as a vicious animal, as well as the child can be trained to look at a puppy as a friendly animal. A child can be trained to look at the sunrise as a beautiful sight to behold, as well as the sunlight can be also disturbing. It all depends on our training. It all depends on our perception. There are people around us, there are situations around us, there are illusions around us, there are things around us which will put us down, put our young people down. But it is our motivation that we are going to give it to them that will make our training more effective. So therefore, as conclusion, I would like to say, we are called to present an image of God who is love. And we are called to become a channel of God's grace to the young people. And that is why Don Bosco said, it is enough that you are young for me to love you. So may we become channels of God's love, even amidst negative thoughts and negative experiences in life. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Father. Now, I would like to invite Reverend Father Paul Chalasheri, Reverend Father Martin Kuruvamakal, and Reverend Father Dr. Joe Kokandathil onto the dais. May I now request Reverend Father Paul Chalasheri to deliver the words of gratitude.
A very good morning to all. Great is the art of beginning, but greater is the art of ending, says poet Henry Wordsworth Longfellow. It has been such an honor for me to be part of this wonderful event. On behalf of NECDBS, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers, Reverend Dr. Joe Kokandathil SDB and Reverend Dr. Binuskaria SDB, for enlightening us on the topic, the need for emotional hygiene and cognitive behavioral approach for the socio-emotional growth of children, respectively. Reverend Dr. Joe elaborated beautifully on the topic, the need for emotional hygiene. I believe this presentation has given us more awareness on the need to prevent negative behavior, provide emotional stability, and improve the quality of life among our students and teachers. It gave practical suggestions to be very effective and happy. Thank you, Father, for the wonderful presentation. Reverend Dr. Binuskaria SDB enlightened us excellently on cognitive behavioral approach. This is a great method that can be used to help our students in their educational needs and increase their social skills as well. We appreciate you for all the efforts you put in to make this topic simple, effective, and practical. Thank you, Father. Thank you so much, dear fathers, for sharing your expertise with us. We look forward to use them in our own classrooms and communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. I now invite Reverend Father Martin Kuruvamakal to give away the mementos to the speakers. Thank you, fathers. You may take your seats with the audience. Now, we have a short video presentation, My School, My Second Home, a felicitation from Mr. John Brittas, member of Rajya Sabha, one of our eminent past pupil, a media tycoon, an Indian politician, journalist, managing director of Kairali TV, Malayalam Communication Limited, and former business head of Asianet Communications. Let's enjoy the video.
I am John Brittas, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha. My hearty congrats and best wishes for the meeting of the principals of Don Bosco schools in India. This event happens when education and academics are at crossroads with many challenges ahead. Solutions accomplished in education have inspired many others to make foray into the world of learning. However, only very few organizations like Don Bosco have the tradition and ethos to contribute to the common good of the society at large. One distinct character of Salesians has been to assimilate the local culture and to have a perfect synthesis. I am proud to be a past student or alumnus of Don Bosco School. Schooling, as we all know, is not merely acquiring learning or skill, but grooming a person with values, thereby shaping the society and even redefining a nation. I cannot explain the education I got in Don Bosco because it's beyond an explanation. That is essentially because that is something which manifests every moment in our lives. I did my high schooling in Don Bosco Manuti, and I do recollect my days or even moments. And we had a splendid time under the leadership of then Rector, Father K.D. Joseph, Principal Father Chakoshan, and Father Joseph Pulikan. Many of us came from rural ambience, but very quickly we would catapult to the springboard from where we could look at the larger world with confidence. School days are formative, and it helps one to acquire the perspective that shapes their outlook as well as future. One cardinal point which I always remember was the way in which our school looked at the students, reposing its unwavering belief in their potential. The teachers gave us a passion for excellence and also made us realize that the large responsibility to contribute to the society. I came to the school as an individual, but left it as a social being having respect for others. One important aspect of a school was its versatility, where the ability of each student was nourished. I had so much of reluctance in the beginning to indulge in sports and games, but soon realized its importance. Resilience and perseverance are twins, and perhaps I could imbibe a certain extent of it from the training. I feel that Don Bosco has numerous challenges ahead, but the nation and the people wish that this great organization could cope up with the huge expectations of the people. I wish that the meeting comes up with concrete strategy and action plan, enabling Don Bosco to raise to the expectations of the people. Wish you the best. Thank you.
Now let's go for a coffee break, and I request all the delegates to assemble back in the auditorium sharp at 11 a.m. for the second session. Thank you.
Bosco a safe, friendly and growth-enhancing home away from home. The session will be led by Reverend Father Dr. John Parankimalil SDB. Now, let me invite Reverend Father Dr. John Parankimalil SDB to come on to the stage along with Reverend Father Rayappa Lawrence and Reverend Father Vijay Martin. I request Reverend Father Rayappa Lawrence to introduce the speaker.
Good morning to one and all. Happy are those who feel wisdom and those who get understanding. For her income is better than silver and her revenue better than gold. She is more precious than jewels and nothing you desire can compare with her, says Proverbs chapter 3 verses 13 to 15. It's indeed an apt Bible verses for the resource person we have amidst us this day. That is Father Dr. John Parankimalil SDB, and he is popularly known as Father Dr. P.D. Johnny. He is a man sought after knowledge and put that knowledge into practice at the right time and at the right place. He is popularly known for the remarkable changes he brought into the St. Anthony's Higher Secondary School, Shillong, where he served as a principal for 14 long years, as well as in and around Meghalaya as an educationist and a reformer. He has 29 years of experience in the field of education, 17 years in school education, 7 years in college education, and 5 years in the university education. He has been appreciated and awarded by both government and non-government sectors for the service rendered in the field of education, either as a committee member or as an advisory body member. Presently, he is a member of academic committee of UGC and academic staff college NEHU and many other departments of education. He has also authored many articles in newspapers and magazines and books on self-discipline, positive thinking and moral education, such as How to Win Over Your Problems, Progressive Parenting, He Can, Who Thinks He Can, and several other books. We are really glad to have you among us, Father Johnny. He will be presenting to us on the theme, Don Bosco, a safe, friendly, and growth-enhancing home away from home. On behalf of all the fathers gathered here, I extend you warm welcome and over to you, dear Father.
Now, let me invite Reverend Father Vijay Martin SDB to present the stall to Reverend Father John Parankimalil SDB, Executive Director of Don Bosco Institute, Guwahati.
Yeah, good morning to you all. So wonderful to be here this morning. Thank you, organizers, Father Babu, Father Josh, who invited me to address you all. I consider it as a great privilege, great honor to be here amongst you, illustrious group of principals of all the Don Bosco schools of India. The topic given to me is Don Bosco's system of education. Don Bosco, a safe home. just take out that paper. Coming back to God's own country, after several years to address a gathering here, it's a great feeling. I left this place in the year 1979 from Don Bosco, Bhavan Manuti. 1979 is already 43 years away from this place, going to northeast India. That time it was undivided province of Guwahati. Later in 1982, the new province came, the Dimapur province and now Shillong province. And delegates from all the three provinces of northeast like Guwahati, Dimapur, Shillong. I'm sure they are all here in huge numbers. This year is a very special year for us because it's 100 years since the arrival of the Salesians to northeast India, 1922 to 2022. Director Major was there from 24th of October to 30th of October, where we had huge celebrations of the centenary, which actually we started 3 years before. We had a preparation for the centenary 3 years prior to that, and we just concluded it in the month of October. Speaking about Don Bosco's system, we are what we are because of our system of education. Everybody is running schools. What is special about our schools? And so that is what we are going to deal today. I don't know which school is this. Is Don Bosco Park Circus. Okay. I want you to take out that sheet of paper, the booklet that we have prepared for you. I just start with a story. Some of you may be familiar with this particular story, which is very important for us. A huge block of marble was lying abandoned in the workshop of the Cathedral of Florence ever since sculptor Duccio had badly damaged it in its unsuccessful attempt to carve it in 1464. The Cathedral Works Committee raised it up and invited local sculptors to try their skill on it. Several sculptors came along, but after taking a close look at the marble, they gave up. The reason, the marble was flawed, warped, brittle, impossible to work on. Even the great Donatello, considered to be the greatest sculptor of the 15th century Italy, wouldn't dare to touch it, for he knew how horrible a piece of marble that could be. On 16th August 1501, a 26-year-old sculptor showed up at the workshop. One look at the marble and he knew the challenge facing him. Here was a piece of marble that had defied the best of artists. His instant reaction was to turn away, for he knew how risky a job it was. At the same time, something in that piece of marble seemed to attract him. He said to himself, "This is a difficult piece of marble. It is crude, it is badly damaged, and it may even be dangerous to work with it. But I will take the risk." The artist's name was Michelangelo. The fearless Michelangelo worked 20 hours a day with patience, meticulousness, and passion. Slowly, the crude, horrible-looking junk began to yield to the master's touch. A figure of extraordinary grace and proportion began to emerge from the monstrous marble that was pronounced unfit. The work took nearly 3 years. Finally, when it was thrown open to public gaze, the people of Florence couldn't believe their eyes. In front of them was a masterpiece that defied explanation. Work of art that would soon be acclaimed as the most perfect human form ever sculpted in marble, the statue of David. the piece of marble discarded by all and pronounced unfit to work on, was transformed into a priceless piece of art. There was a man called by God named Don Bosco, who produced masterpieces of another kind from boys pronounced unfit for society. He gathered around him youngsters whom nobody else wanted, the rejects of society, and turned them into fine citizens and good Christians and even saints in the church. 1841, soon after his priestly ordination, a casual look to the prison brought him face to face with the horrifying spectacle of 13 and 14-year-old boys in lockup, along with hardened criminals. Seeing them, he thought to himself, if only these boys had someone to care for them, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Exploring the streets of Turin, he began to discover for himself the pitiable situation of numerous youngsters on the streets. Forced by hunger and destitution, they had gravitated to the city in the hope of making a living by doing any odd jobs. With no one to guide them and nowhere to turn for help, they were easy prey to the unscrupulous elements of society waiting to entrap the innocent. The respectable people of the city shunned them like pests. The police looked at them with suspicion. The evil authorities saw in them a potential threat to peace, and even Christian educators of the time thought it fit to keep a distance from them. We know the simple incident that I will not read just to save time. You can go through in the matter about Bartolomeo Garelli, the story, then how his oratory started. 5 years, Don Bosco went on with his wandering oratory. In 1846, he had nearly 300 youngsters from just with Bartolomeo Garelli, with 6 other boys, now 300 youngsters by 1846. Next, he got the permanent place, and now he brought his mother into the oratory. Third paragraph on page 4. To understand the magic, now how did Don Bosco achieve all this? To understand the magic of Don Bosco, it is necessary to go back to his own youth. He was barely 9 when a mysterious dream set forth the main lines of his future mission. He saw himself in a playground. So the dream at the age of 9, where he was given the vision that with kindness and love, not with the blows, but with gentleness, with kindness, you should win the boys over. The fifth paragraph, to understand the system of education, it is necessary to see the whole environment where in Don Bosco worked, the oratory. His system cannot be understood apart from the oratory. To understand what it means, we will have to turn to Don Bosco himself and how he put it once, the oratory, a home, that is the first main thing, a home that welcomes the young. So we have it, the theme out there, a home that welcomes the young, a home that nurtures, a school that prepares them for life, a parish that looks after the spiritual needs. It's a playground that offers them space for meeting friends and enjoy themselves. A home, a school, a parish, a playground. These are the 4 dimensions that set out our system of education. Now this is very interesting. Now we are all in the Don Bosco system of education. And we have to know our system of education, what do we operate on? And basing on that system, we can be effective, educators for the young people. In fact, when I was traveling from Guwahati to Cochin, I had a 4-hour halt in Bangalore. There in the restaurant, I meet a gentleman, Tegti, and suddenly I recognized him. He was an architect. He had come to Guwahati 3 years back for an architectural structure for a big auditorium for the Northeastern Bishops' Conference, NEDSS. And he was the one who designed that huge auditorium. He is a product of Don Bosco School, Iringalakuda. And sitting with him that night,
he asked me one question about, Father, what happened to the hostels that we had when I was a student of Don Bosco, Iringalapura? He said, I had failed class 6 in my village school. 1 year I waited. Then the following year I got admission by chance in Don Bosco, Iringalapura. That changed my whole life. I cannot think of any other school in the whole world as good as Don Bosco, Iringalapura. That's what he said. He's telling. He said, we were in the hostel. We had everything. It was a home, perfect home. I didn't have that much of happiness in my home, but in Don Bosco, Iringalapura I had. We had all the night games and night Olympics, and we were taken for trips to excursions to Thrissur Indoor Stadium, where as a boy, I was even refereeing a table tennis match. He was talking about everything, the good night talks, the spirituality that we got, the character formation that we got. He said, today when I design a school internationally, everywhere he's invited to, he's an architect. He said, if I design any school, Don Bosco, Iringalapura becomes my model. That's what he said. Because that is the school that I grew up with. So today when I look around all the Don Bosco schools all over India, he always put this question mark on the type of formation that we give to the children today is quite different from what we got in those years. Look at us. Me, for example, in 1975, I joined Don Bosco Mannuthi as almost a useless, discarded material like the block of marble, as I said. I was in Don Bosco Bhavan Mannuthi, didn't know a word of English. We grew up there. Where so many of my companions who joined, they all left. I persevered. And then in 1979, I felt as a discard again. I was sent to Guwahati, Assam. And there we grew up. But then our base is Don Bosco. We cannot think of any other school. I cannot think of any other school than Don Bosco Mannuthi, because that was the school, that 3 years that I had there in Don Bosco Mannuthi is everything. I still remember the principal, Father Chakochan, he was the principal. I still, when I take up my metric booklet, my holistic calculation, everything is there. It's there. John PD, 200 meters, gold medalist in 200 meters. Everything is recorded there. It was such a holistic type of education that we received. So today, this is the question that we need to ask ourselves. Let's take that concept of the home, which is very, very vital. I think I better ask one of our participants. Father MC George, my mentor, guide, is there. He will read this Don Bosco's as a home that welcomes the young. Father, take the mic. He's one of the veteran educationists of Guwahati province, Father MC George. So it becomes more participatory. On page 4, we are defining what is a home is.
Okay. A home that welcomes the young. Home is not a place, it's a feeling. A home is where I belong. I can be for what I am. There is nothing more important than a good, safe, secure home. Home is a place where I grow, where the heart is, where I am raised, where I play, laugh, cry, and learn. Where I become me, a strong, intelligent man, confident in myself, in my future, and in my past. A home is a place where one is appreciated, wanted, accepted as he, she is. It is where a climate of cordiality and rapport is always present. It is where one has the freedom to be oneself. It is where one could differ from the others without fear of being rejected. That's a kind of atmosphere that Don Bosco wanted the oratory to be, or in a Salesian house to be.
Yeah, thank you, Father MC George. So we said a home is a place. It's a feeling. It's a feeling that you are in a home. Right now, I am coming from a home. Not only my home here in Kerala, but a home that is called Don Bosco Institute. When Pascal Chavez, the rector major, he came to visit our place a few years back, he said, Don Bosco Institute is a modern Valdocco. It's an oratory of Don Bosco that started in Valdocco is actually existing in Don Bosco Institute. This time when the rector major came, he had a terrific feeling and he said, he told all the students and teachers out there, you have stolen my heart. Because he felt so much at home in a home that Don Bosco Institute is. That means every school, every institution that we have, it's a home. That's what Don Bosco wanted our school or our place to be. A home where I belong. I can be for who I am. There is nothing more important than a good, safe, secure home. I put the picture of Don Bosco Pudupalli because Father George is the one who was sending me all the details. And I thought it is a beautiful new school that was built by one of my rectors of Don Bosco, Manuthi, Father K.D. Joseph. He was one of them who started first time, I think, going to Putupalli and created a beautiful school, a beautiful home. So a home that nurtures. We read in the Bible, he increased in stature. That Jesus increased in stature. That every boy or girl coming to our school, he increases or she increases in stature, in wisdom. That's again the next concept that we... So which means the physical training, the body development, the holistic development of the child is so important. That's why we think of extracurricular activities. Don Bosco Manuthi, I think there is no game that was not present there. I could play hockey, cricket, tennis, badminton, table tennis, American war, Arabian flag, name it all. In Don Bosco Manuthi, we had everything that... In fact, I used to think only about games in the whole afternoon. Then Father K.D. Joseph was a rector. He called my father 3 times to send me home, saying that this child is only interested in games. I learned table tennis there. Even in Northeast, I still look for a partner to play with me table tennis, because difficult to find a partner to play table tennis even in that area sometimes. So sometimes it happens that the holistic training that we got in those years is somehow today we are not. In Assam, for example, we have so many Don Bosco schools, not run by us, not run by the Salesians. Don Bosco School Lamding, Don Bosco School Hojai, Don Bosco School Tespor, Mangaldoy, name it. Or there are so many Don Bosco schools, sometimes they overtake us. They have a better system, they actually follow. Sometimes I myself have gone to those schools, they ask us, Father, we are Don Bosco School, but please teach us your system, because we don't have Don Bosco fathers working here in our school. So they want to imitate our system. So this is where we need to think about it as a home. A home is a place of growth, whether our children are growing. I believe that a home is more than the 4 walls and a roof overhead. A home is an environment. It's a feeling that greets me when I walk through the door. It's a people who wait for me and to get home. My home is my rock solid foundation, and I will take it with me wherever or whenever I live, and I believe that the home is where individuals become themselves. Home for me is made up of experiences, moments. It's a feeling, we said. For that reason, my home is also people. And when home takes on a human form, it is called a family. I believe that a family is a relative term. So The home is a place of joy. For Don Bosco, joy was the 11th commandment, a joy that is born of a relationship of trust and collaboration between educators and youngsters. Article 58 of our Constitution says, let us make sure that our houses are always open and welcoming for the young people. The second concept is a school that educates. Education. It's not just intellectual formation, it's education. He increased in wisdom, not only in knowledge, but in wisdom. It's the mind formation. Can any of you guess which school is this? You can see the pictures out there. This is Don Bosco, Iringalakkuda. The pictures are of Don Bosco, Iringalakkuda, a school that prepares them for life. Pradeep, you have the microphone with you there.
A school that prepares them for life. A school is not merely a place where one fills his or her mind with information. It is a place one is prepared for life, to meet the challenges of life. This implies a harmonious development of one's personality. This is possible only in an atmosphere of dialogue, encounter, participation in life, and co-responsibility in carrying out community tasks. The oratory or a solution house is nothing but a school that helps the youngsters to develop in a harmonious and integral manner, making him or her aware of their inner strength and weaknesses. An important aspect of this growth is the ability to face challenges. Hence, every educational environment must offer the youngster sufficient number of challenges. An education that ignores this aspect cannot be worthy of human beings. The school is where one learns to face healthy challenges. It is in the midst of the demands, stresses, and strains of school life that a youngster learns to face challenges. The educative environment too must offer its share of challenges to the youngsters. These challenges help the young to develop their inner resources and face the future.
Okay, so you can also digest this idea from the script that we have written. We go to the next point, that is spiritual formation. That's where Matthew Martin or Martin Anthony, he also spoke about the person whom I met in Bangalore. He also speaks about the spiritual formation, the masses, the good night talks, the assembly talks, everything that you would receive. I have just changed that word, church that evangelizes, to a more acceptable term in today's context as a spirituality that transforms. A spirituality that transforms. He increased in favor with God. Or it's a soul formation of the child, of the person. So this is the third dimension. And the fourth dimension is the playground. The playground where friends meet, where a lot of activities and programs are held. I just read to save little time here. Don Bosco was a saint of the playground. For us, Don Bosco system, our education mostly in the playground. Games and sports and college weeks, all different extracurricular, co-curricular activities, a playground that forms our core system of education. He is one who believed that the playground is no less important than the classroom when it came to educating youngsters. Youngsters are full of life and they need to express themselves in the company of their peers, and the playground is the ideal setting for that. It is here that they meet their friends, share their stories and experiences the power of friendship. Don Bosco believed that the educator too has a place in the playground. In fact, he used to say, that the teacher who limits his or her work to the classroom only was a poor teacher. A teacher wanted his helpers to be with the young also in the playground. The playground helps to break down the walls that separates the educator and the youngster, that deepens their trust between the educator and the youngsters. Thus, Don Bosco's oratory was an educative environment that took every aspect of the young person's life. Today, 207 years after his birth, Don Bosco's educational method continues to do wonders in the world of the young. His idea of education is total. It includes everything: food to eat, clothes to wear, acquiring knowledge, learning a trade, playing games, singing songs, going for walks, praying, worshipping, and celebrating. In all these activities, we know that loving kindness plays an important aspect. The next point, can I have the cordless mic? So these 4 dimensions are explained in our 3 system of Hello, yeah. So the 3 system, the 3 pillars of our education that we are now to try, the 2 popular methods of educating by Don Bosco. The world that time was the repressive system and the preventive system. We know the repressive system, just a brush through of the system, which in Don Bosco's time, in the Remand homes, this was actually practiced. And in this particular system, this ancient model of teaching, spare the rod and spoil the child, where the humans are regulated and disciplined. Social order requires strict control: hitting, slapping, punching, pinching, cane, stick, putting people in the stock. This was the system which Don Bosco totally got rid of. And today every school in the world is following the system that Don Bosco actually introduced, the preventive system. So in that system of repression, the relationship was one of fear and aggression. Punishment was there. Love must be tough. Educator was distant and severe. Violence and pain was a must for discipline, etc. Effects was, very drastic. Effects were very, very poor. The matter is already given in the book. I am just rushing through this. Then came the preventive system. It was already existing actually. It was a model of the 19th century, developed as a reaction against the repressive system. Prevention is better than cure. But Don Bosco gave a new twist to this. He said the presence of the educator prevents evil. So for us, the preventive system is nothing but the system of presence, where the educator is present with the young people. The presence of the teacher or the educator prevents evil. The philosophy that humans are good, free and prone to evil. The tendency to evil exists in all human beings. Young people are particularly vulnerable and must be protected from all harm, and spaces need to be created to keep them away from crime and punishment. Ethical behavior can be taught early. Religion can influence this behavior. The relationship is one of, father, mother, friend, caring, protecting, assisting, accompanying. The skills are foresight, alertness to lurking dangers. Secure environments are created. Building familiarity and confidence. Learning is guided and assisted. Effects of this system: the children grown up here is healthier, is happier, feeling wanted and loved. Protection from negative experiences. Learn faster and perform better, and develop an identity and a sense of belonging. Then a new system, an aftermath of preventive system, our own fathers, Father Gonsalves and all, they have added one system called the expressive system. Expression. Today the children needs to express themselves in a variety of ways, which was adopted into the system the greatest sign of success for a teacher is to be able to say the child is now working as if I do not exist. My presence only required. I am a side player. The child becomes the protagonist. He becomes the center of all education. Humans are potential self-actualizers. Young people have interior energy to what is good. We need only to keep spaces to encourage talent building and growth. Create spaces for them. Create opportunities for them. Expressivity can be used to serve with the responsibility. Begins here, the relationship is of encouragement, is of accompaniment, we said, to discover and facilitate talents. The teacher becomes a role model. He becomes an inspirer. The teacher is perceived as a friend, as a fellow seeker, and a future citizen. The psychological and sociological effects of this system is develop self-esteem, are self-expressive, self-reliant, they are resilient in the face of adversity, and create robust citizenry. They become creators, inventors, achievers, and world changers. So, in the world today, there are three systems. One is the repressive system, which is now abhorred by all. Then we have the preventive system and the expressive system, which is the Don Bosco way. So we need to be aware, though we are all in our own Don Bosco setup, we need to be aware of this way. The two is the preventive system and the expressive system. And here is a holistic education that responds to the three basic needs of the individual, the rational, spiritual, and emotional. Every child has got these three needs. The rational, the spiritual, the emotional. And Don Bosco called it reason, religion, and loving kindness. Reason, of course, I got a video, but which we were trying and it was not playing, so I move ahead with the next slide. So the reason says very clearly, when something goes wrong, don't immediately attack the boy or the girl. Try to find out the reason. Is it poor background, bad parents, lack of basic training, faulty instructions? Don Bosco used to say, be guided by reason and not by passion. Reason calls for persuasion and development of personal conviction. When it comes to religion, the religion, the transcendental dimension of the human person. He regularly instructed the young in the truths of religion, obedience to the inner voice, importance of religious practices, practice of piety, education and spiritual life are inseparably connected. Awareness to the presence of God everywhere. God sees you. Duty done cheerfully, joy and optimism, love of God and love of neighbor, which is characteristic of this. We have the third system, the loving kindness. The entire system is based on love. It's a relationship which makes the educator live the life of his students and love what they love. A sincere love, devoid of sentimentality and selfish motives, a holy love. It looks for the good of the young and their spiritual and physical growth. This love is unconditional. Don Bosco used to say, it is enough for me to know that you are young, for me to love you very much. These are the three pillars of our system of education: reason, religion, and loving kindness. We don't want somebody else take away our system and we are not able to implement it fully in our own schools. So the two key words that explained our system is the system of presence and the system of accompanying. Now, from the preventive system flows these two key words, presence and accompaniment. Our teachers are present everywhere. It's 24/7. So we have to tell our teachers, you are not coming as a geography, history, maths and science teacher. You are coming as an educator. When you ask the child, when you ask the teacher, what do you teach? What do you teach? Many teachers say, I teach geography, I teach English, I teach science, which is not the answer that we as Don Bosco educators should get. They have to say, I teach children. I teach children. I am not teaching a subject, I teach children. The whole child. A child who is completely everything, the holistic child. So when you come to the aspect of pedagogy or presence, it's a presence that is physical present. So physically, a teacher must be present in the school. In one way we can say 24/7. Other way we can say right from the beginning till the end, and whenever the teacher is required to be present. Sometime maybe till 8 o'clock. If we have some other activity, physical presence of the teacher. It's a welcoming presence. The teacher's presence is welcoming. I will explain after this. It's a motivating presence, a personal presence, a challenging presence, an empathetic presence, an incarnational presence, a presence that is creative, a presence that is preventive and corrective. These are the dimensions of our presence. Let me explain in brief some of these. The physical presence. The educator must be physically present with the pupils. In a school environment, presence would mean the presence with the student from the moment they step into the school to the moment they step out of the boarding or the hostel or the school. It would mean round-the-clock presence. Today in our institute, as I said, Don Bosco Institute, which is not a school but an institute, before the pandemic we had 500 youth staying with us. They come for 3-month courses, 1-month course, 3-month course or 6-month course, or we have the management student stays for 2 years. We had 500 youth at one time staying for 3 months to 6 months. We have the hostel assistants. We don't have brothers today. We have hostel assistants who were students in the institute before. They are picked up. They are 24/7 with the students. And who are these students who come into Don Bosco Institute? They are the thrown outs. They are unemployable. They are unemployed. Those who are addicted to drugs and alcohol on the verge of collapse, somebody says, you go to Don Bosco Institute. And so somebody tells them they come to Don Bosco Institute. I can tell you, we implement Don Bosco system completely out there. Within a week or a month, they are transformed into somebody who is totally different. So they come for a 3-month course. After 3 months, they shift to another course. Not because they wanted to shift, they don't want to leave Don Bosco Institute. They said, Father, this is the only safe, secure place that we find. Anywhere outside, we are out there in the cold. Nobody cares about us. Finally, we get them for a job. Now with the Don Bosco Placement Network, we even get job opportunities everywhere. Jobs are available, but we create a system like that. Then we talk about the welcoming presence, which means the physical presence of the educator should be a welcome presence. When the teacher the presence is so welcoming, one that the child longs for, one that facilitates happiness, one that stirs a positive emotion. So we have to tell our teacher not just be physically present, but it should be a welcoming presence. It's a presence that is motivating. Look, a presence of the teacher or the educator infuses enthusiasm, encouragement, and is optimistic. Presence of the educator infuses in the child a thirst for knowledge. Through tactful queries, experiment and exposure, create a kind of educative environment. We speak about a personal presence. The educator, the present educator, is one that the child feels known, accepted and loved. The teacher knows the child. Not only the subject knows the child, home, parents, environment, everything. A personal connect is created with the teacher and the student. That is what we mean personal presence. We talk about the challenging presence. Presence that is challenging when it brings out the best in the student, especially under adverse circumstances. The educator challenges them to his or her convictions, values, dedication, spirit, reaching for the stars, reaching the mountain top, achieving great heights and all. Empathetic presence. It's a life-enhancing presence. Care, compassion, concern with no strings attached. It's an unconditional involvement in the life of the student. We talk about the incarnational presence, a presence where the child, the teacher is coming down to the level of God, coming down to earth. The teacher comes down to the level of the child, stoops even to kneel before the child, loving what the students love and getting under their skin. It's a creative presence, a presence that is open to the joy of discovery. New thing, new experiments, new ways, new solution, new outlook, new idea, all this comes. Finally, it is a preventive and corrective presence. The presence that prevents evil. Students are apt to forget the rules. Being there with them would help prevent exposure to harm. A presence that instills fear and punishment does more harm than good. Accusation, name-calling, sarcasm, lecturing, moralizing, generalizing are to be avoided. It's a preventive and corrective presence. Coming to the second pedagogy of accompaniment. It's a process. Accompanying is a process. It means being with, standing by. To traverse the territory of students. It's a journeying together. As God accompanied the people of Israel, not just 1 month or 2 months or 1 year, but 40 years in the desert. In the desert. With all their grumbling and ups and downs and all, God accompanied the people of Israel without giving them up, or without giving up on them. Jesus accompanied his disciples as he taught them, illiterate fishermen. He taught them and made them apostles, made them his torchbearers, sent them out into the whole world to preach the gospel. Imagine the illiterate fishermen were accompanied and taught and made powerful people. His Emmaus walk, or the story of accompaniment, how they recognize the Lord in their presence. So the pedagogy of accompaniment involves total acceptance of the child. I accept you as you are, not as I want you to be. It speaks about broad-mindedness, keeping the student's end in mind, commitment, listening, and engaging yourself. These are the 5 different aspects of accompaniment. The first one is total acceptance of the child. I accept you as you are, not as I want you to be. The second one is broad-mindedness. To be broad-minded. Flexibility, broad-mindedness in the educator make him or her more approachable. It also enables him or her to accept the students as they are. Overlook some of the childish behavior and shortcomings, and so that the child will gain confidence. Keeping their end in mind. Of course, we tell our teachers, you are here as our, let's say, employees. The students are our beneficiaries. They have to benefit from their education. We have to keep their end in mind, their goal in mind, their aspirations in mind, their dreams in mind, and basing on that, that is the main thing, keeping their end in mind. Total commitment from the part of the educator. Accompanying is a patient work. Continue to walk with them through the ingratitude, tensions, insecurities. It's listening. In accompanying involved listening. The synodality is all about listening. Listening to what they are saying. Listening to what they are not saying. Listening to things they are afraid to say. And listening to things that they themselves taken for granted. In short, listening with the heart. Listening with the soul. So listening with completely, that is part of accompaniment. But today as educators, as principals, we may not have time even to listen to our teachers, listen to our students, listen to the community members. The final aspect is engage oneself. Engage yourself in matters important to the student. Getting engaged, Not only the students get engaged, we get engaged into the students' life. So the Pope Francis says, we need only to accompany and encourage them. This word becomes so powerful even when the Holy Father Don Bosco gave us this word called accompaniment, presence. And now Pope Francis says, we need only to accompany and encourage them. And imagine what height that our students can reach. Finally, of course, this quotation that we already said one, it is enough that you are young for me to love you very much. The final part of my paper, it is called some fundamental learnings, which I thought will share with you. Take the last page. Okay. This is the final session. I have just mentioned out there also the quality of education. One thing that now we are all running schools, as Raipa was reading out, Lawrence was reading out. I had this education right from in school, in college, in university, and gone around. There was one time when I was also in INAX that time. And now quality of education. Today we talk about quality. And there are four, fundamental pillars in education. One is called the input. Input actually, in all our Don Bosco school, by and large, the input is good. Input is everything that we put in. The infrastructure, the facilities, the teaching learning process, the laboratories, the library, the playgrounds, classrooms, all well equipped. It's input. If the input is good, we are sure the output is there to some extent. I mean, we cannot completely guarantee. The second one is the output. Output is in terms of the ability to read, the ability to speak, the ability to write, the ability to get employed, or the marks that secure, the result, the research. Everything is the output. Output, we said, is varying. Input and output is always connected. If the teacher gives good input, or the school gives good input, good values, definitely the greater output will be good. And then the third thing is the outcome. What is the outcome of our education? What do they become as a result of our education? Maybe engineers, doctors, lawyers, philosophers, pilots, civil servants, name it, teachers, whatever. As a result of our education, this is the outcome. But the fourth and the most important thing is the impact. What is their impact today? Are our students making an impact in society, in community, in every way? We need to follow this particular cycle. Input, output, outcome, impact. There are sometimes, I'm telling, we have computer courses in DBI. 1 month, 3 months, 6 months. A child coming for 3 months computer course, he says, he paid computer fees class 1 to class 10, but he did not learn any computer. He has to come to DBI, Don Bosco, to learn the computer course. Of course, these students who came not from Don Bosco schools, they are from other government schools or other schools. They come, they are not dropouts, they are coming, but they have paid computer fees all along, but they never learned computer. But they come to our institution, they learn. So, and then they are also getting jobs after that. So this one thing, dear principals, keep this thing in mind: input, output, outcome, impact. And also this we can do only if we follow up the past peoples. We say we have past people system, but somehow we are not able to. This Vaduthala Don Bosco has got a huge past people's wing, I know. At least because of the oratory, the youth center. All those who are connected to the youth center, they even made a pilgrimage to Guwahati. I remember they stayed in Don Bosco Institute for a week, and they had a tremendous experience out there, and they all breathe, eat, everything in Don Bosco only for them as well. The next slide, so the impact. So what is your impact in your school? What is the impact of our teachers in the school or in the society? What is the impact of our students in society? It's a picture of the impact of our Holy Father I'm asking this question, what is your impact in the school? The second one, some fundamental basic things I said, learnings, just to sharing it with you as we are in this national conference. For a Salesian, teaching is about three things, not just knowledge, values, knowledge, skills. Values, knowledge and skills. This has to be get into our system. Our school must ensure teaching values, number one, knowledge and skills, hands-on skills, whether they will become employed. Not just getting 90 or 95 or 100% marks, getting a rank in the state board or in the university or CBSE is not the criterion, whether they have got hands-on skills, employable skills, ability to read, to speak, to write, to organize, to network, to teamwork, to lead, to solve problems, so many things that we can talk about. And a teacher in our school is someone who can affect the behavior of students. A teacher who is a teacher in our school, someone who will affect the behavior of children for the better. So this is one of the important things that we need to, these three words, values, knowledge and skills. These are very basic things. Teaching is not about, pouring in, just opening the skull of the child, pouring in knowledge. Like petrol, kerosene, diesel, we just pour in. Teaching is not pouring in. It's not just information center, informing or memorizing. Studying by heart, of course, the old education policy and all was mostly on this. The new education policy has changed the dimension on this. It's not memorizing. It's not just covering of content. It's not just covering of content, but whether they have acquired knowledge, which we will see. But I have given one slide out here. Some few words is formation. It's formation. So every school becomes a formation ground. Don Bosco, Bhavan, Manuti was a formation for me. Savvy Junior Aid, where I grew up as an aspirant, was a formation ground. Novitiate was a formation. Philosophy, theology, they are all formation house. Today, our system involves that we make our school into a formation place. The way we form the intellect, their personality, their character, their soul, everything is formed and they become like, the Salesians. They themselves become like the Salesians in that formation. Learning to know knowledge, learning to do activities, learning to be, being and becoming. I become what I am meant to be. I become what I am capable of becoming. And learning to live together as brothers and sisters. So it is not this, pouring in, informing, memorizing, covering of content, but formation, learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, and learning to live together. Teaching is not again this. So the picture is very clear. Dragging, pulling, pushing, forcing. You can't force education. You can't force knowledge. You can't force anything for that matter. Last year our motto also was that everything through love, nothing through constraint, nothing through force. We cannot manage anything through force. But it is clearly said, some words accompanying, we already said, shepherding, listening, parenting, guiding, mentoring. These are some of the key words that it should be prevalent in our system of education. So we have seen, I just put some pictures of that movie. That person in this movie is very much for me like a Salesian teacher. Two students, Ishan and Johan. Ishan is incorrigible with a sickness called dyslexia. Johan, topper in the school. Ishan is in a world of his own because of his sickness. Parents cannot understand him. One teacher came into his life who says every child is special. Every child is unique. Every child is special. And so he used so many different styles. Initially, the child is not even willing to look at the teacher. And later, through different styles that the teacher used, typically a Salesian teacher like, the comic style, the dancing style, the storytelling style, meeting the parents of the child, to attract the child into his side, he tried so many techniques that he used. So many techniques that he used. Sitting by the child, behind the child, until he created a hero out of that boy. From a zero to a hero. That becomes a kind of system that we can follow. So one of the things that you need to keep in mind as principles of school teaching, it's a cycle again. It's a cycle again. As principals, when you go back, it's good to tell your teachers, teaching should lead to learning. If no learning takes place, there is no teaching. I mentioned it all in the script out there. It should lead to understanding. It should lead to reflection. It should lead to thinking. And it should lead to questioning. It should lead to questioning or evaluating, and finally to creativity. I said creativity, discovery, idea generation, inventions. So teaching is like a cycle like this. Every teaching should lead to learning, understanding, reflection, thinking, questioning, creativity, and discovery. So we should know there are 3 types of learners. In our classroom, the teacher must know there are 3 types of learners. The visual learner who learns maximum through visuals, the auditory learner who learns maximum by audition, hearing, so the speech, clarity, information giving, kinesthetic, action, activity. So the child who is always impetuous, active, so he also needs to get. There are 3 types of learners. Here I speak about the laws of learning, that every school, the principal must make the teachers aware that these are the lessons or the laws of learning. The law of readiness. The child must be ready to learn. So the teacher's duty is to make the child ready to learn. Children, are you ready? Children, are you ready? They have to make sure that the child is ready to learn. Make them ready. Get them ready to learn. The second one is the law of exercise. Practice. The more practice, more perfection. It speaks about the law of effect. The feedback, positive feedback, appropriate feedback is given, then the learning becomes faster or better. The law of primacy. Here that every principal must know this law of primacy. Primacy means first. Means first learning should be correct learning. First learning, correct learning. Make sure that every primary teacher, the first teacher introducing to language, to grammar, to maths, basics must be correct. Step-by-step process. Everything becomes easy then on. So the primary teachers are considered to be the best teachers. Otherwise, they just pick on after that. So just primary. The law of primacy says first learning is correct learning. The law of recency. Whatever learned today must be revised today itself and tested tomorrow. Then the learning becomes faster. And final law says the law of intensity. So these are the 6 laws of learning, which I have also mentioned in the script. Of course, there is no video. Here is a slide that tells you what teaching is. We said what teaching is not. What teaching is, along with IQ, intelligence, emphasizing the SQ. SQ can stand for social, spiritual quotient, the emotional quotient, the attitudinal quotient, the happiness quotient. Happiness of the child, bringing the joy, the fun, the enthusiasm back into the classroom. And then today they use a word called GQ, grit, never give up. Grit quotient they call it. The child who is told not to give up, that becomes another quotient today. So everything is geared into the heart of the child. Look at the picture and you will realize all these cylinders are fitted into the heart, not at the head. Before we said education is not a head matter. It's a heart matter. Education of the heart. That is what Don Bosco's system. And the result on the child. Just see the result. The child is dancing. It's a dancing style. There is a musical note. The child is singing. There is joy. There is happiness in the child. One of the theory that is very commonly used today is the split brain theory of Roger Sperry. Roger Sperry, a Californian from the University of California, he spoke about the two brain. He spoke of split brain theory, left brain and the right brain. That means every child seated in the classroom has a left and the right brain. There are some who are strong on the left brain, the others are strong on the right brain. And so what happens in the left brain and what happens in the right brain? So the left brain is called the logic brain. The right brain is called the creative brain. Left means everything that is mathematical, logical, calculation. All this speech, calculation, intellectual analysis, reading, writing, naming, ordering, sequencing, everything is coming. If you want an Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton, Shakuntala Devi, Pablo, all these fellows who are mathematicians and thinkers, they have a well-developed left brain. On the other side, majority of the students are with the creative brain. They are called the right brainers. Creativity, artistic ability, musical ability, emotion, recognition, comprehension, perception of abstract patterns, spatial ability, facial expression, holistic ability, intuition, images, color. But by and large, in our schools, we focus on the left brain, maths and science all the time, and we forget about other creative aspects, competitions, painting, singing, concerts, sports, games. All these are where lot of possibilities are hidden. So it is good for us to think about that both sides of the brain should be geared into. Then today, of course, everyone is using this theory. Why don't we? We are using it well and good. Howard Gardner's theory of multiple intelligence. He says that there are 9 types of intelligence. 9 types of intelligence. So we need to develop all these different types of intelligence. There is the interpersonal intelligence, intrapersonal, bodily kinesthetic, musical, verbal, logical, naturalistic, visual, spatial, and existentialist. He talks about 9 types of intelligence. Then Daniel Goleman comes about and tells another intelligence called emotional intelligence, social intelligence. So today everything is kinds of different types of intelligence. So every child has got an intelligence which we say is a dull student. But that child may have an intelligence which we are not aware of. So it is good for us to categorize that type of intelligence. So ultimately what we need to do, the final slide that I am saying is, we need only to accompany and encourage our children. So I have a few minutes in case if any of you have any doubts or clarification or questions, we can bring about. So creating a safe, secure environment, living out the system that Don Bosco, our father and founder, has given to us, I think that is the thing that we need to think about. My videos, when we tested, was not playing, so we couldn't play the videos for you. We skipped the videos. At the same time here, I am here to appreciate all of you, the principals of our schools. Let our schools stand out. Let our schools really, bring out that best in us. Sometimes we say we live in our brand, the brand value. Don Bosco is a brand. But how long we can live on this value? Unless we are rooted in our own system and create a climate that is. It's not just running a school, introducing a textbook, or that is just CBSE is doing, ICS is doing. I follow a syllabus of ICSE, CBSE. Every school is doing. What is special about our school? Are our students really standing up for us when we are in trouble? It's a matter of concern for us that whether our school is really standing up. They can stand up for us when we are in trouble also, if they will stand up for us. Any questions you can just, or any reflection on, or contrary point of view? I given the sheet for you so that, just we have 5 minutes more only. I given that sheet for you so that you can also revise as and when you get a time to go through. This slide is important for us to remember the four dimensions of our education. The four dimensions of our education: creating a home in our school, education, giving of that wisdom that we talked about, intellectual formation, the mind formation, the soul formation, spirituality. The word church I avoided just to make it more secular. Spirituality that transforms, and a playground where friends meet. I also salute the great principals who are seated here, some of, from whom I myself have learned a lot. There is, if I could name a few people I can name only from our own region out there. I already mentioned about Father M.C. George. He's a great educationist. He's seated there right in front. Father Sebastian Palati. He is right now the principal of one of our big schools in Tripura, in Don Bosco, Vaduthala, which Father M.C. George started. Now Father Sebastian is there. I was with him in St. Anthony's High Secondary School 5 years as vice principal. That time the slogan in the whole, streets of Shillong, east or west, north or south, Sebastian is the best. Though we had great schools in Shillong, but there was no one like Father Sebastian, who was considered as the best principal of, that was in the 90s, early 90s of our last century. Last century in the 90s, 1994 or 96, 97. Other principals, of course, I know so many principals. Of course, Father Jose Manipadam, who is heading school education, he's here. He's illustrious principal of Don Bosco Park Circle, Don Bosco Siliguri, he's also here. Veteran principals. And if I tell all the illustrious principals to stand up, you may not stand up because all of you are illustrious. But we need to claim our system. Now what we need to do, we just claim it is ours. Now we are the custodians. We are sitting on that chair of that principal. It is we who decide. My one simple philosophy is wherever I go to take programs for teachers or principal, the school is as good as the principal. The first criterion is the school is as good as the principal. If your school is not good, no use of blaming anybody else, because the school will be as good as the principal. But that is not the end. The second principle is the class is as good as the class teacher, which means you as a principal have, every student is in a class, and every class will have a class teacher. That class teacher, selection of that class teacher should be told, you are the leader of that classroom. That class will be as good as the class teacher. Again, appointment of good class monitors, class captains. Again, the class will be as good as the monitors or the captains or whatever term that you may use. Again, the maths teachers, when they say, oh, now the class teacher is in charge, let her manage. But we have to say, maths will be as good as the maths teacher. Geography will be as good as the geography teacher. English will be as good as the English teacher. So the English is poor in the school, the English teacher also has to take the blame. When we come to the games or sports, football will be as good as the football coach. Table tennis will be as good as table tennis coach. So leadership from top to bottom. At every stage, if we implement this, your school will be the perfect. But we have to prove it from the top, that the school is as good as the principal. Able to stand up and deliver an assembly talk to your students, and later after 10 years, 15 years, 30 years, they will remember, Father, we still remember that story that you told us in the assembly. Our power to deliver quality education in the school will percolate to our class teachers, to our, class monitors, then meetings with these people. One thing is to have monitors with your meetings with your class teachers of different sections, high secondary, high school, middle school, junior school. Then have meetings with your class monitors. Empower them. You should have meetings with your specified time, once a month, meeting with the class monitor. They look for this particular event, meeting with the principal, the class monitors. Then, of course, with the other teachers. To run a school, actually, it is not very difficult, but we have to prove from the top that we are leaders from our chair. What happens to us by virtue of our cassock or our religious vocation? We get to a chair. We get to a chair where we are unfit. By and large, we may not be fit. If we are in the corporate world or in the secular world, we may not be selected to that post because we have to pass through the interview. By virtue of being a priest or a brother, you are appointed as a principal without any training. But once we get on to it, it is our responsibility to shine as, make sure that we don't let Don Bosco down. We don't let our system down. We don't let our brand down. And then we run after, money, business, and everything else than the school that we are given charge of. This is what we need to think about, that I am today the custodian. We are attending this meeting, National Conference of Don Bosco Principals. When we go back, we have to be different than what we were or what we are. If we think something is missing in our system, we learn from each other, learn from everyone. We all learn like that. For me, still, Father Chakochan, who is now in Hyderabad province, he becomes a kind of model for me because he was my principal when I was in Don Bosco School, Manuti. And my rector was Father K.D. Joseph. And my principal was, and I remember every brother, so talented, so gifted in games, in music, in everything, and we grew up. And I was a child who couldn't speak. I was a stammerer. I was considered as somewhere unfit. But as I told you in the first story, Don Bosco alone could create something out of you. So that we can do it for our children. As I tell you, we are doing it in Don Bosco Institute. One of the things that we are proud of today in Don Bosco Institute, even our Hindus, majority of the children who come are Hindus, there are even Muslims. We have the prayers, the morning prayer, the meditation, the rosary, the night prayer, the good night, just like we did in Manuti or in Sabia Junrate in that institute. And these children, they still follow these prayers. One Sunday I had an experience, they go for a walk. One child was coming back home, coming back to the institute in the evening. So I asked him, where did you go? He said, Father, I went to the temple. He was a Hindu boy. You went to the temple on a Sunday walk day? He said, yes, Father. What did you do there? I prayed. What did you pray? I went to the temple, stretched out my hand and I prayed, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom. And telling me by heart the prayer, which if I were to ask some Christian students, they may not pray it by heart. He said, you prayed the Our Father in the temple? Yes, Father. That is the only prayer that I learned in my life, that is in DBI. God is my Father. I didn't have a father. My father died years back. Now I realize I have a father and I am calling out to him. These are the wonderful experiences that we have. I know these children who go out, they get a job. Quite many of them run with their first salary to our institute. Father, this is my first salary. 10,000 rupees I got as salary. This is for you mean for the institute. So that you can educate somebody else like us. He said, no, you keep this. This is your first salary, you look after yourself. No, Father, I will not take this. If not for you, I would not have got this job and this money. Finally, I said, okay, we will take 2,000 rupees. You take the 8,000. You know what he did? He took the 2,000, 8,000 he gave to the institute. Tears will come down from your eyes when we know that when we follow the heart of Don Bosco and educate these so-called underprivileged children, we get the benefit. I have taught in schools, in college, now of course university, because our institute is also part of the university in management. But the greatest satisfaction is what we get in educating these underprivileged or the dropouts or these children who are lost everything, they come back. Maybe the Don Bosco system, it's good for us to think, how many of these poor children do we educate in our schools? How many of them? And they will stand by you, no matter what. The rich and the powerful, they said, oh, we have paid our fees, so we paid our fees, we got. Anywhere else we would have got. So what are we to be grateful for? But the other children, they got the benefit, and today they are standing by us whenever we are in need. So once again, congratulations to all of you, dear principals, and I wish that Don Bosco's name, the brand, remains through us, with us, and we communicate that to our teachers. Don Bosco's system of education, the 4 pillars, the home, the school, the spirituality, and the playground aspect, reason, religion, loving kindness, the 2 pedagogy of presence, pedagogy of accompaniment. And definitely we shall be the good, true educators according to the heart and mind of Don Bosco. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Father. I request Reverend Father Rayappa Lawrence SDB and Reverend Father Martin Vijay to come onto the stage. Now let me invite Reverend Father Vijay Martin SDB to deliver the words of gratitude.
Dear fathers and friends, it gives me an immense pleasure as a young principal to honor and thank the versatile personalities such as you, dear Father John Parangimalil, SDB. You have toiled, endured, and have contributed much to the field of education in a Salesian way. Dear Father, the transformation that you brought into St. Anthony's High School, Shillong, where you served as principal for the 14 long years and 29 years of educative life, proves thus. The title of one of the books that you authored goes thus: He can who thinks he can. I repeat, he can who thinks he can. Published in the year 2000. Dear Father, your thoughts and actions are powerful. This title of a book is not simply a title, but your personality, your charism and zeal. This charism and zeal has driven you to be a member of various academic committee headed by you. I take this opportunity to thank you wholeheartedly for having addressed and inspired the participants of NECDBS and for all your contributions towards education. Dear fathers and friends, let's put our hands together and with a thunderous applause, thank dear Father John Parangimalil, SDB. Thank you, Father, for enhancing the knowledge about the Salesian educative system which we need to preserve and nurture. Let Don Bosco schools remain a safe, friendly, and growth-enhancing home away from home. Thanks to one and all.
Thank you, Father. May I now request Reverend Father Rayappa Lawrence, SDB, to present the memento to Reverend Father Dr. John Parangimalil. Thank you, fathers. Now we shall watch a video presentation on the topic My School, My Second Home by Mr. M.C. Roy, Income Tax Commissioner, Kerala. He was also a past pupil. Let's sit back and enjoy.
Home. It's a place where we are loved, taught and trained. It's also a place where we are disciplined. Don Bosco High School, Manuti was a home to me. A place that taught and trained me and disciplined me, and most importantly, a place where I was loved. I bow my head in gratitude to all the Salesians who got associated with me, especially my teachers. I wish and pray that Don Bosco and Salesians will continue to illuminate the lives of millions of youth in the days to come. Thank you.
Now let me invite Reverend Father Babu Manisheri, General Convener, to give the general information.
A very good afternoon. I hope things are fine with you. In the auditorium we have a little problem maybe with the AC. We will be putting off now and then putting on. And when the AC is off, we will have the fans on. That shall be the procedure. Photos and videos will be available in our website, the NECDBS www.necdbs2022.com. It will be available. Photos will be available from the evening today. You can download. Its address, everything is here in this booklet, also seen there. Videos will be available eventually maybe by tomorrow, because the heavy files will be available. You can download it eventually. The Wi-Fi username and password, we have it on the screen. The Wi-Fi which is available in this hall. Coffee break shall be in front of this auditorium. Today we found a few delegates going the other way. Please, we will have the coffee break during the conference time in front of the auditorium here. And for your wash facilities, we have almost in all the buildings that ground floor. The swimming pool also, you have the ground floor facilities there for the wash purpose. Today kindly reassemble 5 to 2 o'clock. We have the dance program which was not in the morning. We had it in the calendar, but we will have the dance program just before the session that begins in the afternoon. So please reassemble at 1:55. I would request all the delegates to visit the stalls, the exhibition stalls, which is adjacent to the food court. And all of us, please understand it. Kindly go in, say hello, and pick up what is possible. So we would expect and we would request you, please kindly visit the stores, because you understand, I believe, the finance is there. In the morning, we will have little coffee served, black coffee served before the Mass every day from tomorrow.
That's all for the information part of it. We will please come.
Now we will be going for the lunch break. I request all the respected fathers to move to the dining hall. I request all the delegates to move to the food court.
Young minds are passionate, curious, and ever ready to learn. From picking up new hobbies, learning new languages, and developing new skills to boost their enthusiasm for novelty. They are the future leaders of the world. They need safe space to explore and hone all their interests. The new age learning should be as limitless as the opportunities this world has to offer. The Multi-Potential Learning app is here to do just that. With Ulipsu, learn what you wish to. Unlike the olden days, there are ample opportunities to excel in every field. A simple hobby can become a path-breaking career for youngsters. So why limit learning? The world needs explorers, creators, innovators, and leaders too. Our platform provides young minds ample opportunities to learn from experts on any topic of their choice. Get a ton of learning resources, unlimited revisits to the classes, short impactful sessions, and learn by experience. New courses are added every week, so your young one gets the most up-to-date fresh content every single time. At Ulipsu, make your young one a multi-potentialite.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the afternoon session. Before we start the session, let's enjoy a dance performance by Don Bosco Hospet.
ನಿನ್ನದನಿಗಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಕರಿಗಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ಕಾಯುವೆ ತೀರ ಬಳಿ ಬಂದ ನೀನು ನನಗೊಂದು ಸೋಜಿಗದಂತೆ ಕಾಣುವೆ
ಕುಂಟಿಗಿರುವಾಗ ಕುಂಟು ನೆಪ ತೋರಿ ಬಂದ ಕನಸೆಲ್ಲ ನಿನ್ನದು ನಾನು ಅನುರಾಗಿ ನೀನೆ ನನಗಾಗಿ ಎನ್ನುವ ಭಾವನೆ ನನ್ನದು
ಕಣ್ಣಿನಲ್ಲೇನೆ ಹೊಮ್ಮಿದೆ ಕೋಮಲ ಕೋರಿಕೆ ಮುತ್ತಿನ ಅಂಕಿತ ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಕಂದಕ್ಕೆ
ನಿನ್ನದನಿಗಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಕರೆಗಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ಕಾಯುವೆ ತೀರ ಬಳಿ ಬಂದ ನೀನು ನನಗೊಂದು ಸೋಜಿಗದಂತೆ ಕಾಣುವೆ
Mama.
That was really entertaining. Good job, Don Bosco Hospet. Now let's start the session 3 of the day under the general title, Molding Participatory Educational Environments. This will be a panel discussion and the panelists are Dr. Dhanya Bhaskaran, Educationalist and Corporate Trainer, Macmillan Education India Private Limited. She will be the moderator of the panel discussion. Next we have Mr. Georgie Paul, General Secretary, CKSC and Master Trainer, CBSE. Dr. Anna Nina George, Associate Professor, Dr. Dada Vaidya College, Education, and Mrs. Neetu Krishna, Clinical Research Professional. May I now invite the panelists onto the dais, along with Reverend Father Verghese Iduthichira, Principal of Don Bosco Infant Jesus School, Kattapana, and Reverend Father Jitin Chakkimangalat, Principal of Don Bosco School, Yadagiri. May I now request Reverend Father Verghese Iduthichira to introduce the panelists.
Very good afternoon to one and all. Half of the work is already done. The compeer has already introduced the panelists to us. This afternoon session, we are privileged to have an eminent and erudite panel of guests to present to us the theme, Molding Participatory Educational Environment. As a moderator for this section, we have acclaimed educationalist and orator, Dr. Dhanya Bhaskaran, Senior Manager, Product Marketing, Macmillan Education India. She has been actively engaged in the field of teacher empowerment and corporate training for the past 18 years. She is a distinguished researcher who has presented research papers in both national and international conferences and published her articles in many peer-reviewed journals. She is the recipient of Exceptional Women of Excellence Award in 2018 for her contributions in the field of education and achievement as a corporate trainer and business executive. Dear ma'am, we are proud to have you with us today and we extend a warm and hearty welcome to you. We also have with us Mr. Georgie Paul, Principal, Benchmark International School, Tirur, and CBSE Master Trainer. He is an internationally renowned pedagogical trainer and has conducted professional development trainings and child-friendly classroom workshops for the Education Department of the Republic Maldives. He has many academic achievements to his credit and indeed a very resourceful speaker. Dear sir, we are happy to have you with us today and we welcome you cordially to this educational conference of Don Bosco schools. Another panelist of the day is Dr. Anna Nina George, Associate Professor, Dr. Dada Vidya College of Education, Goa. She is a fervent and much appreciated teacher educator hailing from Baroda. She was the Dean of the Faculty of Education at Goa University and a registered PhD guide in education. She is a member of Steering Committee for Curriculum Framework for Teacher Education by the Directorate of Education, Goa. She has conducted many seminars and workshops across India and is an ardent advocate of environmental education. Thank you, Dr. Nina George, for having kindly consented to be with us today for this panel discussion, and we welcome you heartily to this august assembly. Our fourth resource person for the day is Miss Needu Krishna, a clinical research professional with a vast experience in handling multiple global level trainings and has many publications to her credit. She is now the Training and Development Manager, the multinational clinical research organization. Hearty welcome, ma'am. I hand over the mic to the moderator.
Thank you, Father. Next, I would like to welcome Reverend Father Jidin Chakkimangalata to present the stall for the panelists. Thank you, fathers.
Thank you so much, and a warm good afternoon to all the educators and leaders present here. Indian education system or segment is undergoing or witnessing a huge change, a sea change indeed. And this transformation is touching all spheres of education, from students to teachers, to teacher educators, to trainers, to principals, to parents. It's an overwhelming time. And all the stakeholders of education, including teachers, principals, school management, publishers like Macmillan, teacher educators, we are all putting our heart and soul to make this change the best positive change that has ever happened to our country. And to talk about today's program, we have a very core concept, which is the buzzword of the day, that is participatory learning. And with us, we have three eminent educators to share their views on this topic of participatory learning. And I'm sure we are going to have a lot of perspectives unfolded here, which will help us to think, ponder, reflect, and take new stands on these concepts. To start with, Mr. Georgie Paul will be talking us about participatory learning in alignment with National Education Policy 2020, which is a topic that is very relevant in the present Indian education system. And he is also going to discuss on how NEP and NCF envision the manifestation of participatory learning in the actual teaching learning situations. Kind of a pragmatic approach, I hope. After that, Dr. Ananina George, she will be sharing her insights on the concept of participatory learning from a very different perspective. That is, what is participatory learning and how multiple intelligence and its possibilities can be connected or associated with participatory learning activities that we design for our students in the classroom. After that, we have Ms. Neetu. Ms. Neetu Krishna will be talking from the perspective of the change management, what are the changes that are going to come into this segment or this sphere of education, and how different stakeholders will have to manage themselves to embrace this change and make it a fruitful learning experience. Without ado, let me invite Mr. Georgie Paul, and we are all ears for you, sir.
This is it.
Good afternoon, my fellow panelists and educationists from Don Bosco family. It's my proud privilege to be here with you, to stand and deliver from this podium on this particular topic, molding participatory learning in the classrooms. I would like to start with the quote of John Dewey. If you teach today's children the same way how you taught yesterday's, you steal their tomorrows. This is what he said. So we don't have the privilege, we don't have the right, we don't have the authority to teach today's children the same way how we taught. And National Education Policy was launched means recommendations were out in the year 2020. When we got stranded in our respective houses, it was released exactly on 29th July 2020. And the fourth chapter of National Education Policy has a title, Curriculum and Pedagogy in Schools. Curriculum is what we transact. Pedagogy is how we transact the curriculum. So regarding this curriculum and pedagogy, there is a subtitle. And it is like this: Learning should be holistic, integrated, enjoyable, and engaging. The significance of participatory classroom is given in the title itself. Learning should be holistic. Holistic learning is not the content knowledge or the knowledge that we gather for writing the examination and scoring A1 in all subjects. It is all-round, well-rounded individuals equipped with key 21st century skills. So that cannot be made possible from the classroom interaction which happens in the same way how it was. When I was a student, I had a fixed seat in my classroom. I had to go to that seat. From that seat, I listened to my teacher. I watched the demonstrations made by the teacher. Then I copied the notes and went back home and memorized and came back to the same classroom, same seat. I was given some papers and then I omitted what I memorized. So that was not holistic learning. That was not holistic development as well. So the second, integrated. So the subjects, topics to be integrated with other areas, other subjects, or even it can go beyond the subject boundaries. That is integration. The third point, enjoyable. Learning should be enjoyable for the children. Being the education administrators, you ask yourself whether it is enjoyable for the children or not. If it is not enjoyable, the last point is the reason. They are not engaged. The last point is engaging. Children should be engaged in the learning. So the learning through engaged, participatory or involved learning is the real learning, and that has to be provided in the classrooms. It is going to be the responsibility for us. The previous national education policy is more than 36 years old. So for the last 36 years, we have been practicing what was suggested 3.5 decades before. So this has to be changed. So this is the right time for us to be on wheels, to have the spring up action to bring that change into the classrooms. Let's just look at this. You might have gone through this structure, the suggested structure, because when these national education policy recommendations were out, a lot of online, offline sessions were organized by educators, educational leaders, and educational boards. So these are very familiar to you. Look at the first phase, first structure. That is foundational stage. Foundational stage from 3 years to 8 years. Pre-KG to class 2. And what is suggested there? This is clearly given in chapter number 4, paragraph 2. The foundational stage will consist of 5 years of flexible, multifaceted play, activity-based learning. Play-based, activity-based learning is suggested in the first phase. And the name is given for that, foundational stage. Foundational stage, what is the task in the foundation stage? Laying the foundation. So when the children come to the classrooms at the age of 3, when they are ready to receive, when they are ready to develop themselves with abundant potential, there should be platform for play-based learning, involved learning. What is given in the second phase? That is the second structure says, 4.2, again, the next preparatory stage. See, I have highlighted that particular point. Please look at that particular point. Activity. The preparatory stage will comprise 3 years of education building on the play, discovery, and activity-based. So, from the classes 3, 4, 5, again the same recommendation goes. Play-based, activity-based, preparatory learning. Let's look at the next phase, second last phase, that is middle stage. This stage again, as a highlightation here. There will be subjects. Subjects will be introduced by the subject teachers, and experiential learning within each subject. Experiential learning is learning through experience. This is what Aristotle said years back. When we got the experiential learning inputs recently from David Cole, we thought it is new, but it is not new. It was the same opinion that Aristotle had. He said that for the learning, for the perfect learning, for the authentic learning, we have to do learning plus learning happens when experience is coupled with reflection. Experience plus reflection is equal to learning. So there should be space for the children to have experience. There should be space for the children to have reflection. And this will happen only if the classrooms are changed to learning environments. Learning environment is the environment where the children are permitted, encouraged, motivated, inspired to learn. Again, the last stage. Last stage, The last part, that is secondary, without any separation like secondary and senior secondary, the last 4 years go with this. Greater depth, greater critical thinking, greater attention to life aspirations. So these life aspirations cannot be achieved sitting in the classroom bench. It is possible only when they experience the life situations. That's why we have a lot of recommendations like case-based, experiential learning, competency-based, outcome-based learning. These are the recommendations and suggestions. And with this, let's look at the fourth paragraph of the same chapter, fourth chapter. It says, the key overall thrust of curriculum and pedagogy reform across all stages will be to move the education system towards real understanding and towards learning how to learn and away from the culture of rote learning as is largely present today. And it is not my words, these are the words copied from the National Education Policy. And it says, rote learning is largely present today. So we have to take this momentum from this rote learning structure to the real learning, how part of the learning. And here it's again, the aim of education will not only be cognitive development, not just intellectual development alone, not to make the intellectual citizens alone, but also building character and creating holistic and well-rounded individuals equipped with key 21st century skills. 21st century skills cannot be taught in the classrooms. Skills cannot be learned from the teacher. Instead, skills must be acquired. So what is to be provided in the schools? Acquisition-rich environment. See, the knowledge that we used to receive from the teacher is available at the fingertip now. It's available from Wikipedia. It's available from encyclopedia. It is available from Byju's app, but still children come to classrooms. It is not for receiving any knowledge from the teacher or from the book. It is to get the opportunity to be a part of the learning. That is the task for educators. Provide acquisition-rich environment that is possible in schools. Unfortunately, that is not possible at home. That's why they are spending their time in the schools. So here, in order to provide these 21st century skills, in order to equip our children to be fit for the global citizenship, international citizenship, 21st century skills. What are the 21st century skills? Critical thinking, creative thinking, collaboration, communication, technology literacy, media literacy, information literacy, flexibility, leadership, initiative, productivity, and social skills. These are the 21st century skills. Will these 21st century skills be possible through the typical, conventional, traditional learning through the books, learning from the mouth of the teacher? It is not possible. So this is something very crucial for us to transform the classroom space to experiential learning spaces. So that is possible only through activities. But here we have suggestion. The same National Education Policy, Chapter 4, next paragraph says, curriculum content will be reduced in each subject because it is not going to be content-based. It's going to be competency-based. For that, to its core essentials to make space for critical thinking, more holistic, inquiry-based, discovery-based, discussion-based, and analysis-based learning. The mandated content will focus on key concepts, ideas, applications, and problem solving. Teaching and learning will be conducted in a more interactive manner. Interaction will be encouraged. Questions will be encouraged so that children will be free to ask questions at any point of their learning process. There will be no fixed set of instructions right through the mouth of the teacher, but they are free to raise their concerns anytime to anybody. Then again, the classroom sessions will regularly contain fun. That's a question to be asked, whether there is fun. Then the second, creative, collaborative, and exploratory activities. Instead of getting something through the notes given by the teacher, instead of copying something from the reference guide, if the children go in search of the answer, that is exploration. They'll get the creative thinking, critical thinking. So that is suggested, and it will lead to a more and deeper experiential learning. Experiential learning is mandatory now. Whichever is the board, experiential learning is suggested. Chapter number 4, paragraph 6 says, in all stages means right from the foundation stage, from the pre-KG classes, experiential learning will be promoted. And what is one of the ways for experiential learning? Art integration. Art integration, sports integration, ICT integration, whatever is the integration. Teachers are free, pedagogical practitioners are free to design their own, because there is no stringent order from the CBSE or ICSE or respective state boards to follow any particular pedagogy. Curriculum may be designed and given to the schools, but not the pedagogy. So pedagogy is the discretion of each and every educationist. Because we are pedagogical practitioners, we all are, you are maybe the chief pedagogical practitioners, leaders of the pedagogical practitioners. So let art be integrated, sports be integrated, storytelling, etc. be integrated. So if classrooms contains art activities, definitely no child will be sitting, no child will be moving backward. Instead, they all will be coming towards the front row. So the center stage occupied by the teacher cannot stay there, because children will be happy to come to the center stage. There the teachers will recede to the sides, leaving the center stage open for the children. That is the advantage if art is promoted in the classroom. So let the integration be possible. So this is another suggestion. See here, I just would like to show this particular slide, because this tells us about the outcome to be achieved. It's going to be competency based assessment. And if the assessment is competency based, teaching and learning should also be competency based. Last year, we had a special scheme of assessment in main boards, ICSE and CBSE. What was it? Special scheme of assessment. And what was the type of questions the children received? That was case-based, competency-based questions. And they struggled to answer those questions. It was only because they were not trained to practice. They were not trained to do such assessments. Because teaching was content-based. And their assessment in the past was content-based. So now the shift is to competency-based. So in order to provide competency-based space, the educational practices to be reshuffled. Then here, shifting the traditional assessments to competency-focused, track students' progress comprehensively and frequently, design tools and resources to acquire learning outcomes, outcome-based. NCERT has released outcome-based documents, right? For the classes from 1 to 8, there is outcome-based manuals. Each and every component, content in the chapter should be aligned with an outcome. And it is not to check whether the portion has been completed or not, but to assess whether the competency is achieved or not. That's why we have key stage assessments. What is key stage assessment? There will be assessments in 3, 5 and 8 classes. These are key stages. And will it be based? That will be conducted across the country. And will this key stage assessment be based on any book? No, it will not be based on a book. When? It will be based on competency. So a child in 3rd standard should be able to do certain things. Whether our children are able to do that or not, that will be tested. So a teacher cannot help the child with materials. Preset questions cannot be given to the children. Anything can be asked from any area. Competency will only be tested. And here it comes again. Holistic progress card. 360 holistic progress card. Another recommendation. See, we know what is in the progress card. How easy is that? Since it is only the transcript, like, the marks received in each subject on a maximum 1-line comment. But in 360 holistic progress card, everything about the child should be mentioned. Everything means not only their academic performance, their behavior, their character, their values, their virtues, their ethics, their arithmetic, logic, reasoning, the way how they behave at home, the way how they behave at school. All these to be communicated. And how will it be communicated? Through continuous monitoring. So if this is done through continuous monitoring, definitely there will be possibility for them to grow further. So that is what is targeted. So these key stage assessments will be conducted as National Achievement Survey in the form of National Achievement Survey, State Achievement Surveys, SAFEL-like assessment systems. So then it is our time to change ourselves. Then now here, just look at this top 10 skills required in 2015, 2020 and 2030. This is released by the World Economic Forum. World Economic Forum released these particular skills. Look at that. Let's forget what happened in 2015 and 2020. Let's look at 2030. That means after 7 years, this third one, you look at that, third skill that is required, active learning. Active learning is a requirement in 2030. Why? Why is this active learning a requirement in 2030? It is only because it is not happening now. If it was a reality, it wouldn't have been a requirement. That's why it is a requirement. So that means if 2030 requires active learning, isn't this our time to make that possible in schools? Because our children will be getting out. The middle schoolers will be geared up for the world competition by that time. So it is high time. It's high time. Just look at this one. See, this says, this is corner of learning. As per this corner of learning, it says, people generally remember 10% of what they read, 20% of what they hear, and 30% of what they see. If we have wonderful teachers who have exemplary voice mechanism, verbal mesmerism, if they go to the classroom and explains things, through that only 20% can be ensured. See, some teachers demonstrate very beautifully, and if they demonstrate and if the children watch and go, it is only 30%. Who is an exemplary teacher for us? The one who has an outstanding demonstration skills and exemplary verbal mesmerism, right? Still that teacher gives only 50. And still till that 50 is passive learning. And active learning will happen only if they say something. It is not what is given in the book. It is not what is taught by the teacher. If they say something and if they write something and if they do something, that is active learning. And this is the requirement in 2030. And if this is the requirement, classrooms to be transformed. And see here, just look at this particular point. We have neurocortical areas, and these are the areas of learning. These areas are interlinked a bit with emotional centers. Neurocortical areas are connected with emotional centers. If a child is emotionally distressed, that entire area becomes blank, disabled. Then no learning will happen. Even if they spend in front of device or book or teacher or tutor, still no learning will happen. So that is emotional stability. Emotional happiness is important. That's why happiness in the classroom helps to enhance the learning experience of the students. So what is the best thing? Allocate happiness in the classroom. Create happiness in the classroom. Many researchers have identified that happy students tend to learn well. There is a link between, that too a strong link between happiness and success. And look at this screen. This screen tells us about the important. Engaged and motivated students under minimal stress have high cognitive abilities, make connections and experience aha moments. Engaged. If they are engaged, they'll make aha moments. And learning, when the learning is associated with a strong positive emotion, that is joy, actual learning takes place. So there is only one way to make them happy. Let them be engaged. Let them be involved. And that involved participatory learning to be promoted. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And we are running short of time, so without taking much time, let me invite Dr. Anna to share her views, and then we'll move on to Ms. Neetu, and then we will go for the summing up and Q&A. This will be the nature of the session, the flow. Over to you, Dr. Anna.
A warm good evening to all of you. Let me place on record my thanks to All India Don Bosco Education Society, the Salesian Province of Bangalore, and OUP for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be with you on your 6th National Conference. In this session 3, I will be sharing some of my ideas, thoughts regarding molding participatory educational environment, let's begin with a quote by Howard Gardner. Most of you must have heard about Howard Gardner, who gave us the idea of multiple intelligence. Psychologist working in US, and even now he's working on the idea of multiple intelligence, and he says the goal of education is to help people use their minds better. I have a picture for you over here, and I want you to tell me, what do you see there? Pardon? Two players. Is that what you see? Hand. Okay. It's a human hand. Right or left? Pardon? It's a left hand. Okay. What do you see there? On purpose I have brought this because I come from Goa and this is Kerala. So there is something common, and that's football. That's not something that I have done. I have not painted it, but I chose this picture just to show you that simple thing like human hand can be converted to show two players playing a football game, isn't it? So how much we can do even with a simple thing like hand. It's only when you think about it. If you Some painter, the painter has thought about it. That's why we got that picture. We have been looking at our hand, but I don't think we ever thought that it can be painted into two, opposing players in a football match. That's Seymour Papert. I hope you have heard about him. Maybe in your philosophy, you must have heard about him. He says, I am convinced that the best learning takes place when the learner takes charge. Not the teacher takes charge, not the principal takes charge, but the learner takes charge of learning. You have to be responsible for your learning, not your tuition teacher, not your school teacher, the learner, whichever class they are. Seymour Papert, when you go back, if you have never heard about him, you should. The propaginator of constructionist model of education. It's nothing new. It's a very old thing. He's no more. Learning is more productive when connected to action. That's what we are talking about. Molding participatory environment. Participatory environment is nothing but learning connected to action. He felt that education devoid of authentic activities is one of the main causes for poor learning. We are sending students to all kinds of schools, all kinds of textbooks, all kinds of tuitions, all entrance exams and everything, but learning doesn't seem to be happening. The main reason, Papert has given this decades, centuries ago, he has said that it is because there is no authentic activity. That means no action. Papert states that learning is most effective when part of the activity the learner experiences as constructing a meaningful product. That means something should come out of your learning. It's not just writing the exam, product, thing should come out. So two things. Seymour Papert says that the learner has to be in charge and the learner should produce something. Then only learning can take place. Henry Jenkins, beautiful quote I found. Participatory culture shifts the focus of literacy from one of the individual expression to community involvement. That means when we talk about participatory learning, participatory education, we are talking about a community involved in the education. It is not an individual act. It cannot be done by an individual. That's what we talk about participatory. So participatory culture in the field of education. Now, what is participative learning system? An environment where the learner has choice and say. The ability to actively add input, information to the activity. Ownership of the learning activities. This is something I found, more important. Ownership. What I am learning, I must learn. It is important. This will be helpful. I am responsible for my education. Whatever I am learning, I am responsible. The learner should feel that. The ability to show that they know the material in diverse ways. It's not in one way, it's in diverse ways. The ability to provide feedback to the teacher, others, and themselves. So there is planning as well as feedback when we talk about participative learning system. It is not just the teaching in the classroom, but it is all are involved in the planning and all are involved in the assessment. This is the learning pyramid, in which if we look at the top level of the pyramid, wherein we engage in lecture, reading, audiovisual, demonstration, all done by teachers, it results into passive learning. That means the learner is not involved. Again, no involvement, no learning. On the other hand, if the learner is engaged into discussion, practice by doing, and teach others. I would suggest all the heads over here, if we can ask our teachers in the school to make the students teach some part of it to the class at the end of the class, that would be much better than they summarizing it at the end. The students should summarize it. So teaching others becomes participative. So even in the existing classroom, it can become a little participative if the student can summarize at the end. So that brings participatory learning even in the learning pyramid. Now the characteristics, what does it have? The learning ecosystem. There is an ecosystem, like how we have plants have an ecosystem, animals, we all come into an ecosystem. So like that, learning also has got an ecosystem. Motivation and engagement. Again and again, the engagement word comes when we talk about participatory education or participatory learning. Engaged. The student has to be engaged. Engaged in what? In doing something. Characteristics. These are the characteristics. And the creativity and interest. It is not same thing repeated. So something like, I showed you the hand, one hand in the form of two players. So that's a creative expression. So creativity becomes part of the participatory learning. I want you to solve this. You can see, those who know it, if you are already knowing it, please hold on. This is a small kind of a puzzle for all of you. The answer that you will give will have the word travel. And the remaining part of the answer, you have to look at the picture and you should get. I can't hear. Travel overseas. Of course, in Kerala, I think I brought the appropriate slide because in Kerala this suits. As in Goa, travel overseas. So I use such things, it helps us to think in a different way. Now if you look at this, the shift, the shift of participatory learning from dominating to empowering. Empower whom? Empower everybody. Empower the teacher, empower the student, empowerment. Empowerment with what? With knowledge. Which deciding about the knowledge. What we have to learn, we are deciding. That itself is empowering. Closed. From closed, we go to an open environment. Not a closed environment, but an open environment. In the traditional way in which we are learning, it's an individual based. But when we talk about participatory education, it's a group. Here we talk about measuring. How much did you get? But here it is comparing. How much did you get before and how much did you get now? So you compare yourself with your own performance. Reserved. You have to be reserved. You have to keep quiet, keep silence. Here, because it's a group, you should have a rapport with everyone. Frustration. You have to keep quiet. You can't talk from 8 o'clock to 2 o'clock. You can't talk. You have to speak only what the teacher will ask. It's very frustrating. But on the other hand, if it is a participatory education environment in the class, it's fun. More of verbal, that means more of something that you can hear, but participatory will be more of visual, something that you can see. Participatory education is a method where students are given opportunity to engage in the process of determining their curriculum. We never ask them what they would like to learn. We never ask. Every time we decide and we give to them. They may have some wonderful ideas. We don't know. So as to incorporate their learning goals into the activities they partake while promoting involvement in democratic decision making. Because it is a democratic process. When we talk about participatory learning environment, we are not just talking about, we are in fact saying that it has to be democratic. When it is democratic, everybody has a say. All participants are active in defining their own needs as well as their desires. Because many times, even as adults, many people feel, I had all these desires, but I could never ask in the class because it's not part of the curriculum. Beyond simply defining these goals, all participants work to implement them and then to evaluate the process that they use to achieve the set goals. The students have to think of what they want to learn, and they should also think of how they should be evaluated. That would be a wonderful exercise. The reason why participatory education was created was to give the people a better way, a way to better their own lives. That means to improve your life through education, not through earning money. Through education, make your life better. Maybe you have heard about Pestalozzi, a very ancient person, in fact. But the words of such people are wisdom. They are eternal. You don't need any new words. We just go back 100 years, you will find all this. Participatory education starts with the process of creating whole students. Just imagine, Pestalozzi has already said it. What more can you say? He already said that whole students, holistic, total. Those who can both understand, integrate complex ideas and perform a useful skill. Now we are talking about Skill India. He has already said it, isn't it? Pestalozzi, ages ago. Pestalozzi puts it, the first rule is to teach always by things. That means we should use things to teach, not words. Pestalozzi already said it in one sentence. I feel so succinct is his words, isn't it? Next comes the recent, isn't it, Howard Gardner. He says, and his statement about intelligence itself is so comprehensive, wonderful. Biopsychological potential to process information. We are now talking about information processing, isn't it? We talk about information processing structure, information processing model. What does he say? That can activate in a cultural setting. So you cannot think of an education devoid of cultural setting. It has to be in a cultural setting. It is always in a cultural setting. And it is not just to finish syllabus, but it is to solve problems, to create products. How similar is Howard Gardner in the 21st century and Pestalozzi hundreds and hundreds of years ago. So similar are their thoughts. You can see. So that means, again, we are coming to the point that participatory education means it has to be, the student has to create something. These are the different multiple intelligences given by Howard Gardner himself. See the kind of intelligences a human being has. These are only few. There are more. And within these kinds of intelligences, the kind of things that a human being can do and would like to do. Out of all this, how many are happening in the classroom other than listening to the teacher? Very few. Very few. Sometimes it may be, but not on a regular basis. A student may be there, highly good at naturalistic intelligence, loves about plants, animals, but can't speak about it, isn't it? Linguistic, a student is there, excellent in words. They would later become poets and writers, and when you meet them, you will feel, when you see that as an adult, as a poet or a writer, you will be surprised. You are so good. Yes, madam, but I never saw you in the class. So because our system is such. Visual spatial, those who can think in images, those who can design, artists, designers, engineers. Kinesthetic, all these sports, actors, dance, drama, all those people who are interested in that. Today also we saw some dance over here. Musical intelligence, one of the prime intelligences of human being, which takes care of all other intelligence. Musical. Logical, mathematical. We always think of logical, mathematical as maths teachers, isn't it? We think only of maths and mathematicians. But logical mathematical goes into the courtroom. Isn't it? All the judges, advocates, they are all good at logical mathematical. So look at the amount of intelligence we all have, all of us. But it doesn't reflect in our classrooms. I would like you to solve this. Those who know it, please hold. I can't hear. Letter M. Fantastic. Fantastic. You gave me the answer, travel overseas. Now I want you to answer this. Half-hearted. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Half-hearted. Fantastic. To end with, I'm telling you, it's not going to be easy. I'm not telling you it's going to be easy. I'm telling you it's going to be worth it. Planning, molding, participatory education for our children is really worth it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a wonderful and insightful talk. And now we have Ms. Neethu to approach participatory learning from a very different perspective altogether. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Sanya ma'am. Really excited to be here, and my God, such an intimidating crowd. And I know it's a post-lunch session. It is painful to sit, with so much to pay so much attention after a hearty lunch. I get it. It is painful. But why I said it is an intimidating crowd is that the amount of knowledge and experience that we have in this hall, it's amazing. So, before I start, I just want to take your blessings. The stalwarts of the Don Bosco family, as well as the veteran educators here, please bless me as I move on right into the topic today, molding participatory educational environment. Of course, look at the picture. The excitement. Oh, can you see? No, not yet. It's not that there. Yeah, can you see this? The excitement, the curiosity, right? That's what we want. And, when I got this topic, are we gone again? Okay, so when I heard about this topic, and just like anybody else who would hear about this topic for the first time, your mind will be filled with questions, right? Can you go? Press next. What? Who? Where? Why? And how? It's normal, right, to have all these kind of questions to come to your mind when you hear about such a new topic. So, I was thinking, anyways, we have a lot of amazing presenters here today and in the coming days. So, pretty much everything is going to be covered. And we have our board, taking such an amazing stance in this, in rolling out this particular type of learning, which I would say is revolutionary. It's not new, because we do have participatory learning, or kind of like, I would say, a shade of it in, 11 standards, 12 standards onwards, because we have lab. We are actually experiencing learning, right? So, I was thinking, what am I supposed to bring to the table here? Next slide. So, when I thought about it, what's our journey that we have, embarked on? What is our current state? We have our traditional way of learning, right? The audio-visual learning. And yesterday I had a discussion with Danya ma'am, and she gave me this wonderful term, hybrid learning. Thank you for that. So, this is our traditional method. What's the journey? What's our end point, the destination? Future state, participatory learning environment. How is it different? We are bringing in the third style of learning, kinesthetic learning. And what exactly is kinesthetic learning? Learning by doing. We are letting our kids, so far, children, we do have labs, we have demos, but when are they actually feeling it, experiencing it, enjoying it? They are seeing everything. Visual is there, audio is there. When are they actually doing it? Not until they are in their 11, 12, and all educations beyond that. We have our lab, right? That's where they are actually doing something. However, they are still doing in a controlled environment. Are they able to experience? Are they able to experiment? Are they able to explore? And that's the beauty of participatory learning. Next slide, please. So back to my topic. How? This is what I wanted to take, because rest all are being addressed, by different speakers, the ones before me and ones who are coming afterwards. So as a practical person, my thought process was like, oh, okay, fine. I have a topic. I have a plan. How do I implement it? And Anna ma'am and Georgie sir they have put across it beautifully. How are we going to achieve this? The steps, the objectives, it's gonna be there. What extra am I gonna bring to the table? It is not just about the process and implementation. It is also about the people involved. Whenever we have a project, we think about, how are we going to achieve this? What are the steps that we are going to take? What is our end point? How do we do this? Pretty much the people part of it always takes the back seat. We never think about what are the changes that the people involved in this process of change have to go through. Have we ever thought about it? Coming from corporate world, this is something that we say every day, because every day there's going to be something new. Change is the only constant. We are so stuck in certain ways of doing things that it's going to be difficult, right? Have you ever heard somebody whenever they heard about change, they're like, yay, change, woohoo, let's do this. Have you ever heard that? I'm asking you. Everybody's like, do I have to? Really? I don't wanna, right? That's the norm. Why? What is that? Resistance, right? Whenever there is a change, there's gonna be at least that one person who's gonna resist change. How do we overcome that? This is gonna be an amazing, I would say, change in the field of education. Again, not a new concept, but the implementation, how we are going to be doing it. It's going to be pretty new. How do we convert this resistance into a positive energy? How do we get the people involved on board? For that, we need effective change management. And we do this in corporate very often. When we introduce change, when we introduce new ways of doing things, there's got to be effective change management. Not just change management, but effectively. Otherwise, we are setting ourselves up for failure. It won't work unless we have the people involved on board. How do we do that? Next slide. Who are these people, by the way? The teachers. I'm not going to touch on the board because that's not my area of expertise, and board has, their own way of doing things. The parents, the management. I'm not just talking about the management, but the people leaders in the organization, in schools, the principals, that is you, the leadership team within the organization, and our wonderful, wonderful students. They all are the people involved in this process to achieve. And unless we have every one of them on board and be ready to take on this journey, we can never achieve successful and complete as well as sustainable implementation. It is not like we implement and we just let it go, right? It has to continue, it has to evolve, and it has to get refined every day. So unless we have everyone together in unison, that is not going to be achievable. Next slide. So I'm pretty sure many of you must have seen this video. It is not exactly what I want to touch upon, participatory learning. But here, in addition to what you're seeing here, I want you to clearly, I want to really observe the reactions of the person that's going to demonstrate and the students and the audience. Can you play this, please? There's no sound. I'm so sorry. I don't hear anything. So basically, now that the sound is not working, do you see the watts and all? This is actually coming from the audience. This is actually a demonstration of a gyroscope. So, because you can't hear the excitement, I'm so sorry, this is a complete failure today. Technology happens. So, can you go back? In that particular video, the teacher is actually demonstrating how a gyroscope works. No fancy tools, it's just a cycle tire and a piece of rope. I never knew what a gyroscope is until I saw Jurassic World, where they have this gyroscope thing to explore the park. But just with a wheel and a piece of rope, this teacher is able to demonstrate how a gyroscope works. Going back to the basics, in B.Ed, we used to build all these models to teach students, right? Have we ever continued that? Where did that go? Right? Why aren't we doing that? Why isn't learning exciting? So, this is one of those examples where that passion, and if anybody wants this, this is Dr. Tatiana Kumova, and please do search in Google. She is amazing, and you will see the power of participatory learning in all of her videos. See? That's a gyroscope. I feel much more educated after seeing that. Let's move on. Okay, so let's touch upon the pillars that are involved in this change process. Our teachers, our wonderful, wonderful teachers. First of all, they are going to go through pedagogy change. They have been used to all the teaching styles that they have been using for many years. They are set in their ways. It's time to change. And here, their role is going to elevate from an instructor to a supervisory role, a coach, a mentor. And why I say it is an elevation, trust me, to move from an instructor to a supervisory role, to observe and to become a mentor and a coach, it takes a ton more effort. It is not easy. A teacher's role is going to be really, really blown up. They're going to need the time, and they're going to kind of align and get on board with the idea that, yes, my workload is going to increase. And coming from the training field myself, whenever I teach students and whenever they have these activities going on, and when I observe, it takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of focus to observe each student. How are they behaving in a group project? How are they behaving individually? How are they executing these activities? How curious are they? How are they exploring? How are they analyzing? How is that critical thinking process? You got to observe each one of these for this to be a success. Next is, I want to show you a picture. This is a completely subject agnostic example. What do you call a person of this race? What do you call this person of this race? Black? Negro? Okay. Black? Anybody for black? Raise your hands, please. Anybody for Negro? Right. Anybody for African? Cool. Anybody for nigger? That's like a rap favorite word of rappers. Thank you. Thank you so much for your, contribution, for your inputs. Black? Cool. African? Cool. Negro? Not cool. Our world has changed by leaps and bounds. Teachers who are teaching in standard 1, 2, the professors, students doing their final year MBA, one of the most refined professional courses, they still use this word, Negro, which is now considered as one of the most derogatory words that can be used against people of black ethnicity. It is a big no-no. How many of us know that? Why is this example relevant? Acclimatization to the changing environment. Here we are letting students, they are not going to be in control of the teacher, right? The learning process, they're going to explore. They need to know what is right, what is wrong, what is fake, what is false information, what is acceptable in today's world. The world is changing as we speak. So every teacher has to be absolutely updated, not just in their subjects. Of course, it is evolving as well. But what is happening in this world? What is acceptable in today's world? I'm not going to go into the woke culture and all. That is a completely different monster. But how updated are we? All right, going into, and of course, the changing environment, the change in teaching methods. How updated are they? Are they ready to get on board with this? And the next one is, this is something that we heard from teachers. And again, I just want to say that, I today stand as a coach and co-owner of a training organization called New Skills. And we have been training a lot of students across Kerala. And, from what we have seen, learn from teachers, students, management, parents is that we have something called as the lesson plan, right? And everybody is using it. Are the teachers really happy about that? Are they? Nope. Because the learning plan is quite prescriptive. So when we, and trust me, I'm all about, consistency and, having some, thought prompts to get our learning at a really good pace. But when you are getting too prescriptive about how to teach, are we getting too restrictive? Are we not letting the teacher's passion or creativity really come into play? Are we telling that this is exactly what you have to do? You can't sway away from that. One teacher told us, if a child is asking one different question, I'm stuck. I don't know, it is not written there. I have to add more information. Administrative task. Teachers are spending so much time on administrative tasks. They are not getting the time to really focus on what they do best. Teaching. So, are we really overloading with a lot of administrative tasks that they are not getting enough time? And of course, work-life balance. They got to stay sane, right, to teach. So, is the workload really hampering that? And the next one, this is something that I've personally observed. The emotional state of teachers. How many of us, when we were students, liked a teacher who is super grumpy, always angry, always upset, in the pretext that I'm just a very serious person? How many of us like such people as teachers? No. I have seen teachers carrying emotional baggage from their personal lives and really shower that upon students. The emotional state. We heard that, happy students learn better, right? So when the teacher is super cranky and grumpy, may not be their fault. And they are not connecting with students. In participatory learning, they need to connect with students because it's a partnership. Students and teachers are partnering with each other here. Without that, it won't happen. So the emotional state of the teacher is absolutely important. They should allow mistakes to happen. When children are learning, they're exploring, they will make mistakes. And I have seen certain students complain that, we don't get to make mistakes. Teachers are, looking down at us, mistakes are being frowned upon. Why? And we say, life coaches say, you got to make mistake, you learn from my mistake. And why is it not applicable to students? That's unfair. They got to make mistakes. Without mistakes, they will never learn. Okay, so I'm talking about fearless learning. And we will come to that, in a second. Children should have an environment that fosters fearless learning. Then comes egalitarian approach. Well, this is something that is kind of like, a touchy point. Teachers have their favorites, right? And many a times, teachers' favorites get most of the opportunities. Never. if you want this participatory learning to be a success, every child should get equal opportunity, equal treatment, and it is not just equal opportunity, it's equitable opportunity as well. We saw the implementation of music, art, sports, everything into participatory learning, because every child is different. Everyone's inclination towards certain subjects is different. So, when we have an egalitarian approach, a teacher should be able to identify, if I give a particular task to this kid, will this kid be able to perform that perfectly? What is this kid's strength area? What is with this child's weak area? How do I bridge the gap? And that's what I said. It is gonna increase the workload of every teacher involved. Now we have to have unbiased student engagement to have every child get the benefit of participatory learning. So finally, let teachers be teachers, not admins, not club managers. Let them be teachers and let them do what they do best. Now moving quickly, parents, yay! All right, so I'm a parent myself and I get this, because participatory learning, what is that? Many of our parents, of course, all, educated, not so educated, that's fine. But awareness is absolutely important. Without the awareness of what exactly we are trying to achieve here, nope. Parents are like, what is this? My child is coming home and destroying everything at home. They are experimenting. They are dismantling the radio, dismantling the TV. And they are saying they are learning. Awareness. Why are they doing this? Fearless learning. I'm not about, just let them go ahead and destroy everything. No. But the teachers need to know why there is resistance to change, which we have personally observed. My partner Hashim and I, we have personally observed resistance among teachers. All right, so we are almost at the end of time. So I'm just going to quickly finish up. Management. Please make sure that you are fostering an environment of change, collaboration and support, because everybody together, teachers, parents and management, unless they stand together, students cannot achieve this learning. And strategy planning, timetable changes and workload management is absolutely the need of the hour. And for students, we need to have them, the mentality of respect, collaborative mentality, break those friend circles, let them mingle with each other and develop that collaborative mentality at an early stage. Culture of learning, culture of sharing and respect for each other. So in our words, we say participatory learning is creating well-organized, supervised chaos called participatory learning. Next slide. Done. Child-centric learning warrants a shift in perspective. Our inconveniences, our apprehensions, our preferences should not be roadblocks to wholesome learning experience. Thank you so much for your patient listening. That's all. I'm so sorry.
Perfectly fine. Thank you so much. We have some 3 minutes for the questions. Before moving on to the questions, I would like to refresh your memory on all the 3 topics that we have discussed so far. So we started with Mr. Georgie Paul, and he talked about learning as a holistic, integrated, enjoyable experience, the aha moments in teaching and learning. And he talked about experiential learning, the crucial role of authentic learning, and experience of reflection, the importance of reflection in experiential learning, and the move or the paradigm shifts that are very essential for the new era of teaching and learning, which are from passive to participative, from rote to experiential, from teacher-centric to learner-centric, from receptive to reflective, from content to competency. And how can we help the teachers to move away from the segregated teaching to integrated and multidisciplinary teaching and learning? And he also talked about the top 10 skills and the pyramid of learning and the learning outcomes. From there, we moved charge, when the learner is in charge of learning, which is leading to learner autonomy. And definitely she talked about the authentic activity and its importance in participatory learning environment, the learning environment where the learner has space, choice and say. Then she also talked about the learning pyramid, but this time from a different perspective, and the characteristics of participatory learning, and the focus shifts again in participatory learning especially with regard to multiple intelligence of Howard Gardner. From there, when we moved to Ms. Neetu, she talked about the stakeholders of education, the change management with respect to imparting participatory learning in the school ecosystem. How can we manage this resistance and help them to move forward to a better teaching, learning and coexisting environment? She talked about the need to mold participative education environment in such a way that the travel, the journey becomes effortless, easy and more productive. She talked about how she focused more on teachers, one of the major stakeholders of education, and she talked about the change management with respect to the evolving, how a teacher can evolve and travel through these changes. And then she very quickly touched upon the role of parents, the role of management, and how students are functioning as the central part of this entire ecosystem of education. Now we can very quickly have a few questions if you have. If you have certain panelists in your mind whom you would like to ask the question, please mention that name also, Mr. Georgie Paul, Dr. Anna and Ms. Neetu. You're educational leaders and I'm pretty sure you will definitely have a lot of questions. Shoot it. Yeah, I know, post-lunch. Okay, we have one question.
Good afternoon, everybody. This question is directed to Mr. George. He's talked about the importance of the NEP and how it brings about critical thinking and whatever you mentioned. I go straight to the problem or the issue. Is the NEP or the new education policy thinking about also revamping the NEET and the JEE system, which is based on rote memory and nothing connected with critical thinking? Thank you.
So the change from rote learning to critical thinking?
Yeah, but what about the assessment systems that we have of NEET and JEE? They are all only milking or rather calculating or weighing rote learning, not critical thinking.
So far we have been talking about critical thinking and its role, but not much changes are happening in the assessment system. How do they view it? Whom would you like to answer this question? Mr. Georgie Paul.
It's true that the assessment system is continuing the same what has been happening over these years. And national education policy recommendations are out and curriculum framework is to be developed. The first curriculum framework is only out, that is foundational stage curriculum framework was out recently. Hope everything would be aligned with the national curriculum framework. National curriculum framework which will be developed immediately in alignment with National Education Policy 2020. So that rote learning is being promoted for the competitive examinations like entrance examinations. But there would be change in public examination boards, especially let me talk about CBSE, where 10% case-based questions will be added every year for the public examination. It was 30% last year and this year it is 40%. Next year it is 50%. Till it becomes 60, 10% will be added every year. So this proportion may be taken to the higher education and in the professional courses also. And there was a talk about exit. Exit is similar to entrance. After completing a course, before getting out of the course, they would be tested whether they are competent enough to do the professional service or not. If this becomes a reality, definitely there will be change. And Central University's examination, CUET, CUET, previously Delhi University and almost all the central universities were admitting students for their degree courses based on their marks. marks. Now it is not at all marks but their competency. And in CUET and in even the NEET examination that was conducted this year, there was a change. It was not completely rote learning, but some changes were felt by these coaching faculty and all those people who are working with this kind of examinations revealed that there was a change. So let's hope that there will be change immediately after executing and implementing in the true spirit. Okay, let's be hopeful. That is what I can say now.
Any more questions? No? So we are almost nearing the end of this panel discussion. I do have a few questions in my mind, but I don't have time, so I think I'll ask them personally. And let me take this opportunity to thank the entire audience, the august audience gathered here on behalf of the panel. And there is a word of thanks which will be proposed now, right? Yeah. This session has come to an end. You can go ahead with the word of thanks.
Now I invite Reverend Father Jidin Chakkimagalata, Principal of Don Bosco School, Yadaguri, and Reverend Father Verghese Eduthichira, Principal of Don Bosco Infant Jesus School, Kattappana. He is also the newly elected National Vice President of ASISC. I welcome both the fathers onto the dais. May I take this opportunity to welcome Reverend Father Jidin Chakkimagalata to deliver the words of gratitude.
Be grateful for what you have and where you are in your journey. For gratitude is the key to manifest abundance. Respected panelists and you, dear delegates, I feel elated to express my gratitude to the panelists and the participants on behalf of NECDBS 2022 at the end of the third session of the day, namely Molding Participatory Educational Environments. The Almighty, through the intercession of Don Bosco, has undoubtedly blessed us by bringing us together to reflect upon the importance of visualizing and realizing a school model that can take the advantage of technology, accelerate academic performance, and increase collective readiness in the educational process today. Mr. Georgie Paul, Dr. Anna Nina George, Mrs. Needu Krishna, the resource persons, and Dr. Chanya Bhaskaran, the moderator, NECDBS 2022 is extremely grateful to you for your educative and illuminating sessions with us. We realize that in our rapidly shifting and social landscape, where unequal access to experiences that help to build the skills and knowledge necessary to contribute can at times prevent the young from meaningful learning participation. And you have proven your merit and mettle by making us clear that it is both an imperative and a commitment at each level and in all areas of our students to support the development of participation skills for engaging with the world critically and creatively, making meaningful contributions to the society and thus empowering their civic identity. I truly believe this is exactly what Don Bosco envisaged in his mission, the young as responsible citizens through us. As sons of Don Bosco, may we be led to the channels of the same. Thanks to everyone. God bless us all.
Thank you, Father. Now I would like to call upon Reverend Father Verghese Eduthichira to give away the mementos to the panelists. Thank you, Father. Now the dignitaries are requested to take their seats with the audience.
Now we have the fourth session of the day on the general topic, Salesian Schools, a Frame of Reference. Now let me invite the speakers onto the stage. Reverend Father Dr. C.V. Koroth, SDB, South Asian Coordinator for Education to Faith. Reverend Father Dr. Joseph Manipadat, SDB, South Asian Coordinator for Education and Culture. Reverend Father Robert Simon, SDB, Secretary AIDBES, South Asian Coordinator for Social Experience. And Reverend Father Gabriel Karunaraj, SDB, South Asian Coordinator for Vocation, Animation and Guidance. I also invite Reverend Father Gilson Ericard and Father Praveen KJ to accompany them. The discussion and presentation will be led by Reverend Father Robert Simon, SDB.
Good afternoon to everyone gathered here. The goal of every Salesian educative process is to help the young to reach their full maturity. Without paying attention to the religious, cultural, and social and vocational dimension of the young, we will not be achieving this target. And it is in this context that I feel deeply honored standing here today, and I feel happy to introduce and welcome the resource persons on the dais. They don't really require a very long introduction because they are all well recognized figures in our provinces and in our region. But I take this opportunity to welcome each one of them to this seminar, this fourth session. First of all, we have in the person of Father Robert Simon, who would be the one leading the presentation and the discussion this afternoon. He is currently the Secretary of All India Don Bosco Education Society. He is also the South Asian Coordinator for Youth Animation. Father has a vast experience of working with the young and in the field of youth ministry, holding various offices in the province, in the region, as well as at Vatican in the world level. I am extremely happy and delighted to welcome Reverend Father Robert Simon to this occasion. Welcome you, dear Father. The second resource person of this afternoon session is Reverend Father C.V. Koroth, who will be dealing on the topic Education to Faith. Father holds a doctorate in youth ministry in catechetics and is currently the director of Christi Jyoti Publications and the professor of youth ministry and faith education at Christi Jyoti College, Bangalore. He is also the regional coordinator of the faith dimension of the Salesian Provincial Conference of South Asia. I wish to extend a warm welcome to you, dear Father C.V. Here we have Father Joseph Manipadat, the South Asian Coordinator for Educational and Cultural Dimension. Father is also the Coordinator for Education Apostolate at CCBI. He is a sought-after resource person for the staff training and guidance counselor for the youth in and around the province. We are lucky in a way to have him this afternoon with us for the session on the topic Education and Culture. We welcome you, dear Father Joseph. Next we have Reverend Father Gabriel Karunaraj, who is a Salesian priest at present functioning as the coordinator for vocation, animation and guidance at South Asian region, and also is the director of Don Bosco Job Placement Network India. He has a vast experience in working with the youth, especially among children in need of care and protection. Father will be dealing on the topic of vocation. Hearty welcome, dear Father Gabriel. Once again, on behalf of everyone present here, I would like to extend a warm welcome to you, dear fathers. Over to you, Father Robert.
Good evening, fathers, once again, and brothers and sisters. I know you've been waiting for this session, isn't it? I know. I also realize it's not because of me or because of any of us, because it's the last session of the day. With this, it's over. So naturally, there is sort of a eagerness in each of you for this session. Thanks for that eagerness, and we'll try to keep it alive, because we are not going to talk anything new, but it's only to reaffirm what we already know, and also to reassert some of the things that we might have forgotten, and also to recollect together as Don Bosco School principals, headmasters and people in charge what our Salesian identity means. And also I hear among the gathering here, quite many of you are here for the first time. Are we? Or are you? Any first timers? Wow, that's very nice. A warm welcome. I didn't know this. So many are first timers. So a warm welcome to you all for this experience of NECDBS. And you will have many more experiences. Very good. The purpose of this session, as I said, it's nothing new. We're not going to talk. And in fact, some of you already mentioned, Robert Simon, are we going to have Salesian in our class? And others said, oh, 4 dimensions. We know about it. We know about it. And in fact, there was also another one who said, Robert Simon, are you going to give the same one that you told us in the province? Well, again, what I would like to say, yes. We are going to look back at our identity, our charism, and also collectively examine and introspect what we are going to do, or rather our methodology and educational system. And this morning, in fact, Father P.D. John spoke about it at length, the preventive system and the accompaniment and all that. And also all the others. In fact, for me, to listen to the various panelists in the afternoon and the people in the morning, to look at it from the Salesian prism or Salesian perspective with the Salesian goggle, they were not saying anything new. They were not saying anything new that Don Bosco has not said. They are not saying anything new that our Salesian system is not projecting. Then why is this lacunae and also the bewilderment in looking at all these things? Then I realized maybe we have forgotten what we have received, or we are not in connect with our real identity and our charism, or maybe we are becoming ignorant of our own identity. The reason can be anything. But also there is a very pertinent question I do hear. In fact, most of us also would be hearing. Well, I would like to present also the team here. We are the DBYA core team, Don Bosco Youth Animation core team at the national level. And collectively, we are, our role is to animate, to ensure a Salesian identity is present in all our activities, in all our mission, in every form of a ministry. And in fact, together we are full. Together, all 4 dimensions represented, together we are full. Otherwise, we are incomplete. In fact, in our experience, we do hear often, and also we learn from various animations that we go for in the province level at different levels, There is a sort of a misconception regarding dimensions, or there is an improper understanding of the dimensions. And we can go on to say, some people even say, our dimensions are imported elements from Europe, the Western concept of ideology. Our idea here is also to undo that, and also to ensure from where we get this dimensions, or from where we get this educative system that we are proposing to our youngsters, or the methodology which we use or which we utilize in educating young people. We need to go back to the origin if we really would like to identify from where we get it. In fact, Don Bosco in his experimental methodology of teaching youngsters identified these 4 elements as essential, mandatory and indispensable elements of education. Essential, mandatory and indispensable. As you know, Don Bosco, when he identified those children, delinquents in the prison home or juvenile homes, he didn't want them to go back there. And in order to not to send them back, he said, I need to give them employment. Without skill, how do I give them employment? Or how do I give them proper employment? So he said that I need to educate them. Just with the education and employment, with money in hand, are they going to lead a proper life? They're going to misuse money. So we need to create an environment of a family where they experience love and affection and do not go astray. And just a family life, education and employment, is that sufficient? He said no. The basis of all this is faith. Basis of all this is faith. And the faith helps one to identify his vocation. And there began the element of what he call, can I have that? Excuse me? Can we come online? Okay, anyway, the 4 elements, 4 dimensions come in perspective over there. In fact, the names that we use, the nomenclature that we use today, education to faith, educational and cultural, the vocational, social experience, these are only recently introduced in the 23rd General Chapter in 1990. Actually, the dimensions are nothing new, but what Don Bosco proposed to each one of us. So therefore, these dimensions become something that we have inherited from Don Bosco. If we need to call ourselves, if we are calling ourselves Salesians, we need to live with something that Don Bosco has given us as a patrimony. Don Bosco has handed on to us these dimensions as a way of proposing education and evangelization for a whole person development. So here is what we have come to establish. These dimensions, these elements which are essential part of our every ministry, is a patrimony we have received. This is something that we have inherited from Don Bosco. And we have inherited from Don Bosco. So here, this is what we will do. All the 4 dimensions we will propose to you, just to reaffirm, and also to bring to you every element involved in it. We are going to express what is in this dimension, and the second thing, why this dimension, and the third one, how to implement and actualize these dimensions. And okay, we are happy this morning Father P.D. John used the slides of DBYA. And I should say, these were slides that were created by Father Glenn Lowe of Bombay Province when we did a program together for Sri Lanka as a DBYA team. So this proposes the elements of the elements of what we call the dimensions to us. And another basic thing is, okay, a clear understanding and sort of a definition for dimensions. Dimensions are the core elements of the Salesian education and evangelization and every form of ministry. They do not have a physical form. They do not have a physical form, and they always make their interventions in every sector, that is the physical spaces where we identify young people, to provide Salesian identity. Dimensions don't have. Inside the sectors, for example, a school is a sector, and there we find young people. A parish is a sector where we find young people. Your ministry is a sector. But dimensions are infused into all these elements in order to give an identity. They are the soul of our ministry. They make all our ministry Salesian. In fact, that statement is very, very important. Dimensions make all our ministry Salesian. This is not my statement. This is a statement of the congregation. Devoid of dimensions, our work is not, our works are not Salesian works. It can be any work. So it is very necessary to understand. We cannot avoid, we cannot exclude the dimensions in our sectors or in our ministries. And in fact, they were saying the sectors are like the body and the dimensions are the soul. And in fact, even one expresses, it is like the hardware and the software. The hardware is useless if there is no software. And the software becomes active and useful only if there is a hardware. Soul and body connectivity. So this is the core element, understanding of our dimension. They are the core elements of our Salesian mission. And what do they do? The dimensions animate. Animate to give identity. Animate to give unity. Animate to give dynamism and life. So this identity, unity and dynamism is provided by the dimensions when they enter into every mission that we have. For example, schools. Salesian identity is provided by the dimension. And Salesian element of unity, Salesian way of unity, Salesian form of unity comes through these dimensions. And Salesian life, the joyful life, the optimistic life, the happy life, the cheerful life, or the saintly life that we talk about is proposed to the young people through these dimensions. Without wasting time, we'll go forward, and each of the national coordinators for the dimensions will propose to us and explain to us the what, why, and the how of the dimensions. I call upon Father Sivi, the national coordinator for the education to faith, to lead the floor.
May I have the privilege to invite Reverend Father Praveen KJ for the... Sorry. Now I invite Reverend Father Praveen KJ to present the stalls to the speakers.
Hello everyone. It's wonderful to be here with you all, and I consider it an honor to be addressing such an august gathering. Thanks to all the organizers. I wish to begin with a very traditional theological question, but I will give the answer myself so that both of us won't be embarrassed. And the question is this: what is the ultimate purpose of all our Salesian ministry towards young people? And the answer is to save their souls. So, there's a spiritual purpose to all our activities. In 1972, we had the special general chapter and it insisted that catechesis must become the first and primary purpose of all the apostolates that we do for young people. And in fact, it called on all the different sectors of our apostolate to reorganize itself to include catechesis as one of the key aspects. And the SGC insists giving God to young people is the very reason for our existence. Taking off from there, we can ask ourselves first a question. What do we mean by educating to the faith? There are two key tasks in education to faith. The first is evangelization and the second is catechesis. Evangelization and education are two inseparable elements in our Salesian apostolate. That's the reason why we have the dictum, we educate by evangelizing and we evangelize by educating. So the first task. The second task is catechesis, and catechesis is helping our Catholics, Christians, to mature in their faith. Why do we do this? Because our starting point is a catechism class. Don Bosco began his mission for the young through a simple catechism class. You know that in 1847, after the oratory had a permanent home at the Pienadi shed, Don Bosco published a prayer book. A prayer book which was not just only a collection of few prayers, but it also contained the basic elements of our Catholic faith. The book was called as The Companion of Youth. And the purpose of publishing this book was that all those youngsters who came to the oratory went out from there as good Christians and honest citizens. In our term, we can say as matured, integrated people. So, if the goal of every educational process is to help young people reach full maturity, then we have to consider many elements together. If we want to create a complete person, a normal complete person is a combination of the physical, social, emotional, cognitive and spiritual aspects. We have to include all these in order to create a complete person. So without paying attention to the religious or the faith dimension of our young people, we will not help them to become a complete person. We will not lead them to full maturity. So the purpose of the dimension of education to faith is to see that all our pastoral initiatives we begin bring in this religious dimension which is central to the development of a human person. And we have a model. The complete person, the perfect human being, Jesus Christ. And by helping young people to encounter this person of Jesus Christ, we help them also to aspire to become like Jesus himself. So let's present Jesus as the hero, the model of our young people in their pursuit of maturity. And hence, in our EPP, in our educative pastoral plan, we must find a place, a very important place for introducing elements that will help in this encounter of our young people with the person of Jesus Christ. This is what is also insisted upon by the Vatican instruction to all the Catholic schools. All the Catholic schools worthy of its name must have catechesis and evangelization as the core element of education. Now, coming to our Salesian Youth Ministry frame of reference, there are 5 specific choices that we are asked to do in order to make this dimension of education to faith alive in all the sectors of our apostolate, including that of our school education. The first is to foster the religious dimension of the young. Second, to foster an experience of faith as personal attachment to Christ. Third, encouraging active and conscious participation of the young in liturgy. Fourth, create appropriate setting for young to encounter God through practices that will lead to inwardness. And then one more is there about social involvement. We will come to that. Fostering the religious dimension of the young, irrespective of their religious backgrounds. The religious dimension is not something that we give only to our Catholic, but to every young person who come to our institution. There are religious experiences which are common to any religion. For example, the experience of wonder, of contemplation, of being open to the mystery, doing things without seeking anything in return. All these are common aspects of various religions. So providing this, fostering this aspect of our education is an important thing. And you know, the life of young people is grounded in many activities, in games, in dialogue, in discussion, in encounters, etc. And all these sectors or places are good soil for God experience. Let me highlight also 5, along with these 5 choices, also 5 best practices that are taking place all over our country. This, for example, a full-time teacher for faith dimension is practiced in the province of Shillong, where every school, they have appointed one teacher, full-time teacher, getting the same salary as all the other teachers for looking after the faith dimension. So that person will organize the catechism classes, the moral science classes, the liturgical services, arrange retreats for students and teachers, and all the rest of the things. And now I hear that some of the schools are even planning to appoint a second person. So you could talk to those principals from the Shillong province in order to get more details about this particular best practice. The second, foster the experience of faith as personal attachment to Christ. So help them to view their lives through the eyes of Christ. Introduce young people to spiritual direction and follow a systematic approach to education to faith and catechesis. And best practices that can be introduced to our schools are campus ministries and spiritual directors, full-time spiritual directors in our educational institutions. Third, encourage active and conscious participation of young in liturgy. Well-conducted Holy Eucharist and Sacrament of Reconciliation are wonderful experiences for leading our young people to faith. Create a welcoming environment and friendship that encourage them to open their hearts. Then see that the sacraments are celebrated well. Animation notes, for example, the Bombay province, the faith education dimension produces a lot of animation programs for various liturgical feasts of each month. So that they are willing even to share with all the provinces. So make use of such animation helps in order to make liturgy very alive and active. Best practices in most of our schools, First Friday Mass, facilities for Sacrament of Reconciliation, etc. The fourth, create appropriate setting for the young to encounter God through practices that lead to inwardness. Hence, promote personal and community prayers, encourage visits to the Blessed Sacrament, being open to the mystery and contemplation and silence, active encounter with the shared and lived Word of God. Best practices are yoga or morning meditation, breathing exercises, annual retreats for staff and students. And lastly, offer the young experience of service as apostolic involvement. Create opportunity for integrating faith and life. Faith dimension is not devoid of life. No? Faith and life go hand in hand. And hence, try to integrate these two aspects, helping young people to be witnesses of their faith to their peers, become evangelizers of their peers, and then also get socially and politically involved in justice and human promotion. Witness to solidarity. Best practices are taking care of our common home, social service clubs, etc. So these are some of the things that we can do in order to promote the dimension of education to faith. Let me conclude by highlighting 6 points that we have mentioned. For Don Bosco, school is an ideal meeting point between culture and faith. The urgency of evangelization in our educational institution is to be underlined while preparing our EPP. Our schools must foster openness and a deeper appreciation of the religious and the transcendental experiences. All our activities must be enlightened by and centered on the person of Jesus Christ. And we must pay highest importance to a vision of humanity. And lastly, Catholic identity of our institution must be fostered. Thank you. Put God first and see what happens next.
The next dimension is educational and cultural dimension. I invite Father Joseph Manipadam, the National Coordinator for the dimension.
This dimension is intimately connected with what we just heard, education to faith. The concept of dimensions coming into today's program was the fact that one of the first meetings that we had a couple of years ago, the question that was raised, it was an online meeting because of pandemic, and the first questions that the province coordinators of the dimensions asked was that, what is the purpose of dimensions? The danger is that as we proceed, the mental picture that comes to my mind is that 4 horses leading a cart. The cart is full of all the dimensions, all the settings and all the networks. As the networks become larger and more powerful, and the settings also increase in number and become very powerful and also very rich, the dimensions get the least importance because they are not functioning any settings, any physical setting. But it functions, it animates the settings, but it has no physical setting. So the concept of it is open to all experiences, and the place also means for offering good news of the gospel. That is education and culture, which is the dimension that is most understandable to the school people. Helping young people to build a strong identity, we have seen that already. Emotional and effective maturity, culture inspired by Christian humanism, and human development and professional competence, and reflecting on the reasonableness as the maturing youngsters in their own faith, if they are Catholics in Catholic faith, otherwise their own faiths. I will skip all these things fast because we have heard, I must comment Father Maniseri and Father Josh for having had a full session on preventive system this morning, and so this becomes easier. These are all part of the same thing. nurturing moral and ethical conscience, that means integrity of life, and that is much achieved through one's own personal example, and then helping young people to reach emotional maturity, educate to appreciate the good in culture. When we talk about culture, it does not necessarily mean the costumes or the songs or the language, or they are also part of culture, no doubt. But more than that, it is the culture of the gospel. Gospel values. Is there a culture of life? Is there a culture of social justice? Is there a culture of compassionate heart? These are the Christian cultural aspects that we should promote together with academic excellence. Continuous and critical attention is given to the phenomena of culture, work and social communication, encourages an appropriate pedagogy and planned educational activities. What is the pedagogy that we are promoting? That is very important. The pedagogy that we are promoting may be outmoded one or rote memory based one, as the previous speakers were talking about it. Or is it a sound pedagogy that is relevant for the times? And is it, or the methodology that we use, we are very enriched because we have got the Salesian education charism, we have got the preventive system. Are we practicing these things? Contextualizes the Salesian charism in response to the needs of the national higher education system. It's not only the national education policy and systems, it's also the church education policy and systems and the Salesian methodology. Are we corresponding to those in our practice of imparting of education? Animation as an additional option. Animation becomes an educational option. Educating youngsters not only through academics, not only through studying lessons, but also through animation, continuous animation, friendly animation, continuous presence and accompaniment becomes also our educational tool. If you want the definition of educational culture dimension, we encounter young people where they are and encourage, empower the development of all their human resources and orient them to a meaningful life, orient them towards a gospel culture. These are some of in that meeting that we had just recently, all the coordinators of education and culture from each province had come. And there again, we were examining as a group, how could we make this education culture more effective in our provinces? And these are some of the suggestions that came up. It is good for us to know. For not only for education and culture, but for all the dimensions to be effective, youth ministry delegate be other than the vice provincial, full-timer and a council member. This was a suggestion that came out. Youth ministry delegate and the 4-dimension coordinators make the core team and work in unison, meet frequently, becoming the think tank of the province. Youth ministry delegate and the 4-dimension coordinators and the sector heads have meetings and present their reports to the provincial council and the rectors and leaders meetings. Dimension coordinators lead and coordinate the commissions formed with related sector heads and have their periodic meeting and planning and working sessions. Youth ministry delegate and the dimension coordinators at the regional and provincial levels understand well the dynamics of Salesian youth ministry, its organization, functioning and mode of animation of the various sectors. Youth ministry delegate and the dimension coordinators ensure that the educational pastoral plan, now it is called SEP and EPC and all is functioning. So these are some of the suggestions to make the dimensions more alive and active in our provinces. The structure is very simple. At the regional level, there is the Education and Culture Coordinator, then the regional level Education and Culture Commission, that is with all the province in charge, province level Education and Culture Coordinator, and then the province level Education and Culture Commission. So this is the structure that should be existing in all the provinces, and it is existing. How effective they are, that will differ from province to province. And all the dimensions should animate all the sectors. So schools, colleges, vocational centers, oratory, youth centers, Salesian presences in parishes and formation settings, work and social service, ER sector, and any other presences. So all the salvation works that we are involved in must have all the 4 dimensions, and education and culture also must be there in each of those. So in each of these settings, we have to ensure that the dimensions are at work. How education and culture seeps into other sectors. So other than the school settings, we understand very well the school setting because all of us are working in the school settings right now. But all other settings also the dimensions must seep into, education and culture dimension must seep into. Continuous and critical attention is given to the phenomena of culture, work, social consciousness and communication. These are all in the framework itself. Encourages an appropriate pedagogy and planned educational activity, the method of education and the plans. Contextualizes the Salesian charism in response to the needs of the national, Catholic and our own Salesian educational methodology. Animation as an educational option which is realized through the active presence of educators among the young. Our presence becomes itself animating and educating. Personal accompaniment sensitive to their deepest desires, practicing of course the preventive system and its components, the reason, religion and kindness. Now, how do we put into practice the first aspect, continuous and critical attention, what we could do? It is a culture of love. Is it a culture of love that we are promoting? Integrity, solidarity based on gospel values, promoting constitutional and democratic values, pro-life culture, a culture of justice. How do you do the next one? Sorry. Is the pedagogy stressed? Is the pedagogy that we are practicing, is it stressed or is it based on rote memory? Is it oppressive? Is it examination oriented? Or is it learning outcome based, participatory, experiential, promoting critical thinking, joyful and life related? These are all in the policy as well. Is the education we impart and the methodology and outcome contextualized, aligned to the countries, the churches and Salesian education policies? Is our method of Salesian friendly presence, educative, animating, friendly, inspiring, joyful, preventive? Preventive does not necessarily mean a negative connotation. It is edging out any possibility of committing evil, filling the life of the youngster with good things, with what is praiseworthy, what is virtuous. Is our accompaniment of the young educative, answering to their quest for God, appealing to their reasonableness and based on pastoral love? So these are the ways we can practice and bring education and culture dimension alive in our institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Joseph Manipatham. And I invite Father Robert Simon to take the next dimension. Well, I handle, apart from being a DBY coordinator, I also handle the dimension. And this is the social experience dimension. And I don't need to elaborate much. People who have been talking from the morning, particularly the panelists, for example, how to convert or transition to take place from a passive learning to an active learning. It has to be experimental and it has to happen in groups, and individuals need to get a hand-on experience. In fact, this particular dimension, social experience dimension, paves way for that exactly. In fact, years back, even 1.5 centuries back, Don Bosco proposed the same thing. An experiential learning happens through this dimension, and this dimension proposes the aspect of experiential learning. This is what our constitution says. Through this dimension, a healthy, positive environment is promoted that facilitates the coming together of young people in groups and movements. So this is what the definition, the Constitution proposes to us. So encourage them and foster various groups that are possible, various groups that can come into existence. And also the GC23, which spoke about the Salesian spirituality and also the aspects, various aspects of Salesian, the dimensions in the Salesian ministry, speaks that the nature of young people demands that we allow them to have all this experience and group experience, because when they are in their teenage, from 12, 13, 14 onwards, all that they have learned, they would like to experiment. The values that are taught to them, they would like to put into practice. The teachings and the knowledges that have acquired, they would like to live it in their daily life. And for that, we need to provide platforms. And social experience dimension, that is what his offering. And that's why we also demand these platforms are created in our institutes, in our schools, in our educational areas. And also this is that the young people feel at home when they are with young people. They are comfortable to communicate with each other, share anxieties and dreams, journeys into self-discovery and the world around. And in fact, some of these discoveries, some of these feelings, they may not share with adults. They will feel hesitant. They will not share with the parents. They will not share with the teachers. But in their own age group, which we facilitate through groups and movements, they are able to live it. This is, okay, I will skip for want of time. And what are the elements that constitute, when we say about groups and movements or to have a social experience, there are 5 elements that are essential and that are the outcomes and also part of the dimension which is constituted by these elements. First thing, when we promote this dimension, we are also through this dimension promoting a family environment. Till then, as children, they have been living in the family. But now they are growing up, they would like to experience being a leader in the family. They would like to be members who lead the family. Whatever experience they had as a relationship, love that they enjoyed from their parents, love that they shared with their siblings, or love that they received from their siblings, when they come into the group, they start sharing the same thing. They will begin practicing patience, sharing, gifting it to others, for the sake of the other, making sacrifices. All these are elements of a family environment. And the social experience dimension, the groups and movements provide this. And the second thing, in the group experience, all that we said earlier, the children and the students and the young people have a platform where they are able to share with them their innate feelings and nature. The third one is, this allows them the possibility of getting into a heart and style of animation. Animation, we spoke earlier, it provides life, it provides unity, it provides identity. Every young person is in the journey or in a search for his own identity. And that identity he discovers when he starts experimenting by the trial and error method, do and fail or do and succeed. So the social experience dimension provides this opportunity. And also being part of social and ecclesial movements. By being members of a small groups, by being members of small societies, being members of sodalities, being members of clubs and associations, young people learn to live in adult communities, in adult society. The first step or the first place where they learn to live in a society is in small groups. If they don't have that experience, they prove to be failures in societies. For example, even the fact of marriage, learning to live with a partner happens when a child learns to live in a group. Particularly today, when we have micro families, nano families, nuclear families, only one child, only one progeny. When we have that, the child does not know how to live with another being. The child does not know how to live with another same age member. So what happens? Immediately after marriage, as we have heard, the most of the difficulties in the family life or the married life happens in the first 5 years. The reason? I don't need to elaborate. We know. We can infer. And the last one is creating community of young adults. This enables them. The social experience dimension provides an opportunity and a platform for that. These are various, I'll skip that. And how to promote this dimension and what we can do. As in the first slides we saw, the best practices. In fact, there are a few things that we are saying. Build and facilitate and promote groups. As many groups as possible. I know there are some institutes across, I don't want to mention the names. There are some schools which have got 24 groups, various groups, clubs and associations. There is one I identified with 38 groups and associations. And maybe that is the biggest number that I have seen in our, in a Salesian school. The 38 various groups, associations and members. And very active. very active. In some of our places we have the number, but whether their activities, whether they are alive and kicking, that's a question mark. But we need to start promoting as many. In fact, life in Don Bosco's oratory was kept alive by the sodalities, by the groups, and by the clubs that Don Bosco started. And Don Bosco received vocations from these sodalities. Don Bosco proposed sanctity to his young people through these clubs and sodalities that he built, and encourage and entertain interpersonal activities, exposure to social realities and living. For this, they need to move out from the classroom. They need to move out from the from the campus, the school campus. They need to set their foot out, and also the prescribed school timing. They need to work and be active beyond the school timing. And exposure to social realities, appreciate and approve group activities, introduce various movements, associations, clubs, and animate the leaders and members of various elements. For example, in the previous ones, when we say that clubs and movements need to be, some of the best experiences do happen when children come together to spend a night or an evening together, be it in the school campus or outside the school campus. Campfire evenings, or the first time they come out to live outside their family, are the best moments of a beautiful learning that happens in the mind and in the life of young people. So we need to promote this element, this this dimension, which will help the young people, as we have been talking about, to convert them into engage in very active learning, in active preparation for daily life. So with this, I conclude and I invite Father Gabriel for the next dimension.
So good evening, fathers and sisters and brothers. As Angel Gabriel announced to the shepherds, rejoice, it's coming to an end today. Rejoice, the day is coming to an end. Now I'm just going to speak about, just go to the first slide itself, yeah. I'm just going to speak on occasional dimension. My biggest problem is whenever I go for this animation, I have to clarify this term, what this occasion actually means. Occasional dimension is calling for. So can you say, when I say about occasional dimension, what is your first thing which comes to your mind? What do you think when I say occasional dimension? Okay, education to faith, we understand it's a catechism, evangelization, or education to culture, upholding the goodness in the culture, preaching them with values. Social dimension, groups and movements. What is this occasion dimension? And our constitution calls it as the crowning movement. Our youth ministry, in our youth ministry, occasion guidance is the crowning element of our youth ministry. So what is the first thing that comes into our mind when I say it is occasion dimension or word occasion itself? That's what I'm saying, no? I have the biggest problem in explaining to people regarding this term. Any idea, sisters or fathers, brothers, occasion? Accompaniment, great. Occasion, accompaniment, it's a process in it. Or the word occasion itself, occasion itself. Father? Life choices. Father Brito has given a wonderful statement, life choices. I think most of our Salesians will be knowing about this particular term. But generally when we speak about this particular thing, occasion dimension as such, they restrict this term with religious calling. They think as a occasion dimension coordinator, I go around speak about promoting Salesian occasions, Salesian religious life or whatever it is. But the general understanding is, whatever our intervention we give in our education system, for example, this particular place, our youth ministerial place, which has its visibility as a school, we may be saying that we are giving a holistic formation to the young people. At last, where it caters to, where it leads to, why I should give a holistic formation to the young people, what is the end process of it? That what calls for this particular dimension which calls for it. Asking or accompanying young people to understand what their life is all about. We know that in the life of Don Bosco has written 3 beautiful books, about 3 saints. Life of Dominic Savio, life of Francis Basuco, and life of Mickey Mogoni. These three people are three different characters. One is a saint, one is a vagabond, and another person, Francis Bosco, he was not able to understand where his life is going to lead. But Don Bosco is trying to educate to us in our system of education. We have to propose to young people. What are you going to do with your life? That is the end result of our Salesian education system. It is not only the holistic formation. After giving all this formation, we have to question young people. We have to accompany young people at the final moment to say, what are you going to do with your life? So that's what it's called about. All this occasion dimension is all about. And this particular term, occasion culture, creating an atmosphere of occasion culture in our Salesian presences, it is the main aspect of our Salesian ministry. That's why our constitution calls this occasion dimension as the crowning moment of our youth ministry. Do we help young people to make life choices? Through our accompaniment, maybe individual accompaniment, group accompaniment, whatever it is. Do we help our young people to make life choices? Our whole ambience should be our whole educative ambience should be a place where young people are able to discern their life. For example, you can say, okay, we have an ambient where health consciousness is there. We have an ambient where digital consciousness is there. Can we say our Salesian ambient is ambient where people are able to discern for their life? An ambient of occasion culture, occasional discernment is always happening in our ambient. So that is what a Salesian youth ministry is all about. Just moving across. This all started with GC21. As Father Robert was trying to say, Don Bosco's whole idea was helping young people to discern for their life, help them to make life choices. And GC21 was trying to frame, accordingly it was saying, all young people whom Lord in one way or another places on our path have the right to our guiding help in forming their personality and life according to the gospel. We must help them at every age in the efforts to discover and develop their occasion in childhood, pre-adolescence, adolescence and beyond, since each of this stage of life has its own phases of growth and entails proportionate decision which every young people must learn and carry out in a responsible manner. In short, it's nothing else, fathers, brothers, sister, occasional guidance is going to be a tough process. Because we have to make discernment for our young people. We have to help young people to choose their life, to make life choices on what they are going to do with their life. Vocational guidance is not a task reserved for psychologists, a spiritual director, or guidance counselor. It is the duty of everyone who works with the young. It is a marvelous collaboration with God's design, but also a serious responsibility. Being a part of the work of education and evangelization, vocation guidance is a process. It is not the final activity to be carried out in the last year of the school or other educational institutes, somewhat like icing on the cake. Nor does it take place through occasional or sporadic initiatives or through improvisation. No, it is the journey undertaken step by step from childhood to adulthood as a human being grows up as a person, as a believer, gradually coming to understand and accept God's plan and to respond to it with generosity. I hope these two slides summarize the whole concept of vocational guidance. So what it all calls about? Only three things. We have to proclaim life as vocation. We have to proclaim God has given us a life and it is a gift and it has to be lived upon. We have to propose to the young people, invite them to discover God's will for one's own life through accompaniment or discernment or whatever it is. And that's what called for discernment. At each stage, are we helping young people to make life choices? And I just want to synchronize with the statement of Pope Francis. He said in one of his beautiful encyclical, Christus Vivit, from whom am I? The question should be, for whom am I? It is no more, I try to understand who I am, but it should be for whom I am going to be. Maybe this dimension calls for this. And it calls each one of us to accompany young people in their life process. With all our initiatives, with all our activities, with all our holistic formation, the end result is how we are going to help young people to make their life choices. And only when we accompany young people and help them to discern their life path in each stages of their life, I think our ministry, our Salesian educative system will be standing apart from all our education system. So thank you very much. And this is something on vocational dimension.
To conclude, what do we do with these 4 dimensions now? Or where do we take from here? The proposal is, first of all, let us transform, or rather manifestation of these dimensions, let them find a place, a complete place, a very active and concrete expressions in our solution educative pastoral plan for our schools. Let them find a manifestation in our educational pastoral plan. Quite often, the pastoral plans do not carry all the elements that we have proposed. We do have sometimes, for example, the element of vocation. But does it speak about a complete understanding of a vocation? May not be. Education to faith, we limit ourselves only to the first element of giving a religious faith. But there is much more to it. So please let us transform, or rather enrich our educative pastoral plans with complete knowledge and all the elements of the dimensions. And the second one, let us educate our stakeholders, the educative pastoral community, the staff, the parents, all the others, of our charism and our identity. If they understand our charism and our identity, certainly they will live our spirituality. And if they live their spirituality, Don Bosco's way of life, Don Bosco's way to the sanctity will be manifested, will spread all across the world. Thank you. Thanks to all.
I request Reverend Father Praveen KJ and Reverend Father Gilson Ericat to come on to the dais. May I have the privilege to invite Reverend Father Praveen KJ for the words of gratitude.
Good evening, dear fathers, brothers and sisters. It was Swami Vivekananda who said, education is not the amount of information that we put into our brains and runs right there, undigested all our life. Real education is life-building, man-making, and character-making assimilation of ideas. Only such an education can change our lives and the society at large. As educators, our primary duty is to ensure that our students receive such a holistic vision of education. In this session, we were discussing how Salesian schools could become a frame of reference for such a concept of integral education. We thank profusely our eminent resource persons who made us to reflect on the basic characteristics of Salesian educational institution. All our resource persons have shown their merit and mettle in their own fields of specialization. Dear Father Robert Simon, Father Sivi Koroth, Father Joseph Manipadath, and Father Gabriel Karunaraj, we are indeed fortunate to have you here, and it was so inspiring to listen to your well-prepared talks. Grounded on the Salesian ideals of reason, religion, and loving kindness, Salesian schools have a great responsibility to impart transformative education to the young students. Salesian pedagogy based on optimism, cheerfulness, and familiarity with the young students can definitely create a conducive environment where the young minds can think, grow, and bloom. The challenge is how to implement these Salesian ideals effectively in our school ministry. Our resource persons have shared with us how our father and founder, Don Bosco, envisaged his schools to be, and have given us pointers and guidelines for a school to be really Salesian. It is up to us, educators, to make our educational institutions truly Salesian. Once again, a big word of thanks to all of you, dear fathers.
Thank you, Father. Now, Reverend Father Gilson Ericard will be honoring the speakers with mementos. Thank you, fathers. Now we have Mr. Thakur, the director, and Mr. J. Jobin, the state head of Cordova Publications Private Limited, Noida, for a brief presentation about their firm, which is one of the leading collaborators and supporters of this educational conference. Over to you, Mr. Thakur.
all the principals. Very good evening to all of you principals. On behalf of Cordova Publications, I welcome to all of you in Kochi, the Don Bosco meeting. Once again, well, I just want to introduce the Cordova. The Cordova is a publication which believes in enjoyable and stress-free learning. So, regarding this, I am just going to present my presentations just now. Well, basically there are some problems of technical issues are there. What happened? Not connecting. What happened? What happened? What happened? From there it can play? You just tell me from there it can play. Fast. So basically now, as all of you know, the NEP also introduced, and according to NEP guidelines, we have also framed our content, and with the help of technology, because the NEP also focus on the inclusion of digital, so we have also already into digital formation, so we have already designed our content which is mapped according to our textbooks in a digital form in a very interesting and joyful manner, because we believe in enjoyable and stress-free learning. So for that sake, we have a whole content, all subject in that form, where the child interest will remain intact, and that it will just like a tool of teaching. When the teacher use the tool in the class, this tool in the class, so she will make more effective teaching in the classroom. So that's the things we have just showcasing you. This demo, please show the demo. Sound is not coming. What is the sound? Sound is not coming. Can you do one thing? Sound is... No, sound, they have to place it. They are playing from their side. Just a minute. We cannot do anything actually.
Presents textbooks with free Cordova Smart Class software. Interjections, Class 6.
Interjection. At times you feel emotion so straightforwardly. Hooray! Sometimes you need a single word to set you free. Say wow, a word that's set apart that can express your heart all by itself. An interjection, it may be congrats.
Dash. You're stepping on my foot, expressing pain. The correct answer is C. Ouch.
Good work.
कक्षा 6 कविता झांसी की रानी।
सन 57 में वह तलवार पुरानी थी, बुंदेले हर बोलों के मुंह हमने सुनी कहानी थी। खूब लड़ी मर्दानी वो तो, खूब लड़ी मर्दानी वो तो झांसी वाली रानी थी, झांसी वाली रानी थी।
इस कविता में मर्दानी किसे कहा है? सही उत्तर है रानी लक्ष्मी बाई को।
शाबाश।
The Selfish Giant, Class 3rd.
One day, the giant comes back. He sees the children playing in the garden. He is very angry.
What are you doing here? This is my garden.
What does the giant do when he comes back? The correct answer is A. Builds a wall around his garden.
Good work.
Visual spaced talking dictionary. No cramming. see visuals, and understand meaning and usage of words.
Afternoon. Noun. The part of the day from midday to evening. The giant's castle has a huge garden. It has many flowers. Every afternoon, children of the village play in the garden.
Integrated Language Lab teaches correct pronunciation, reduces mother tongue influence.
Listen to the expert. Facial movement training. Raise the back of your tongue slightly and hold the tip of your tongue low behind the lower teeth. Stretch your lips and make a voiced sound as in a at the beginning or middle of a word. A at the beginning of the word. Apple. Alligator.
Photosynthesis. Class 7.
If you want to know how a plant grows, it takes water, air and sunlight and makes cellulose.
The leaves of a plant are green because they contain tiny green colored bodies called chloroplasts, which contain chlorophyll. The leaves of a plant are green because they contain. The correct answer is A. Chlorophyll.
Good work.
Teacher's Resource Pack. A great teacher support and time saver. Question paper generator. Generates question papers in minutes. Live test papers. Help self-evaluation. Please test it in class and mark the response of children.
NEP discourages rote learning and learning for exams. NEP emphasizes on competency-based learning. Competency-based learning emphasizes real-world applications of knowledge and skills. NEP stresses on enjoyable learning. NEP 2020 guidelines incorporated in our series. Conceptual understanding, discouraging rote learning and learning for exams. Application, encouraging application of knowledge to real-life situations. Critical thinking, encouraging inquiry, discovery and analysis. Experiential learning, learning by doing. Encouraging discovery-based exploratory and active learning. Language lab. Lab activity, science, maths. Art integration, integrating art forms with the subject. Evaluation, developing understanding of the subject through knowledge and skills. Picture-based questions. Assertion, A, and reason, R. Case-based or evidence-based questions. Download the Creative Kids Digital Home Tutor app for free.
Cordova, making learning enjoyable.
Download the Creative Kids Digital Home Tutor app for free.
Cordova, making learning enjoyable.
LMS, Learning Management System. Free learning management system to provide teachers and parents with valuable information on how to support each student in and out of the classroom. Allow students to study, ask doubts from groups. Promotes collaborative learning. Teachers interact with students. Track student performance. Maintain attendance. Track leaves of students. Assign homework.
Judge the merits of Cordova textbooks and free smart class software yourself. Prescribe our high-quality course materials and see your students conquer heights. Thank you for your support and cooperation.
So this is all about Cordova, which I will present here. You know what content we have designed now, and I just request with folded hand, even my representative will reach to your school. Please give a chance for presentations and just go through my contents. And if you like it, then you can recommend to your children. That's all. This is my humble request to all of you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Okay. if you don't mind, can I take a little 1 minute more? Actually, my colleague want to show something about more, little bit on this topics. Yeah, John, please continue the things. Yeah. What which you want to show? This is a problem statement, no? Sorry. Yeah. Very sorry, actually, again the technical problem rises here. So I'm not continue the thing. But thank you so much, you have listened to all of you, my presentations. And once again, I request to all of you, please recommend if you like our content. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So we thank Cordova for the fine presentation. I hope all of us will cooperate with him. Thank you, Cordova. God bless. I wanted to remind us before we leave for tea, we have in the evening at 6 o'clock a cultural bonanza. Our professionals and students from different schools for our province are coming here to entertain you. A cool evening at 6 o'clock. I hope you will allow us to put on the ACs in the evening. Yes. At around 5:45, you can come into the auditorium. You will also be provided with a NECDBS stall, just as a color party or adding color to the entertainment. So you are requested to wear that stall instead of the stall that was given yesterday. The NECDBS, 6th edition of the NECDBS 2022 stall shall be provided. So you enter through the 3 doors. There will be people who are manning the doors. They will adorn you with a stall, and please be with the stall during the entertainment. We have the Honorable Mayor of the Corporation of Kochi and the Member of the Parliament of Ernakulam, Haibi Eden, Anil Kumar, the Honorable Mayor. They will be present for the entertainment program as chief guests. Thank you for your patience. We leave for tea. May I also request the non-Salesians who are participating in the NECDBS to remain in the hall for a few minutes. Others are requested to go for tea in the upper hall of the aquatic complex. Thank you. Thank you so much.
midst. Dignitaries to occupy your respective seats.
Vanakkam,
Namaskar,
Pranam,
Namaste to everyone gathered here to our NECDBS cultural show. This evening is going to be the most memorable day in your life. I, Alina from Don Bosco Central School, Irunalakuda, welcome you to this wonderful show along with my co-host,
Carolyn from Don Bosco Higher Secondary School, Irunalakuda. On this glorious evening, we will be celebrating,
remembering,
acknowledging,
admiring,
and enjoying ourselves as the entertainers from different centers unfold a plethora of entertainments to keep you thrilled and immersed. So sit back and relax because this is going to be the most amazing experience of your life.
To evoke the blessings of the Almighty, I would like to call upon our dance troupe from Don Bosco HSS Manuti to the stage.
त्वमेव माता च पिता त्वमेव त्वमेव बन्धुश्च सखा त्वमेव त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देव
I request the dignitaries to occupy their seats on the dais. Who has consumed himself to be the light in the life of children. He is the right person to render the official welcome to all who are present here.
May I call upon Father Shibu Parapalli, Rector and Manager of Don Bosco Institutions, Vaduthala, to offer words of welcome to all who are present here.
Respected President of this cultural bonanza gathering, Honorable Mayor Sri M. Anil Kumar, the Chief Guest of the day, MP IB Eden, General Convener of NECDBS 2022, Reverend Father Babu Manisheri, Cultural Program Coordinator Father Sandosh Manikamman, Vice Provincial Father Shalbin Kalancheri, Economist Father Joy Nedambarambil, delegates, artists, Bosconians, and dear friends. In this era of modern education, school is not limited to imparting education academically. Parents expect educational institutions to mold students with an international perspective. Here, cultural activities come into play. This wide array of activities helps students to develop their personalities and build confidence. Apart from it, it also imparts life skills that will help them to navigate life beyond their academic phase. As part of the National Educational Conference of Don Bosco Schools, this evening we have the Cultural Bonanza. I am here to welcome you all for this cultural event. As the president of this gathering, we have Honorable Mayor Advocate M. Anil Kumar is the Mayor of Cochin Corporation, a man who provides visionary and strategic direction for the city and the community initiative activities. The Chairman of the Municipal Council, one who fulfills the roles of Chief Executive Officer, ceremonial figurehead, and the local agent of the government. The projects that he has initiated within his short span of less than 2 years as the mayor of the city have far-reaching consequences, culminating in progress and well-being of the common people. Today we are here. Today we are honored and privileged to have Advocate M. Anil Kumar, the Mayor of Cochin Corporation, as the President of this cultural bonanza. Just 2 weeks back, when he was the President of the valedictory function for the national football games for ICC schools, he was saying that it's the 4th function he is attending in Don Bosco, Vaduthala. And here in the Chronicles you can put one more, and it's the 5th function, I believe. He is so familiar to us, he is friendly to us, and he is a well-wisher of our institution. With a sincere word of appreciation, may I welcome the President of this gathering, Advocate M. Anil Kumar, Honorable Mayor of Cochin Corporation. Welcome, sir. The chief guest of this gathering is none other than Mr. Haibi Eden, Member of Parliament of Ernakulam constituency. Born on 19th April 1983 as the son of the legendary politician and social worker Mr. George Eden, he followed the noble path trod by his father and took on to more active political and social life after the demise of his beloved father. From the year 2011 to 2019, he was a member of Kerala Legislative Assembly for a term of two terms. And in May 2019, he was elected to the 17th Lok Sabha. He was former in syndicate member of CUSAT and governing council member of Kerala University for Fisheries and Oceanographic Studies. With his youthful vigor, he is a visionary and an inspiring leader. More than all this, he is a friend and well-wisher of Don Bosco, Vaduthala. It is difficult for me to say how many times he has visited our institution in the past, even for the last 3 years that I was here, because he has become part of every important function of this institution. And let me extend a very warm welcome to the MP of the region, Mr. Haibi Eden. Father Babu Manisheri, the General Convener of a 6th NECDBS 2022, needs no introduction. The mere fact of announcing his name, it brings joy and enthusiasm among the participants. With no more introduction, let me welcome Father Babu Manisheri, the General Coordinator of 6th NECDBS 2022. For this cultural extravaganza, cultural bonanza, the coordinator of the cultural program is none other than Father Santosh Manikombel. It is he who conducted the schools and the artists and got ready everything for this program. He is currently the principal of Don Bosco Higher Secondary School in Inyalakuda. For the enormous work that he have done in conducting and getting ready everyone for this cultural bonanza, we shall extend a very warm welcome with gratitude to Father Santosh Manikombel. We still have honorable dignitaries of the dais. There is Father Shalvin Kalancheri, the Vice Provincial, and Father Joy Nedumbaramal, the Economer. We are happy that right from the beginning of this NECDBS, before that, for all the planning sessions, practically they were present, and physically they are here right from the beginning, and they are, in the normal terms, second and third in command of this huge province of Bangalore, comprising of 44 institutions spread throughout the states of Karnataka and Kerala. With grateful hearts, with much appreciation, may I welcome Father Shalvin Kalancheri as well as Father Joy Nedumbaramil. Today's stars are the Bosconians who are representing the various Don Bosco schools of Karnataka and Kerala, who have well prepared to give us a cultural treat that will certainly elevate our spirit and appreciation for the various forms of cultural expressions. Thanks to those who have taken great effort in bringing them over here after due training. We welcome all the Bosconians, trainers, the staff, the artists, and everyone who accompanied them. Let's give them a very warm welcome. And you, my dear delegates, have become part of not only NECDBS, but also become part of Don Bosco Vaduthala. Once again, may I extend a very warm welcome to you, to all the delegates who are present here. Let me thank once again everyone and welcome everyone to this cultural bonanza. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. On behalf of everyone gathered here, may I extend a hearty welcome to you, dear Father Shibu.
May I request our chief guest and the other dignitaries to light the lamp and inaugurate this cultural show. A person well known for his services to humanity, a man of vision.
He represented India in the Commonwealth Country Seminar held at Samoa Island.
He had also attended the Conference of the Regions conducted as the preparatory session of the World Climate Change Conference in Lyon, France.
This accomplished young politician is a member of Parliament from Ernakulam constituency.
Friends, let's put our hands together to welcome our esteemed chief guest, Honorable MP Shri Haibi Eden, to deliver the inaugural address. So please.
The president of today's function, the Honorable Mayor of the Cochin Municipal Corporation and my dear friend, Advocate M. Anil Kumar, General Convener of the National Educational Conference of Don Bosco Schools 2022, Reverend Father Babu Manisheri, Rector Don Bosco Vaduthala, Reverend Father Shibu Parapalli, Reverend Father Babu Manisheri, distinguished guests, heads of institutions of Don Bosco schools from across the country, the very respected priests, teachers, my dear friends. At the outset, I would like to invite one and all of you to the beautiful city of Cochin for having the national conference in Cochin is a great pride, not just for Vaduthala Don Bosco, but being a member of parliament, as a people's representative, and definitely the Honorable Mayor would be definitely officially as the first citizen of this city. He would definitely officially inviting you, but I'm very proud to say that Vaduthala Don Bosco and Cochin City is hosting this national conference. It's a great honor for all of us. Thank you so much. I've always been very closely associated with the Don Bosco institutions, right from being a student activist to the member of the Legislative Assembly representing this constituency, and later now as a member of Parliament. I've always believed that Kerala has excelled in the public education scenario due to many reasons. Historically, 200 years back, the public system of education started in Travancore. Travancore royal family started the public system of education, formal system of education. Right before pre-independent movements, institutions like the Don Bosco, the visionaries like Chavara, Kuriakose, Elia Saint, and many managements, religious institutions started the system, value-based, moral-based system of education in Kerala. That is the reason whenever we have a comparison to the system of education in the other states, Kerala is much ahead in that scenario. Being a student activist, I have traveled across. I was fortunate enough to travel to many states. Even in the tribal affected area, in the Naxal affected area, I could see the Don Bosco institution with all the vigor and zest helping the students to follow the system of education. Not just education, but also to channelize the youth energy into sports. Myself and the Honorable Mayor have been attending a series of programs organized by the state government of Kerala and the multiple NGOs and organizations against the usage of drugs, narcotic, psychotropic substances. And I always believed that sports was a channel whereby the youth should be guided into the right force. You can always see the massive grounds inside the Vaduthala institution of Don Bosco have not just been a playground for the students of Don Bosco institutions, but students from across the state and country. We have hosted many national, state level tournaments. Many local students and youngsters of our society have been using this basketball ground, volleyball ground, the football ground, the cricket ground, etc. I would admit the fact that a couple of years back, we had a cricket tournament organized here, and the priest formed one team and the public people's representatives formed another team, and I am not ashamed to say that we were very pathetically defeated by these priests on the dais. I never knew that they were so much versatile players, all-rounders. There was a father who's now not in Vaduthala. Fortunately, he's transferred to some other place. The way he used to hit the ball out of the ground have astonished me. So, not just the fathers and the heads of the institutions, all of them were so vibrant about sports. And I truly believe that academics is wholesome only when literature, sports, arts, culture, everything is embedded in our system. So, I've been to the Don Bosco institution in Guwahati. I've been to the Don Bosco institutions in many other states. I was a national president of a student organization. So, wherever I've gone, I've seen that the spirit of education, the spirit which has guided many generations, have been lighted well with the help of the visionary Don Bosco, which was always considered as a leader of the youth. The Honorable, our father, have told me to keep my speech very short and sweet. They know politicians would never stop their speech once they see the mic. You have been constantly involved in seminars and deliberations. You have been student for the last 2 days. You have all been students. So I don't want to take much of your time, because this evening is for celebrations and this evening is for the cultural bonanza you are going to witness. So I am very happy and proud to be always associated with Don Bosco, always being a student activist all my life. I was very keen to follow the academics of our state and country, and the moral-based, value-based system of education, which has always been guided by the Don Bosco institution, is fascinating. And I would like to request all of you to continue your service for this society and our system of education. With these words, I would like to declare the cultural bonanza evening as inaugurated. Jai Hind, Jai Don Bosco.
Thank you, sir, for your words of appreciation and encouragement. You have set a perfect platform for our show.
As a token of our love and gratitude towards our esteemed guest, Honorable Member of Parliament, Sri Haibi Eden, who inaugurated our cultural bonanza, I kindly request Father Babu Manisheri, General Convener of NECDBS 2022, to offer a memento to our guest.
He knows the pulse of Ernakulam.
He is a 4-time councillor who was debuted to the post at the tender age of 25.
An advocate by provision, he focuses on the developmental activities that are carried out in his corporation.
Very simple in approach, but great in his actions.
We are very fortunate to have Honorable Mayor of Cochin Corporation, Advocate M. Anil Kumar, with us this evening.
Let's join our hands together and welcome our dear Mayor, Sri M. Anil Kumar, to deliver the presidential address.
Respected Member of Parliament, Sri Haibi Eden, Reverend Father Shibu Parapulli, Reverend Father Sandosh, Reverend Father Babu Manisheri, respected principals who are attending the 6th National Education Conference of Don Bosco Schools. As our MP was telling you, it is the duty of the mayor as the first citizen in a city to welcome all of you. Actually, I should have welcomed you at least in the inaugural day itself, but I am a bit late. But I believe that this is the right time, because when all of you have just finished all your serious deliberations and everyone is now in this room and you are going to enjoy the cultural bonanza that is going to happen. So already my very young girls from the school have made a very wonderful presentation, a wonderful dance presentation that was performed to welcome all of you to this function. And with this, with that great performance, as the mayor of the city, I take this opportunity to welcome each one of you to this city, to Don Bosco, Kochi, for this program. Now I am requesting again to give a very wonderful, a very, very energetic applause to all my sisters who are performing in this stage. I think that will be a befitting applause to whatever performance they were making. See, when you tell something about education, when you start speaking about culture, I believe that each one of you are in the right place in India. As a Malayali, I am very proud to say that Kerala is God's own country, not only because of its natural beauty, but it is also because of its rich cultural heritage that Kerala can, in fact, very proudly acclaim before any other state in this country and tell that, see, our Kathakali, I don't know whether you have a chance to see the Kathakali performance today. Yes, whenever I was telling something about Kathakali, I can see the Kathakali artist who is about to come on stage. So Kathakali is something that I think we can surely say that it is something so special to Kerala. The Mohiniyattam, which is again a dance form, I believe that even Mohiniyattam performance will be there on this stage. And I believe that if you ask who are all the most noted stars, film stars in this country, I would say that Mammootty and Mohanlal are always not only our stars, but they are also national stars. So if you take the example of whoever has won acclaim in this, in the national level, film personalities who has influenced the whole country, I would proudly say that it is Malayalis who have influenced. So that is why I am telling that the Don Bosco Educational Conference and the Cultural Bonanza is taking place in Kerala, and that too in Kochi. And I believe that it is also, as the MP was telling, that it is also a very proud moment for the city of Kochi. And as the mayor of Kochi, I am also delighted to say that it is also a proud moment for the city to host such an event. So once again, I take this opportunity to share my happiness that all of you are in this auditorium. And again, education. As he was telling, education is another area where Kerala can in fact say that we are much ahead. If you take the example of school education, if you take the example of primary education, if you take the example of some of the esteemed institutions that the country can have, I would say that, and if you take the example of literacy, cutting across whether you are a male or a female, I believe that Kerala is one place and Ernakulam was the first district in the country to become fully literate. So you are in the right place. That is why I told that on both these accounts, when you take education, when you take culture, I believe that Kerala is a place that is something so auspicious, and Kochi is one of the front runners in Kerala. If you take the example of education, so I believe that all of you are in Kochi, and I believe that this conference is also going to give much desired results with regard to what Don Bosco is expecting of this national conference. I don't want to take much time, because I believe that culture is something that can in fact influence, that can go into the hearts of people much more than any speech. That is why the Reverend Father was telling that it is better to have a very short and very hearty speech than to make a very long speech. So whatever cultural programs that you are going to witness, I believe that it is all these speeches will be much irrelevant when you are going to watch all these cultural programs. So I want to make my speech very short, very crispy and very sweet. I don't know whether it will be sweet, but I can make it very short. So one more word I want to mention about Don Bosco is that, see, I have studied in a school, I have studied in a college, we both studied in the same college. Unfortunately, we didn't study in the same school, but we studied in the same college. But I would very proudly say that Don Bosco stands out as an educational institution, even apart from the same institutions that we both have studied. I believe that the culture of Don Bosco has been so interwoven with the lives of the people of this locality. And I would proudly tell you that this is something that that makes Don Bosco in a high elevation when you consider and compare it with any other educational institution in Kochi. And this is the biggest certificate that a mayor can give to Don Bosco. If you take the Sneha Bhavan is a small school it generally tells that it is a destitute home, but I don't see it as a destitute home. That is also run by the Don Bosco for the Kochi Corporation. That is why I'm telling that Don Bosco has a culture, Don Bosco has a heritage, Don Bosco has a compassion, and Don Bosco has a culture that is which cannot be separated from the life of Kochi 8. So that is what makes Don Bosco such an auspicious educational institution in this Kochi city. So that is why I believe that you are in the right place, that is Kochi, and where Don Bosco has proved its mettle by whatever the great institution has done. So I don't want to make much time from the cultural bonanza that you are all going to enjoy. So I wish all success to this conference. I don't know whether it is going to be concluded today or tomorrow. Two more days are there. So I wish all success to this conference. I was simply seeing the notice, the earlier notice, not the one that was given to me just now. You were in fact trying to discuss about learning, making learning something very happy, and what the CBSE was trying to do. I would say that Kerala did it much before when CBSE started, NCERT started, because we did our DPP. That was a program where the children were taken out of the classrooms. They were shown the sun. They were shown the whole environment outside their classroom, and things were explained to them. The classrooms were made much more enjoyable. So that is why I am telling that Kerala has done something that can be even admired by the whole universe. And one more word I want to add is that, see, Kerala reached all these heights because of the government. All the governments that came to Kerala after 1957 has decided, they were very instrumental in seeing that public education was given the much importance which was not actually given by other state governments. But added to that, just as what the MP was mentioning, the Christian institutions in this part of Kerala, whether you take it Chavara, whether you take Don Bosco, whether you take the CMI fathers, everyone, the whole Christian institutions that was there together with, we called it Pallikudam. Pallikudam means all the schools were known as Pallikudam. Malayalam Pallikudam means something that goes with the church. So wherever you had a church, there was a school. So that is why I was telling that the Don Bosco institution and all the educational institutions inside Kerala has made all these things possible for Malayalis. I'm thankful for you, and I also take this opportunity for sharing the happiness with all of you. And it is not only education, it is not only culture. We were there in the same auditorium when the Onam celebration was there. I went to many programs as a mayor during our Onam celebrations. But I would tell you proudly that Don Bosco, Vaduthala was the place where the whole auditorium was jam-packed with people. And everywhere you saw colors, everywhere you saw Pookalam, the festival of flowers that Kerala has. So that is why Don Bosco is something separate. The football tournament, the cricket tournament, anything you take, I believe that you have in fact outwelled any other institutions in Kerala, and that is the only reason that we both are there, even with all our busy schedules, that we are there with you. So once again, I welcome all of you to this national conference. I wish that all of you will have a very pleasant stay in Kochi. And once again, I congratulate the Don Bosco Vaduthala school for having organized this grand event. And my best wishes to this cultural bonanza. And I, with much confidence and with much pride and with much happiness, I am concluding the presidential address. Thank you. Thank you.
That was indeed motivating. Thank you, sir, for making this evening resourceful with your enriching words.
May I now request Father Babu Manisheri to honor our Mayor of Cochin Corporation, Advocate M. Anil Kumar, who presided over today's cultural bonanza with a memento.
request our dignitaries to descend the dais and occupy your seats below.
We shall begin our cultural bonanza. Are you all ready?
Yes, of course. They're all eagerly waiting for that. We all have a special affinity towards our cultural tradition.
Our ancestors used different forms of art to convey their feelings and emotions.
We should consider ourselves fortunate that we are able to showcase our cultural glory through these events.
Dear audience, now hold your breath to watch a stunning performance by Don Bosco School's Irnyalakuda.
കളാടും ഒരു ഹരിത ചാരുതീരം പുഴയോരം കളമേളം കവിത പാടും തീരം കായലലകൾ പുൽകും അണുവലിയുമീറൻ കാറ്റിൽ ഇളഞ്ഞാറിൻ നിലയാടും കുളിരുലാവും നാട് നിറപൊലിയേകാമെന്നരിയ നേരിന പുതുവിള നേരുന്നോരിനിയ നാടിതാ പാടാ കുട്ടനാടിൻ നീളം കേരനിരകളാടും ഒരു ഹരിത ചാരുതീരം പുഴയൂരം കളമേളം കവിത പാടും തീരം. ഒരു ഹരിത ചാരുതീരം പുഴയൂരം കളമേളം കവിത പാടും തീരം. കായലലകൾ പുൽകും കണുവലിയുമീറൻ കാറ്റിൽ ഇളഞ്ഞാറിൻ നിലയാടും കുളിരുലാവും നാട്. നിറപൊലിയേകാമെന്നരിയ നേരിന പുതുവിള നേരുന്നോരിനിയ നാടിതാ പാടാ കുട്ടനാടിൻ നീളം കേരനിരകളാടും ഒരു ഹരിത ചാരുതീരം പുഴയൂരം കളമേളം കവിത പാടും തീരം.
തേനൊഴുകും പുതുവലരായൻ മലയാളം തെക്കൻ കാറ്റിലാടി മൗനവീണ വീട്ടി പൂമരങ്ങൾ പുൽകി ഭൂതലം തഴുകി നിന്നു വിരിയും കാവ്യം ഹരിത ഭാവരാസ്യം ഇങ്ങി വിളങ്ങും ഇളനീർ കുടയിൽ ഇളവേലിൻ മലയാളം നന്മകൾ വിളയും തേനൊഴുകും പുതുവലരായൻ മലയാളം.
जल प्रवाह पावित स्थले कलेवलंब्यलंबितां भुजंगभृंगमालिकाधवड्डमड्डमड्डमन्निनादवड्डमर्वयं चकार चण्डताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिव शिव. जटाकटाह सम्भ्रम भ्रमन्निलिम्ब निर्झरी विलोल वीचि वल्लरी विराजमान मूर्धनि धगद्धगज्ज्वलल्ललाट भट्ट पावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे रतिः प्रशिक्षणम् मम. नंदिनी विलास बंधु बंधुरस्फुरद्दिगंत संतति प्रमोदमान मानस मनसे कृपा कटाक्ष धोरणी निरुद्ध दुर्धरापदि क्वचित् दिगम्बरे मनो विनोदमेतु वस्तुनि जटाभुजंग पिंगल स्फुर प्रणामणि प्रभा कदम्ब कुंकुमद्रव प्रलिप्त दिग्वधूमुखे मदान्ध सिन्धुरस्फुरत्व उत्तरीय मेधुरे मनो विनोदमद्भुतं बिभर्तु भूत भर्तरि
ശിവസുതനെ തണുത്തു പോയൊരു വന്യദേവനും ഇരുട്ടുമൂടിയ ഭൂമിദേവിയും ഒന്നായുമൊരു തുമ്പഭോജനമേറ്റു
Incredible, right?
Those dances really held us captive.
We're all so different, but there's one thing that ignites us, and that's independence.
Everybody has become aware of the selfless sacrifices of our patriots.
With full patriotic energy on the 75th year of independence of our country, the dancers of Don Bosco School, Puthupalli, will now unveil the theme,
India at 75.
Karisa C'est comme si, c'est comme ça, ma chérie, la 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 la. Caressa, 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 le babadali babadita.
Culture is an integral part of our upbringing.
Our state's ethnicity and culture are something we identify ourselves with throughout our lives.
Dears, the Mad Gang, that is Mani's Academy of Dance from Karnataka, will now amaze us with the visual extravaganza of the Karnataka culture.
മച്ചി നീ വീട്ടിൽ പോയിട്ട് കൊല്ലം കയറിടാ.
എത്ര രൂപയ്ക്ക് തരും? 20 രൂപ ഇത്രേ ഉള്ളൂ. షాపింగ్ తొక్కాని తిప్పేస్తున్నావు కదే, సినిమా టైం అవుతా ఉంది.
India is one of the most religiously and ethnically diverse nations in the world. Today, we are not talking about India, but we are talking about that only state of India which has a privilege to manufacture the tricolor flag of India. Known as the land of sandalwood, this state is the largest producer of coffee, silk and gold.
ಕಂಡೆ 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 ಕಂಡೆನ ಕಂಡೆ ಪರಸಿವನ ಕಂಡೆ 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 ಕಂಡೆನ ಕಂಡೆ ಪರಸಿವನ ಓ ಸಂತ ಸಂತ ಜೀವನ ಸಂಗಡ ಇಟ್ಟವನೆ ಚಮಡಿ ಹರಿದು ದಮಡಿ ಗಿಚ್ಕೊಳ್ತವನೆ ಕೋಟಿ ಕೋಟಿ ಸೋದ್ನೆ ಬೆನ್ಗೆ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದವನೆ ಹೋ ಕತ್ಲೆ ಕತ್ಲೆ ಜೀವನ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಕತ್ಲಾಗೆ ಆಕಾಶನೇ ಕಳ್ಚಿ ತಲೆಮ್ಯಾಗ ಬಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಯ್ತು ಜೀವನ ಇನ್ನು ಬಾಳ್ಸೋದ್ಯಾಕೆ ಕತ್ಲಾಗಿಡ್ತೋ ಬೆಳಕಿನಂಗೆ ಕಾಣ್ದಂಗ್ ಬಂದು ಗಾಯೋಣೆ ಕಂಡೆ 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 ಪರಸಿವನ ಕಂಡೆ 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 ಪರಸಿವನ ಕಂಡೆ 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 ಪರಸಿವನ.
With sandy beaches and magnificent temples, coastal Karnataka, called Karavali, is famous for its lively culture. awarded with 8 Gnanapita. The sacred language Kannada is the prominent language spoken by the people of this state.
ಕನ್ನಡವೆನೆ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವುದೆನ್ನದೆ ಕನ್ನಡವೆನೆ ಕಿವಿ ತುಂಬಿರುವುದು.
ಕನ್ನಡ ಎನೆ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವುದೆನ್ನದೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಎನೆ ಕಿವಿ ನಿಮಿರುವುದು. ಕಾಮದ ಹುಲ್ಲನ್ನು ಕಾಡುವ ಕವಿಯೊಳು ಬಿಟ್ಟನೆ ಮನ ಮೈ ಮರೆಯುವುದು. ಬಾರಿಸು ಕನ್ನಡ ಡಿಂಡಿಮವ ಓ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಹೃದಯ ಶಿವ. 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 ಬಾರಿಸು ಕನ್ನಡ ಡಿಂಡಿಮವ ಓ
Coorg is also known as Scotland of India, is famous for its coffee plantations and is a home of many military heroes.
பெகையரிச்சு சுட்டு தெரிச்சு கடி குடிக்காம கொட்டு கொட்டித்து ஆட்டு அடித்து தடி கருக்கான கூட்டு குடித்து பாட்டு பாடித்து செடி மரக்கான பாட்டலில் காமடத்த பாபா பரடு கோரா பஜிப்பு கோட அடுத்து பாடித்து கௌஜின மாடானா. ஜோறு பாடு ஜோறு பாடு ஜோறு பாடு ஆட்டு ஆடனா. வெகுற மேல பெட்டிக்கிட்டனா. ஜோறு பாடு ஆட்டு ஆடனா. வெகுற மேல பெட்டிக்கிட்டனா. ஜோறு பாடு ஆட்டு ஆடனா. வெகுற மேல பெட்டிக்கிட்டனா. ஜோறு பாடு ஆட்டு ஆடனா. வெகுற மேல பெட்டிக்கிட்டனா.
A furious dance style, Veeragase, which expresses a mythological story, is performed during processions and festivals. A unique folk style of dance in this state is Yakshagana.
ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದದಲ್ಲಿ ಧೂಳಾಗಿ ನಡೆವಾಗ ಕಚಗುಳಿನ ಇಡುವೆ.
ಕೇಳೆ ಚೆಲುವೆ ನೀನು ಮಿನುಗೋತಾರೆ ಜುಡು ಜುಡು ಹರಿಯುವ ಜಲಧಾರೆ ನನ್ನ ಕಡಕಡದಲ್ಲೂ ನೀನೇ ತುಂಬಿರುವೆ ಮನಸಾರೆ ಬಾಳು ಗಾಳಿ ನೀ ಬರುವಾಗ ಸ್ವರ್ಗವೇ ನಾಚುತ್ತಿದೆ ಕೇಳೆ ಚೆಲುವೆ
Having Silicon City, Bangalore, the most busiest city in Asia as its capital. This state is known as Karnataka.
ಹುಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದರೆ
ಎಲ್ಲಾದರೂ ಇರು ಎಂತಾದರೂ ಇರು ಎಂದೆಂದಿಗೂ ನೀ ಕನ್ನಡವಾಗಿರು ಎಲ್ಲಾದರೂ ಇರು ಎಂತಾದರೂ ಇರು ಎಂದೆಂದಿಗೂ ನೀ ಕನ್ನಡವಾಗಿರು
You took us to the state of Karnataka. Dhanyavadagalu. This 21st century poses many challenges that require new levels of thinking.
And one of these challenges is eliminating gender gaps in the society.
Dear audience, what is your concept of freedom?
Do women enjoy real freedom?
Well, our friends from Don Bosco HSS Manuti will answer these queries through their suspense program. Now entertain yourselves with a different item.
Indeed, a fabulous performance. You tranquilized our souls.
Almost every community, big or small, has its own culture.
Their own dances, tales and music.
The marvelous group of dancers from Don Bosco School, Devadurga and Yadagiri will now rock you with an enthralling gypsy dance of the Lambanis.
Performance that really enchanted us. I am no bird and no net ensnares me. I am a free human being with an independent will, says Charlotte Bronte.
Social reformers and leaders in the past, such as Rajaram Mohan Roy, Vinoba Bhave, and Dr. Annie Besant, had done a lot towards women empowerment.
Still, we have miles to go. Let us now watch a spectacular performance on the theme Stri Shakti by the students of Don Bosco College, Angadi Kadavu.
Sorry for the inconvenience. Due to some technical errors, we'll watch this program later.
It's time for a magical performance which will recreate before you the blockbuster movie Bahubali that blurred the boundaries of Indian cinema like never before.
The dancers of Don Bosco School, Vaduthala, adorned with attractive costumes and ornaments, will now enchant us with a breathtaking performance from the movie Bahubali.
शिवगामी देवी मुखरभोस्यं मृगेन्द्र सुगर्जना
తిరుగుబాటుతో మాయిష్మతికి మకిలి పట్టింది, రక్తంతో కడిగి.
తన మాటే శాసనమంట, తన మాటే ఏదో అంట, తను చెప్పిందే చెయ్యాలంట. ఎవరైనా తన పేరే శివగామంట, తన తీరే వేరంట, తన పేరే సవితే ఎవరైనా హడలే హడలంట.
ఇదే నా మాట, నా మాటే శాసనం. போர் முரசு கொட்டட்டும். பரமேஸ்வரா, நான் செய்த பாவங்களுக்கு என் மரணமே பரிகாரம் என அதை எடுத்துக்கொள். ஆனால் இவன் வாழ வேண்டும். மகேந்திர பாகுபலி வாழ வேண்டும்.
It was still tickling my hands and legs.
Keep it up, my dears. Karnataka is a state with rich beauty,
diversity,
history,
and culture.
Don Bosco School, Tumkur is here to present you a popular dance performed during the Harvest Festival of Karnataka.
ಸುಗ್ಗಿ ಹಬ್ಬ.
ಮಾದೇವ ನಾಗು ಮಲೆ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ನೀ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡೋ ಮಾದೇವ ಈ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಸಾಕು ನೀ ಎದ್ದು ಬಾರು ಬಿಡಿ ಬಿಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ದಾರಿ ಬಿಡಿ ಬರಿ ಮಾತಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಜಗ್ಗಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗೆ ಕುಣೀರು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಕುಣೀರು ನಮ್ಮದು ಮಾದೈರೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಬಂದೆ ಕುಣೀರು ಅರೆ ಅರೆ ಎದ್ದು ಕುಣೀರು ಬಿದ್ದು ಕುಣೀರು ನಮ್ಮದು ಮಾದೈರೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಬಂದೆ ಕುಣೀರು ಕೊಡುವಾಗ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡ್ತಾನು ನಮ್ಮಪ್ಪ ಶಿವ ಅವನು ಒಲಿದರೆ ಕೊರಡು ಕೊನರಿ ಬಂಗಾರ ಮಾಡಬ್ಬ ಕರೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂದವನೇ ಮಾದೇವ ಏಳು ಮಲೆ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ನೀ ಕುಂತ ಮಾದೇವ ನಾಗು ಮಲೆ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ನೀ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡು ಮಾದೇವ ಈ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಸಾಕು ನೀ ಎದ್ದು ಬಾರು ಬಿಡಿ ಬಿಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ದಾರಿ ಬಿಡಿ ಬರಿ ಮಾತಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಜಗ್ಗಲ್ಲ
ಹುಟ್ಟಿನ್ಯಾಗೆ ಹುಲ್ಲನ್ಯಾಗೆ ತಿಂಬಕ್ಕಾಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಕಷ್ಟದಿಂದ ಸುಮ್ಮನಿಟ್ಟು ಕಾಣದಂಗ್ ಕೂತು ನೋಡ್ತಾವನೆ ಕಾರುಣ್ಯನೇ ಕೈಯಾಗಿ ಹಿಡಿದು ಕಾಣದಂಗ್ ಬಂದು ಕಾಪಾಡ್ದವನೆ ಕಂಡೆ 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 ನಾ ಕಂಡೆ ಪರಶಿವನ ಕಂಡೆ 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 ನಾ ಕಂಡೆ ಪರಶಿವನ ಓ ಕಲ್ಲು ಮುಳ್ಳಿನ ಹಾದಿಯಾಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಪ್ನ ಇತ್ತು ಸಿಕ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರೆ ಗಿಳಿಜಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಊರಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನಂಗಾದ್ರೆ ಕಾರುಣ್ಯನೇ ಕೈಯಾಗಿ ಹಿಡಿದು ಕಾಣದ ಬಂದು ಕಾಪಾಡೋನೆ ಕಂಡೆ 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 ನಾ ಕಂಡೆ ಪರಶಿವನ ಕಂಡೆ 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 ನಾ ಕಂಡೆ ಪರಶಿವನ
That was incredible. We are so proud of you.
You took to the loving memories of the popular cine artist Dr. Rajkumar.
We dance for laughter.
We dance for tears.
We dance for madness.
We dance for fears.
We dance for hopes.
We dance for screams.
We are the dancers.
We create the dreams, says Albert Einstein.
The excitement, fun, and fervor of the celebration are getting stronger with every performance.
Now, brace yourself for a high-octane dose of entertainment.
So, without any further ado, let us gear up to witness a charming performance by the team of dancers from Don Bosco School, Angamali.
ನಗುಮೋ ಮೂಗನಲೆ ನೀನಾ ಜಾಲಿ ತಿಳಿಸಿ ನಗುಮೋ ಮೂಗನಲೆ ನೀನಾ ಜಾಲಿ ತಿಳಿಸಿ ನನು ಬ್ರೋರಾಧ ಶ್ರೀ ರಘುವರ ನೀನಗುಮೋ
ഋതുവിനുള്ളിലാരോ സ്വരപ്പെടുത്തിയോരോ നിറത്തിലുള്ള സംഗീതം രസരാഗം വിവിധ മതികാൾ പ്രകൃതിയുടെ നാദം പ്രണയമയമാനന്ദം ലയമേകം സമഭാവം ശുഭഗീതം ഓരോ ഋതുവിനുള്ളിലാരോ സ്വരപ്പെടുത്തിയോരോ നിറത്തിലുള്ള സംഗീതം രസരാഗം വിവിധ മതികാഠം പ്രകൃതിയുടെ നാദം പ്രണയമയമാനന്ദം ലയമേകം സമഭാവം ശുഭഗീതം ഗ്രീഷ്മം ചുടുവെയിലാടി കൊതിപ്പെടുത്തും ലാവകനൽ ചുരത്തും സംഗീതം പൂക്കും ഇലവും മരം ചോക്കും മനസ്സ് മതഗന്ധം വിതച്ചരച്ചു മാലേയം വേനൽ പുഴയൊഴുകി പ്രേമാർദ്രമായി തെളിഞ്ഞ കണ്ണാടി പോൽ മിന്നും നീരോട് ലയമേകം സമഭാവം ശുഭഗീതം ഓരോ ഋതുവിനുള്ളിലാരോ സ്വരപ്പെടുത്തിയോരോ നിറത്തിലുള്ള സംഗീതം രസരാഗം വിവിധമതിഗാഠം പ്രകൃതിയുടെ നാദം പ്രണയമയമാനന്ദം ലയമേകം സമഭാവം ശുഭഗീതം
धड़म कुतक कुद तगड़ झुम तक झुम झुम त तकिट त दत्त झुम कृतिक झुम त तत्तणम त तत्तरुम त तकिट त तंगिड़ तरित त गणत त ऋणत त दिनित त दजम ततनम ततरुम तगदिम तकिड़ तंगिड़ तरिगिड़ धिम त तरिगिड़ त झुम धिम दत्त झुम नम दत्त झुम तम तकिट धन तद तंगिड़ तरिगिड़ धिम त तरिगिड़ त झुम धिम दक तकिट झुम झुम दकिट दक झुम त झुम झुम दकिट त झुम किड़ तरिगिड़ धम तरित त धन तरित त तरिगिड़ तरित त धन त झुम तरित धन तद तंगिड़ तरिगिड़ त झुम धिम दत्त झुम नम दक तकिट झुम त धिम तुम नम तद तंगिड़ तरिगिड़ त धन त तरिगिड़ धन त ऋण त धिम तरित त धन त तरित धन त धन तद तंगिड़ तरिगिड़ त धिम तरिगिड़ त धिम तरिगिड़ त धिम तरिगिड़ त धिम तरिगिड़ त झुम तरिगिड़ त तंगिड़ तरिगिड़ धिंगिड़ तरिगिड़ तरिगिड़
किशोर चंद्रशेखरे रति प्रदक्षिणं सदा शिवं भजाम्यहं सदा शिवं भजाम्यहं ॐ नमः शिवाय सहस्रलोचन प्रवृत्त शेषलेख शेखर प्रसूल धूलि तोरणी विदूसराङ्घ्रिपीठं भुजङ्गराजमालया निबद्ध जाटचूटक श्रियै चिराय जायतां चकोर बन्धुशेखर जय स्फुलिङ्गभाविदीत पञ्चसायकं नमन्निलिम्बनायकं सुधामयूखलेखया विराजमान शेखरं महागपालि सम्पदे शिरोजटारस्तुता
सगनिसपनि मम निदगदी तरी किदतों नाच रहे गौरी ताम दिदाम तेरी तरे किदगदी तरी किदतों नाच रहे गौरी ताम दिदाम तेरी तरे किदगदी बाजे पायल कहो छनन छनन बाजे पायल कहो छनन छनन बाजे पायल ಚಲನ 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 ದೀತರಿ ದೀತರಿ ಕಿಡತೋ ನಾಚ ರೇ ಗೋರಿ ತಾಮ್ ದಿಗಾಮ್ ತೇತರಿ ಕಿಡತ ದೀತರಿ
Wow, that was amazing.
Extremely splendorous performance, right?
Dancing is surely the most basic and relevant of all forms. Nothing else can so effectively give outward form of inner experience, said Lyle Watson.
The pleasant evening breeze,
the foot-thumping bass,
the glistening lights,
and the lovely audience are enough to energize our entertainers.
The cute performers from Don Bosco School, Chitradurga, will now grip us with a scintillating dance.
Stay tuned and tap your feet to the performance.
ಮೆಚ್ಚಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡಲು ಮೆಚ್ಚಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಣ್ಣೆ ಬದುಕಿದು ಚಟಾವಣಿ ಇದು ವಿಧಿಯೋಡಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ ಬದುಕಿದು ಚಟಾವಣಿ ವಿಧಿ ಅಲೆದಾಡಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ ಬಾರಿಸು ಕನ್ನಡ ಡಿಂಬಿಮವ ಓ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಹೃದಯ ಶಿವ ಬರಿಯದನ್ನು ಹತ್ತಿ ನೂರಾರು ಮೂರು ಸುತ್ತಿ ಏನೇನೋ ಕಂಡ ಮೇಲು ನಮ್ಮೂರೇ ನಮಗೆ ಮೇಲು ಕೈಲಾಸ ಕಂಡನ
ಕಲ್ಲವಾದರೆ ನಾನು ಕೋಲಾರದ ಮಣ್ಣಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆರೆವೆ, ಮರವಾದರೆ ನಾನು ಚಾಮುಂಡಿಗೆ ನೆರಳಾಗಿರುವೆ, ಮಗುವಾದರೆ ನಾನು ಕಾವೇರಿಯ ಮಡಿಲಲ್ಲಿ ನಗುವೆ. ಈ ಭೂಮಿ ಮೇಲಿ ನಾಡು, ಈ ನಾಡಲ್ಲೆಮ್ಮ ಕೋಟೆ, ಈ ಕೋಟೆಗೆ ನೀನೆ ತಾಯಿ. ಭೂಮಿ ಈ ಭೂಮಿ ಮೇಲಿ ನಾಡು, ಈ ನಾಡಲ್ಲೆಮ್ಮ ಕೋಟೆ, ಈ ಕೋಟೆಗೆ ನೀನೆ ತಾಯಿ.
ಕನ್ನಡ ದೇಹ ಕನ್ನಡ ಬಾಳು ಕನ್ನಡ ನನ್ನದೆಂದು ಬ್ರಹ್ಮನಿದ್ದಿರೆ ಕಲಿಯುತ್ತಿದ್ದರೆ ಸಹಿಸು ನೀನಲ್ಲ. ಕೆಂಪು ಹಳದಿ ಬಾವುಟಕ್ಕೆ ನೀನೆ ತಾನೇ ಬಾಹುದಂಡ, ನಿನ್ನ ಯುದ್ಧ ಸತ್ಯ ಶುದ್ಧ ನಡೆಸೋಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮಗಾಗಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದೆ ನೀನು ಕಾಪಾಡು ಕಾಮಧೇನು ಜ್ವಾಲಾಮುಖಿ ವೈರಿಗೆ. ವೀರ ಎದುರಾರೋ ನಿನಗೆ ಮಣಿದೀಪ ಮಣಿಬೇಲಿ ನೀನಾದೆ ನಮಗೆ. ದೇಹ ಕನ್ನಡ ಬಾಳು ಕನ್ನಡ ನನ್ನದೆಂದು ನೀ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮನಿದ್ದಿರೆ ಕಲಿಯುತ್ತಿದ್ದರೆ ಸಹಿಸೋ ನೀನಲ್ಲ.
That was colorful, right?
Let us now rewatch the spectacular performance on the theme Stree Shakti by the students of Don Bosco College, Angadikadavu.
ഞാൻ ദ്രൗപദി.
That was crazy. A meticulous performance.
Considered to be the mother of all Purams.
Resplendent festival celebrated with a grand display of caparisoned elephants,
dazzling parasols,
and percussion music.
The spriteful performers of Don Bosco ICSE School Manuti will now mirror the cultural spirit and legacy of Trishur.
Puram, a dance display.
തൃശുവ പേരു പൂരം താളം തകമേളം പഞ്ചവാദ്യഘോഷം മേടച്ചൂടിൽ തെളിഞ്ഞു പൂരം നക്ഷത്രം ആനപ്പുറമേറിയിടുന്നൊരു മുത്തുക്കുടമാറ്റം ആലവട്ട പഞ്ചാമരവും പാണ്ടിവേളോ ആചാരികളും കൊമ്പുകുഴൽ താളക്കൂട്ടും വർണ്ണനാവും ചിതനപ്പൊലിയും മാലോകരൊത്തുകൂടും പൂരം പൊടിപൂരം ആചാര പെരുമ മുഴക്കും പൂരങ്കട പൂരം ഇത് പൂരം പൊടിപൂരം പൂരം ഇത് പൂരം ഇത് തൃശ്ശിവപ്പേരൂർ പൂരം. പൂരത്തിൻ താരം തെളിഞ്ഞു വടക്കുന്നതന്റെ തിരുസവിധം പൂരപ്പൊലിമതൻ ശംഖു മുഴക്കി നടന്നു ദേവഗുരുദേവൻ എഴുന്നേറ്റ് അകപുരങ്ങളെ പനമുക്കുപിള്ളി ശാസ്താവും ചെമ്പൂക്കാവും ആരമുക്കും ലാലൂരും ചുരക്കൊടും മയ്യന്തോളും നൈതിലക്കാവ് ഭഗവതിയും വാരണപ്പുറമേറി വാദ്യഘോഷമേളത്തോടെ പ്രദക്ഷിണ വഴി നീലവരമായി. കണ്ണന്റെ തിരുശോഭയണിഞ്ഞേത്ത തിരുവമ്പാടിയമ്മ അടത്തിൽ വരവായി തിമിലയും കൊമ്പും താളമേളക്കാരുമൊന്ന പഞ്ചവാദ്യ തിരുകലാശം പെരുപേരുത്തു. ഗജരാജപുരമേറി ചെമ്പടമേളത്തിൽ പാറമേക്കാവിലമ്മ എഴുന്നള്ളത്ത് അധികാലമാരംഭ പാണ്ടിമേളത്തിരകൾ തകിട തകൃതൃപുടയായി ഇലഞ്ഞിത്തറമേളം ഇലഞ്ഞിത്തറമേളം. അടിയഴകായി വരവായല്ലോ ആനന്ദത്തിനാരവഘോഷത്താൽ ജനമനങ്ങൾ നിറയാടുമ്പോൾ വിഴിയഴകിൻ വർണ്ണക്കണിയായി പൂരം നിലമിരുവാദ്യത്തിരുകണമായി മേളത്തിൻ നാദത്തിൻ പെരുമഴയിൽ താളം പിടിയാടിയിടും ചുവടുകളായി ലോകപ്പെരുമതൻ കൊടുമുടിയേറിയിടും പൂരം ഇത് തൃശ്ശിവപ്പേരൂർ പൂരം. വിളികളുയർന്നോ നേർക്കുനേ ദേവിമാർ ആനന്ദശോഭയേറ്റി വർണ്ണക്കുടമാറ്റം കമ്പം മുഴങ്ങി നാട് നെടുങ്ങി കമ്പം മുഴങ്ങി നാട് നെടുങ്ങി കെട്ടുകളോരോ മത്സരമായി കണ്ണുകളിൽ തിരിയാട്ടം വിടരുന്നൊരു വാനത്തൊരു കാതിനാട്ടം. കരവും പൂത്തിറങ്ങുമീ പുറച്ചാത്തിൽ ഇനിവരും മാണ്ടുവരെ മനസ്സിൽ മോഹമായി മഹാപൂരം.
Awesome! It was a firework of rapid moving steps.
Did you enjoy the NECDBS Cultural Bonanza?
That was indeed colorful and magnificent. Hope you all enjoyed it.
Let's give a thunderous round of applause to all the Don Bosco senders who displayed variety performances today. An honest man is the noblest work of God.
This personality is frank at heart,
gentle in himself.
There are numerous things that I can enumerate to substantiate what I said.
With all authentic affection and reverence, I welcome Father Santosh Matthew to propose the vote of thanks.
Most valued dignitaries and dear delegates of NECDBS 2022. I deem it a great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks at the end of this beautiful cultural extravaganza, filled with the colorful performances from various Salesian institutions from the province of Bangalore. First and foremost, I start by giving glory to the Lord Almighty for making this evening cultural bonanza a resounding success. I extend my deepest sentiments of gratitude to Sri Haibi Eden, Member of Parliament, Ernakulam constituency, for sparing his valuable time with us this evening. He really inspired all of us with his thought-provoking message and presence. Hearty thanks to Sri Haibi Eden. A big thank you to the Honorable Mayor of Cochin, Sri M. Anil Kumar, for his esteemed presence on this occasion. We all know how busy a mayor could be, especially the one who is constantly seeking the developmental activities in a municipal corporation like Cochin. But in spite of all these, he has come over here and presided over the cultural bonanza. Let me extend a warm sentiments of gratitude to our dear rector, Father Shibu Parapalli. He has been, along with the community members of Don Bosco Vaduthala, was slogging a lot to make the NECDBS 2022 come true. Thank you, Father, for your graceful presence and for welcoming all to this program. I acknowledge the sleepless nights spent by our dear General Convener, Father Babu Manisheri, for materializing NECDBS 2022, of course. That needs an elaborate expression of gratitude later on. But in a special way, I would like to extend our heartiest thanks to Father Babu Manisheri, because he was constantly guiding and supporting me and our committee so that we would make a colorful extravaganza. Thank you very much, Father Babu Manisheri, for all your support and encouragement. It is also my special privilege to thank all those who put up various items today on the stage. Let me make a quick mention of all of them. Bosconians from Don Bosco School Iringalakuda, Don Bosco School Chitradurga, Don Bosco School Pudupalli, Don Bosco School Manuti, Don Bosco School Devadurga and Yadigiri, Don Bosco College Angadikadavu, Don Bosco School Vaduthala, Don Bosco School Tumkur, Don Bosco School Angamali, Don Bosco Central School Manuti, and also Mani's Academy of Dance. I would like to also thank Don Bosco School Hospete. They had performed this afternoon a colorful item, and also Don Bosco Horamau, who has prepared a wonderful show for tomorrow. I'm sure you all enjoyed the items staged by all of them. Many students and many teachers, under the able leadership and guidance of our principals, have put in a lot of efforts to make sure that this evening show went on well. They really deserve a big round of applause from all of us. Thanks to all of them and kudos. My sentiments of gratitude also goes to all the others who were instrumental in making the show a success. They include sound system operators, stage management team, LED wall operators, and also all the members of cultural committee. Once again, thanks to one and all, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Father Santosh, for your words of gratitude.
Every good things come to an end. Every end is a beginning.
I'm sure you enjoyed our show. With hopes and gratitude, we conclude this program. Good night to one and all. This is Carolyn
and Alina signing off. Thank you.
Dear fathers, sisters, and teachers and children, the man behind all this wonderful show today was Father Santosh Manikombel. A great and thunderous applause for Father Santosh. Santosh, Father, very grateful to you and thank you so much. We are late by 1 hour only. And we will have our dinner soon. Before that, we have good news that tomorrow onwards, the buses will leave your hotels only at 6:15. But we need to be here starting the Mass at 7 o'clock, and I believe all of us will cooperate. Tomorrow we have the Archbishop of Varapolli coming for celebrating the Eucharist with us. We will be welcoming him tomorrow. Dear fathers, once again, thank you so much. I believe you enjoyed it, and it is our treat for you. We will leave for dinner. Thank you.